Warrior Spec Priest. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. 90 Days. Grant Mercer woke to the discovery that death had apparently improved his cardiovascular health. He kept that conclusion to himself. 30 students sat around him in a bright classroom, notebooks open, while a teacher waited beside a whiteboard covered in equations. Above them, in large red letters that had nothing to do with mathematics, someone had written, "Profession Awakening 90 Days." Grant stared at it for perhaps half a second too long. "Mr. Mercer?" His attention snapped back to the teacher. The woman had one eyebrow raised and a marker poised beside the unfinished problem on the board. Fortunately, the memories attached to this body knew where he was, who she was, and what they had been discussing. More fortunately, Grant himself had never considered mathematics an enemy simply because barbells were more entertaining. He looked at the equation. 24. A pause. The teacher glanced at the board, then nodded. "Correct. Would you care to tell the rest of us how you got there?" Apparently reincarnation came with follow-up questions. Grant worked through the calculation aloud, using the method expected in class rather than the faster route that occurred to him halfway through. The inherited memories supplied the terminology. His own mind supplied the answer. By the time he finished, the teacher had moved on and the students around him had stopped paying attention. Excellent. Grant lowered his eyes to his desk and performed a much more important examination. 18 years old, tall, athletic, football player, broad shoulders, decent arms, respectable chest development. The sort of young man who had discovered bench pressing before discovering programming balance. He could work with that. His fingers settled lightly against the inside of his wrist. Pulse steady. He counted. No irregular hitch, no flutter, no strange pounding against his ribs. He took a slow breath, then another, testing what he could without attracting attention. Nothing tightened, nothing stumbled. Grant had spent years building a magnificent body around a heart that had betrayed him anyway. This one simply worked. Relief loosened something inside him so abruptly that he almost laughed. Healthy. Not perfect. He could already feel enough small imbalances to keep himself entertained for months, and one glance at the predecessor's posture suggested the posterior chain had been treated as an optional accessory. But healthy mattered more than magnificent. For the moment, Grant looked back at the red words above the whiteboard. 90 days until profession awakening. He smiled faintly. That sounded like enough time to make improvements. By dinner, Grant had discovered inherited memories were excellent for finding the bathroom and considerably less useful when his 15-year-old sister wanted to know why he was examining the chicken. Maya pointed her fork at him. "You've been staring at that breast for 30 seconds. Grant looked down at his plate. Protein. That doesn't explain anything. It explains most things. Dana Mercer laughed into her glass while Ray kept eating with the concentration of a man wisely refusing involvement. The conversation moved on to school, graduation, and whether Grant had football practice tomorrow. He answered easily enough. The memories supplied names, habits, and schedules without making the family feel like strangers he needed to interrogate. After dinner, he escaped to the garage. The predecessor had done reasonably well. Bench, adjustable dumbbells, resistance bands, pull-up bar, enough plates for useful work. Grant approved right up until he opened the private training system. The normal world system showed the broad picture. Strength, 14.00. Agility, 13.00. Physique, 15.00. Grant selected strength. The number unfolded. Pectoral and pressing chain, 1.75. Triceps, 1.64. Biceps and elbow flexors, 1.86. Then he reached the lower half. Spinal erectors, 1.09. Hamstrings, 0.88. Gluteus maximus, 0.98. Core force transfer, 0.89. Grant stared. That explains the bench. He opened physique next. Cardiovascular capacity, 1.43. Deep core stability, 1.04. Hip stability, 0.97. Tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, 1.30. Mobility and flexibility, 1.17. Nothing was injured, nothing was medically wrong. The body was young, healthy, and athletic. It had simply been trained by an 18-year-old boy who liked what he could see in a mirror. Grant understood completely. Maya knocked once and opened the garage door. "Mom says don't disappear out here all night." I'm conducting an assessment. She looked at the dumbbells, then at him. Of yourself? Obviously. That sounded vain. It was accurate. She rolled her eyes and left. Grant returned to the hidden menus. The interesting part wasn't that the system exposed weaknesses. Any competent coach could find most of them eventually. The interesting part was that each number responded when he focused on it. Selectable. Allocatable. Then a task appeared beneath the body menu. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 kilometers run. Grant read the requirements once, glanced at the garage clock, and began considering form. Grant started with the push-ups because they were the easiest place to discover whether the system cared about numbers or repetitions. It cared about repetitions. The first 20 vanished from the counter cleanly. On 21, he let fatigue tempt his elbows outward and shortened the last inch. The counter stayed at 20. Grant lowered himself again, chest controlled, shoulders stable, body held straight from heels to head. Oh, I like you. The sit-ups produced the same lesson. Throwing momentum through the movement earned nothing. A controlled repetition did. Squats demanded depth, stable knees, balanced feet, and enough control that Grant abandoned any thought of racing the counter. By the time he reached 100 squats, his opinion of the predecessor had softened. The boy wasn't weak, he'd simply trained the things teenagers enjoyed training and neglected the boring parts that kept everything else working properly. The 10 kilometers run was less forgiving. Grant deliberately kept the pace easy. His cardiovascular capacity was decent, but the body had never been prepared for this volume on top of 300 repetitions. At 6 kilometers his calves tightened. At 8, his stride wanted to lengthen in exactly the wrong way. He shortened it instead. A man who had died because his heart betrayed him had no intention of breaking a perfectly healthy replacement on its first evening. Maya found him stretching beside the garage when he returned. She stopped. Did you just go running? Yes. After exercising? Yes. She stared at the sweat-darkened shirt. Voluntarily? Grant considered the question. Technically, there was compensation. For running? You wouldn't understand. I'm comfortable with that. She went back inside. Grant finished the cool-down before opening the private panel. Daily anchor complete. 100 push-ups. 100 sit-ups. 100 squats. 10 kilometers run. Reward. Plus 20 free attribute points. A second notice appeared beneath it. First completion. Reward. Plus 5 free attribute points. Grant looked at the total. Unspent free attribute points, 25. That was considerably more interesting than soreness. He opened strength again. Hamstrings still showed 0.88. Gluteus maximus remained 0.98. Spinal erectors, 1.09. Core force transfer, 0.89. This time, each weak link carried an allocation prompt. Grant smiled. Training could change the body slowly. Apparently the system was offering another option. Grant's smile lasted until he tested the obvious option. He selected strength and hovered over the allocation control. Spend 1 free attribute point. Strength. Plus 1.00. Reasonable. Elegant. Civilization had survived. Then he backed out, selected hamstrings, and tried the same thing. Spend 1 free attribute point. Hamstrings. Plus 0.15. Strength. Plus 0.15. Grant frowned. He checked it again. 1 point gives me 1 point in strength, but if I actually choose where the improvement goes, I get 0.15. The system offered no apology. Grant folded his arms. You're charging me 0.85 per point for being specific. That's outrageous. Worse, the useful option was still obviously the expensive one. Dumping points directly into strength could make him stronger, but it couldn't guarantee the improvement went where this body needed it. Hamstrings, glutes, spinal erectors, force transfer. Those were problems he could identify now instead of waiting for general growth to solve them accidentally. He did the calculation. Targeted improvement cost roughly 6 2/3 times as much. Grant looked offended on principle. Then another thought arrived. Nobody else had this menu. Nobody else could look beneath strength, identify a weak posterior chain, and order the system to fix exactly that. His expression changed. So I just need 6 2/3 times as many points. That sounded much better. Awesome. He began spending. 5 points each went into hamstrings, gluteus maximus, spinal erectors, and core force transfer. Acceleration and lateral movement received the same treatment. Physique paid for cardiovascular capacity, deep core stability, hip stability, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, and mobility and flexibility. The next 2 days supplied another 40 points from the established routine, enough to finish the planned 55-point correction while leaving 10 unspent. By the third evening, the broad panel had followed the changes underneath it. Strength, 17.00. Agility, 14.50. Physique, 18.75. HP, 475. Unspent free attribute points, 10. Grant closed the panel and went inside ravenous. Maya caught him assembling another plate. "Are you eating tomorrow's breakfast?" Grant considered the quantity remaining. "Possibly." She pointed toward the stairs. "Mom." Grant kept eating. 90 days suddenly seemed like plenty of time to become magnificent. 2. He skipped leg day. The next football lifting session confirmed that Grant's predecessor had approached leg training as an administrative inconvenience. Westhaven Central's weight room smelled of rubber flooring, disinfectant, and teenage ambition. Grant had already drawn attention by moving through the bench press sets with cleaner form than anyone remembered him using. His pressing muscles remained the most developed part of his body, and the improvements from the previous 3 days made the bar feel pleasantly cooperative. Then Coach Delaney sent them to the squat racks. Derek Holt watched Grant remove 2 plates from the bar. Did reincarnation into a sensible person happen over the weekend? Grant paused with one hand on the plate. Inherited memories identified Derek as a starting linebacker, a dependable training partner, and someone who considered politeness a flaw in competitive settings. "Something like that," Grant said. "You just benched more than last week." "Yes. And now you're squatting less." "Also yes." Derek frowned. "You know the weight goes on both bars?" Grant stepped beneath the bar and settled it across his upper back. "I'm trying to discover whether my legs deserve the privilege." The first repetition gave him the answer. His quadriceps handled the descent, but his pelvis shifted near the bottom. His right hip wanted to rotate. His knees stayed aligned only because he actively held them there, and when he drove upward, his torso tipped forward enough to let his spinal erectors and upper body rescue the movement. The repetition would have counted in an ordinary school weight room. Grant re-racked the bar. Derek gestured at it. "That wasn't heavy." "No, that's why it was embarrassing." Coach Delaney looked over from the next rack. "Problem, Mercer? My hamstrings are underdeveloped, my hip stability is poor, and I'm compensating through my back." Derek leaned against the rack. "You got all that from one squat?" "I got most of it before the squat. The squat was kind enough to provide witnesses." Grant reduced the load again. This time he slowed the descent, braced through his deep core, kept pressure balanced across each foot, and stopped the moment his pelvis tried to shift. The movement was shallower than he wanted and far more honest. Coach Delaney watched 2 repetitions. "You're finally listening when I tell you not to chase the bar." "I always listened." "You kept adding weight." "I didn't say I agreed." Derek laughed, but Grant barely heard him. He could feel the imbalance now that he'd stopped allowing stronger muscles to conceal it. Weak hamstrings, poor glute contribution, unsteady hips, force escaping through his trunk before it ever reached the floor. He wasn't short of strength. He was badly organized. Grant re-racked the bar and looked toward the accessory stations. Fixing that would require more than adding squats. He needed to rewrite the rest of the session. Grant claimed an open strip of floor and began assembling a workout his predecessor would have considered a personal attack. Romanian deadlifts came first. He kept the load modest, pushed his hips back, and lowered the bar only as far as his hamstrings allowed without rounding his lower back. Each repetition forced the neglected muscles to work instead of letting his back drag the weight upward. Derek finished his own squat set and wandered over. "Are you doing another leg exercise?" "I've identified a theme. The theme is that you've lost your mind. The theme is that this body skipped leg day." Derek looked Grant over. "You are this body. That makes the negligence more upsetting." Grant followed the deadlifts with split squats. His left side behaved acceptably. On the right, his pelvis dipped and his knee tried to drift inward as soon as he approached the bottom. He reduced the weight, shortened the range slightly, and repeated the movement until he could keep his thigh aligned over his foot. Derek watched from beside the dumbbell rack. "You know Coach already made a squat." "Yes." And now you're doing smaller squats with one leg. No, I'm removing the stronger leg's opportunity to cover for the weaker hip. That sounded like an excuse to make squats worse. It's an explanation of why you wobble when you cut left. Derek's expression sharpened. I don't wobble. You lose force through your outside hip. I'm faster than you. At present. Derek picked up a dumbbell and joined him. Grant concealed his satisfaction. Competent athletes were wonderfully easy to provoke if the criticism was specific enough. He added single-leg Romanian deadlifts for hip control, then moved to dead bugs, pressing his lower back into the mat while extending the opposite arm and leg without allowing his pelvis to tilt. The exercise looked harmless. By the 6th controlled repetition, Derek had stopped making comments. By the 10th, he said, "This is stupid. Your ribs are flaring. I hate you. Exhale and brace." They finished with glute bridges held at full extension. Grant made sure the gluteus maximus carried the load instead of allowing his hamstrings to cramp and compensate. When the final hold ended, the private training system acknowledged the work. Posterior chain correction I. Targeted sessions complete, 1 of 4. Grant dismissed the notice before anyone could notice his attention shift. Derek stood and rubbed one hip. Fine, tomorrow we settle whether any of this actually helps. How? Sled drives. Same load. Grant smiled. Excellent. Derek pointed at him. You're supposed to be worried. I've just found 3 more things to fix before then. The following afternoon, Derek was waiting on the football field with 2 loaded sleds and the expression of a man expecting justice. Grant examined the equal stacks of plates. You've made this very official. You spent yesterday explaining my hips to me. They were poorly supervised. Derek pointed to the marked lanes. Same load, same distance. Whoever gets the sled across first wins. Coach Delaney stood nearby with his arms folded, apparently willing to let the argument become useful conditioning. No jerking the sled sideways, and if either of you slips, reset. Derek took position behind one sled. Grant settled behind the other and tested his stance. Yesterday, he would have treated the drill as an upper body problem. Lean hard into the handles, force the shoulders forward, and overpower every weakness between his chest and the ground. He was strong enough to make that work, but not efficiently. This time he stacked his ribs over his pelvis, braced his deep core, and set his hips low enough to drive without folding at the waist. His spine stayed neutral. His feet found the surface beneath him. Coach Delaney raised one hand. Go. Derek attacked the first step with the aggression expected from a starting linebacker. His sled skidded forward across the turf. Grant's first step looked less impressive. The second didn't. He kept his trunk rigid while his hips, knees, and ankles extended together. Instead of losing force through a shifting pelvis, every step traveled into the sled. His strides stayed short and hard, with his feet landing beneath him rather than reaching ahead. Derek gained half a step through raw power. Then Grant's cleaner rhythm took it back. The sled stopped feeling like something he was shoving with his arms. It became resistance driven forward by his legs. His hamstrings stabilized each step. His glutes extended his hips. His braced trunk gave the force nowhere useless to go. Grant crossed first. He stopped without collapsing onto the handles and turned in time to watch Derek finish close behind him. Derek stared at the 2 sleds. You changed that much overnight? My strength didn't change overnight. You just beat me. I stopped wasting as much of it. Coach Delaney nudged Grant's sled with one shoe. Better body angle, better foot placement. Holt, you came up too high after the start. Derek looked offended that Grant's diagnosis had acquired professional support. Fine, sleds are weird. They're extremely honest, Grant said. Derek stepped closer and planted a hand against Grant's shoulder. Next football session, we test it on the line. Let's see how efficient you are when the resistance hits back. Grant glanced at the hand, then smiled. That sounds even more useful. Derek had to wait 4 days for the promised contact test. Grant used them. His original workout continued every morning, but he treated the extra lower body sessions with more restraint. Muscles needed a reason to adapt, not repeated punishment. He trained his posterior chain in single leg control, ate enough to support the work, and stopped each session before fatigue could turn precise movement into ugly repetitions. The 4th targeted session ended with a quiet notice. Posterior chain correction I complete. Reward. +10 free attribute points. Grant opened the private body menu after his cooldown. Including the 10 points he'd kept in reserve, he now had 140 available. His earlier choices still made sense, and his body had provided no reason to change direction. He placed 12 points each into his hamstrings, gluteus maximus, spinal erectors, acceleration, cardiovascular capacity, deep core stability, hip stability, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, and mobility and flexibility. Lateral movement and core force transfer received 11 each. It cost 130 points to make improvements that a direct investment could have bought much more cheaply. Grant regarded that as offensive but necessary. The following football session put the decision to work. Derek met him at the line during a drive drill. No sled this time. I noticed. Ready? Yes. Derek struck as soon as Coach Delaney gave the signal. Grant accepted the contact through his shoulder and chest without letting it break his posture. His deep core held his ribs and pelvis together. His hips stayed level, his feet remained beneath him, and his stronger hamstrings and glutes kept his base from being driven backward. Derek pushed harder. Grant moved half a step to absorb the changing angle, planted, and stopped him again. They reset. On the second attempt, Derek tried to catch him high and turn him off the line. Grant dropped his center of mass, kept his knee aligned over his foot, and redirected the pressure without losing balance. Derek disengaged and looked down at Grant's legs. That's ridiculous. Grant straightened. My legs were bad. You keep saying that. They were. Derek pointed at the patch of turf Grant had refused to leave. Those aren't bad. They're getting better. Coach Delaney called the next pair forward, watching Grant with open interest now. At home, Grant finished dinner, added another helping, and began considering recovery before tomorrow's run. Maya looked from his plate to the shirt pulling tightly across his upper back. You're getting bigger. Grant glanced down at himself. That was becoming difficult to deny. 3. The scale is not broken. By the next football session, Grant's body had become difficult to ignore and even harder to dress. He noticed the problem while pulling on his practice trousers. The waistband still fastened, but the fabric gripped his thighs and seat far more tightly than it had the previous week. His undershirt stretched across his chest, and the sleeves had begun negotiating with his upper arms. Derek noticed him tugging at the hem. You wash that on hot? No. Then why does it look painted on? Grant looked down. Successful training. That's not how shirts work. It's exactly how shirts work. They remain the same size while I improve. Derek made an offended noise and stepped onto the locker room scale. He waited for the display, stepped off, then pointed at Grant. Your turn. Grant removed his shoes and climbed on. The displayed weight settled high enough above the figure in his inherited memories that he checked his stance, then stepped off and tried again. The same number appeared. Derek leaned closer. That scale's broken. It measured you correctly. It measured me normally. You've apparently swallowed a defensive back. 2 other players crowded near enough to read the display. One laughed, then stopped after looking properly at Grant's shoulders. Grant tested the scale a 3rd time, placing his feet in the same position and keeping his weight centered. The reading remained steady. Rapid muscular gain should have been impossible at this rate, even with ideal training, nutrition, and recovery. Water and glycogen could explain part of it. They couldn't explain the trousers, the tighter sleeves, or the extra thickness visible through his upper back. He turned toward the long mirror beside the lockers. The changes weren't dramatic enough to make him look like a different person. They were worse than that. They were precise enough that anyone familiar with him would notice. His waist remained controlled, but his chest, shoulders, thighs, and glutes had all gained visible mass. His posture had improved too, making every addition harder to dismiss. Derek tapped the scale with his foot. Broken. Grant folded his arms. The sleeves tightened further. You're blaming reliable equipment because you dislike its conclusion. I dislike impossible conclusions. Coach Delaney entered from the equipment room, took in the gathering, and looked from Grant to the scale. What's the problem? Derek pointed. Mercer's gained enough weight to break physics. Coach Delaney studied Grant's uniform, then the display. Testing room. After practice. Grant smiled. A scale could be doubted. Measurements, sprint times, and contact performance would be considerably less accommodating. Coach Delaney's testing room contained a medical scale, a measuring tape, a body composition scanner, and none of Derek's confidence that insulting the equipment would fix it. Grant stood barefoot while Delaney checked his weight twice, measured his waist, chest, upper arms, thighs, and hips, then compared everything against the preseason record. Derek watched from the doorway. Water weight. Coach Delaney wrote down another measurement. Water doesn't usually widen shoulders. Maybe Mercer's storing it competitively. Grant flexed one thigh while Delaney positioned the tape. That would still be an impressive adaptation. Stop enjoying this. I have more muscle than I had last week. What part should upset me? Coach Delaney finished the measurements and set down the tape. Size doesn't tell me whether it's useful. Outside. He marked a short acceleration lane on the practice field and placed timing sensors at the start and finish. Grant took his stance, careful not to force the position lower than his mobility allowed. When Delaney signaled, he drove forward with short steps, kept his torso angle stable, and allowed his stride to lengthen only after he had built momentum. The first run felt clean. The second felt cleaner after he adjusted his rear foot pressure. On the third, he concentrated on projecting his hips forward without reaching ahead with his feet. Delaney recorded each result without announcing it. Derek folded his arms. Conveniently private. You're standing beside him, Grant said. He could be writing grocery lists. Coach Delaney looked up. Holt, get the contact pad. The final test used a padded blocking sled fitted with force and movement sensors. Grant struck it from a football stance, absorbed the initial resistance through a braced trunk, then drove until Delaney called time. The added mass helped, but mass alone couldn't explain whether his hips stayed stable or his feet kept producing force. Grant reset for another attempt. This time he changed nothing except his contact height. The sled traveled differently, confirming what he had suspected. Some of the new body weight was already useful. His improved posterior chain let him transfer more of it through the ground instead of hanging it uselessly behind his shoulders. Cosmetic growth still mattered to him. He had standards. It simply wasn't allowed to interfere with movement. After the final drive, Coach Delaney collected the sensor unit and headed inside. I'll compare these with your last testing sheet. Derek followed closely. And when the numbers say water weight? Grant fell into step beside him. You may apologize to the scale. I'm not apologizing to furniture. Then you'd better hope the timing sensors are also broken. The timing sensors survived Grant's accusation. Coach Delaney spread the current results and Grant's preseason testing sheet across his desk, then weighted both pages with a stopwatch when Derek leaned close enough to breathe on them. His weight is up, Derek said. We established that when you accused the scale of conspiracy, Grant replied. Coach Delaney tapped the measurement columns. Grant's waist had barely changed, while his chest, upper arms, hips, and thighs had all increased. The pattern ruled out most of Derek's preferred explanations before the performance results entered the discussion. Derek tried anyway. Water can go to your legs. It can, Grant said. It usually doesn't improve them. Coach Delaney moved the acceleration sheet beside the measurements. Every timed run was faster than Grant's previous test, including the slowest attempt. The improvement wasn't confined to the opening steps either. His acceleration remained cleaner through the entire measured distance. Derek read the page twice. The sensors might be fast. Only when timing me? They could like you. That would make them excellent judges of character. Coach Delaney ignored them and turned to the sled results. Grant's added mass had produced more contact force, but the movement sensors showed the more useful change. He maintained pressure longer, lost less force through his trunk, and kept driving instead of rising after impact. You're heavier, faster, and transferring force better, Delaney said. That's not water weight. Derek looked between the sheets. It's still too quick. Grant agreed with that much. Yes. That answer disturbed Derek more than an argument would have. You're admitting it? I know what ordinary adaptation looks like. This isn't ordinary. Coach Delaney studied him. Anything you're taking that I need to know about? Food, sleep, and training. How much food? An improving amount. Delaney held his gaze for another moment, then nodded. Grant's performance was strange, but it was internally consistent. The weight appeared where trained tissue should appear. His movement had improved rather than deteriorated. Nothing about the tests suggested a shortcut that had left his body unable to use what it gained. Derek picked up the preseason sheet. So he gets bigger and faster? At the moment, Delaney said. Which means you should stop waiting for him to slow down. That landed harder than any joke Grant could have made. Back in the locker room, Derek returned the old sheet and watched Grant struggle to pull his practice trousers comfortably over his thighs. You've beaten the scale, Derek said. Your pants are winning. The waistband fastened with a degree of resistance Grant considered disrespectful. He looked down at the strained fabric. Temporary advantage. The trousers retained their temporary advantage through the rest of the week. Grant completed the established daily routine without turning each morning into a fresh experiment. The work itself had become familiar. The results hadn't. Every completed day added more points, and the 14th consecutive completion produced an additional notice. 14-day consistency complete. Reward. Plus 15 free attribute points. By the end of the 7-day stretch, he had earned 140 points from the daily routine and 15 from the consistency task. Added to the 10 already held in reserve, that gave him 165 available. He spent 15 on his hamstrings and 14 each on his gluteus maximus, spinal erectors, core force transfer, acceleration, lateral movement, cardiovascular capacity, deep core stability, hip stability, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, and mobility and flexibility. The precise investments cost far more than improving the headline attributes directly, but Grant wanted every new pound supported by a body capable of using it. That left 10 points unspent and his entire lower body structure considerably less willing to behave like an afterthought. At dinner, Dana Mercer looked at the amount of food on Grant's plate, then at the serving dishes. Didn't you already have chicken? Yes. And potatoes? Yes. Maya pointed her fork at him. He's growing sideways. Grant glanced at his shoulders. In several carefully selected directions. Dana reached for the shopping list beside the counter and added another note. More chicken. Rice would also be useful, Grant said. She wrote that down too, then looked at the trousers pulling tight across his thighs as he stood to collect another helping. Her pen returned to the paper. Grant watched her. What was that one? New trousers. These still fit. Maya leaned sideways to inspect the waistband. They're performing a public service. The fit is slightly athletic. The button is under load, Dana said. I'm not waiting for it to become a projectile. Grant accepted that his mother had identified a legitimate safety concern. More importantly, the clothes, food, scale, and football results had reached the same conclusion. He could conceal the private system. He couldn't conceal its effects while living with his family, attending school, and training in front of teammates. Trying would only make people more suspicious. The sensible answer was to give them a visible cause they could understand. He would train openly, eat openly, and let everyone conclude that Grant Mercer had finally become unusually disciplined. Football practice already provided the perfect explanation. It also provided resistance, sprinting, contact work, conditioning, and an entire team willing to compete with him. Grant took the second helping. Tomorrow, he would find out how useful football could become. 4. Football is still useful. Football proved useful before Grant reached the first contact drill. Coach Delaney started practice with acceleration releases and stance work. Grant settled opposite Derek, checked the width of his feet, and adjusted his rear foot until he could drive forward without letting his hips rise ahead of his shoulders. Derek watched the correction. You've changed. Grant looked up. The scale already established that. Not the size. Derek pointed at his stance. You care where your feet go now. They've always gone underneath me. You know what I mean. Last month, you wanted beach muscles. Now you're treating warm-ups like an exam. Grant considered that unfair. I also wanted useful muscles. No, you wanted bigger arms. I still want bigger arms. I've expanded my ambitions. The whistle sent them forward. Grant drove through 3 controlled steps, reset, and repeated the release. Football stances placed demands on his ankles, hips, and trunk that ordinary gym work couldn't reproduce. Every bad angle announced itself through wasted force. Every clean repetition connected the ground to his shoulders without letting his knees collapse or his torso leak pressure. Derek finished his set and shook his head. You're enjoying footwork. I'm enjoying improvement. That's worse. Coach Delaney approached before Grant could explain why competent foot placement made almost every athletic activity better. He looked over both stances, nudged Derek's lead foot inward, then tapped Grant between the shoulder blades. Less tension here. You need enough stiffness to transfer force, not so much that you can't react. Grant released some of the unnecessary tension and tested the position again. The adjustment let him move more freely without weakening his brace. Derek noticed his expression. Don't smile, coach just corrected you. That's why I'm smiling. Normal people don't like being wrong. Normal people remain wrong longer than necessary. Coach Delaney blew the whistle again. Save the philosophy. We're running pursuit angles, tackle fits, brace recoveries, and then the contact circuit. Several players complained about the final item. Grant examined the equipment being moved into place. Angled bags would force direction changes. The brace station would punish poor trunk control. The contact circuit combined acceleration, lateral movement, leverage, and repeated impact against opponents who actively resisted. A gym required Grant to choose separate exercises for all of that. Football practice had arranged them into one session and supplied competitors. Derek caught him looking. Whatever you're thinking, stop. Grant set his mouthguard between his teeth. I'm thinking beach muscles were inefficient. Derek's suspicion deepened as Coach Delaney called them toward the first pursuit lane. Grant stepped forward, eager to discover how much technique the sport could force him to learn. The first pursuit lane rewarded Grant for listening and punished him whenever instinct replaced technique. A teammate carried the ball toward the sideline while Grant started several yards behind and inside. Chasing directly would surrender the edge. Grant widened his path, tracked the runner's near hip rather than the movement of his shoulders, then shortened his final steps before making controlled contact with the pad. Coach Delaney pointed back toward the start. Again, you arrived upright. I completed the angle. You completed half the job. Get your hips underneath you before contact. Grant returned without arguing. On the second attempt, he lowered through his hips instead of folding at the waist, kept his head clear of the contact line, and drove through the tackle fit with his feet still active. Delaney nodded once. Better. Narrower lane. Derek moved behind Grant in the queue. You know he makes it harder when you improve. That's how improvement works. Most people try to make practice easier. Most people aren't built like me. Derek looked pointedly at Grant's shoulders. Nobody else is currently built like you. The narrower lane forced Grant to commit sooner. Delaney then changed the runner's starting point, added a late cut, and reduced the space available for correcting a bad approach. Grant treated each alteration as a separate technical problem. His acceleration got him close, but controlled footwork put him in position to tackle. Strength mattered after contact. It couldn't repair an angle that had already lost the runner. The bracing station exposed different weaknesses. Grant planted against a padded shield while another player applied force from changing directions. He kept his ribs stacked over his pelvis, distributed pressure through both feet, and resisted the temptation to stiffen every muscle at once. Delaney struck the side of the shield. Grant absorbed it, shifted, and recovered his base. Too slow, Delaney said. You're holding the brace after the force changes. Grant relaxed sooner on the next repetition and reset before the second impact arrived. Derek frowned. You're turning tackling practice into core training. It is core training. It's football. Those aren't mutually exclusive. By the time they reached the live tackling section, Delaney had removed the generous starting distances and combined the separate demands. Grant would have to accelerate, take the correct pursuit angle, fit the tackle safely, maintain his brace, and recover without pausing between repetitions. A private training system notice appeared at the edge of his vision. Perfect contact drill. Finish the coach's contact circuit with no missed tackle or lost brace repetition. Reward. +15 free attribute points. Coach Delaney raised his whistle. Continuous circuit. One mistake means you restart. Grant settled into position while Derek joined the opposing line. Football had just become even more useful. The whistle cut through Grant's private satisfaction. He drove from his stance and reached the first runner before the sideline cone. The runner cut inside. Grant shortened his steps, matched the change without crossing his feet, and fitted his near shoulder against the padded hip while keeping his head clear. His arms wrapped, his hips followed, and the runner stopped moving forward. Release and go, Coach Delaney called. Grant disengaged and accelerated toward the brace station. A player struck the shield from the front, then again from his left. Grant absorbed both impacts through bent knees and stable hips, released the unnecessary tension between strikes, and recovered without letting his feet narrow. The next pursuit began before he had fully cleared the station. Delaney's continuous circuit left no time to admire a good repetition. Grant had to recognize the new angle, control his approach, make contact, and move immediately into the next demand. Derek waited at the final contact lane with a blocking pad against his chest. He smiled around his mouthguard. Coach said hard contact. Grant lowered into position. You generally provide that. Derek hit him properly. He drove from a balanced stance, kept his hands inside, and transferred enough force through the pad that Grant felt it from his chest to the cleats digging into the turf. A week earlier, Grant's upper body might have absorbed the impact while his hips and trunk struggled to keep it useful. Now his brace held, his glutes and hamstrings supported the position, his spinal erectors kept his torso from folding, and the force traveled into the ground instead of pushing his shoulders away from his base. Derek reset and struck harder. Grant gave him nothing except a sharper exhale. "Move him, Holt," Delaney called. "I'm attempting to," Derek said. "Attempt harder." Derek's third drive was his best. Grant recognized the improved foot pressure before contact and adjusted his own stance by half a step. The pad hit. His body accepted the load, maintained alignment, and returned it through his legs. Derek stopped advancing. Grant smiled behind his mouthguard. "That was good. You didn't move. That was also good." The whistle sent Grant through the remaining stations. Fatigue made every technical detail more expensive, but it didn't change the requirements. He completed the final pursuit angle, wrapped cleanly, recovered his balance, and crossed the finish without a missed tackle or lost brace. Perfect contact drill complete. Reward: +15 free attribute points. Grant dismissed the private notice as Coach Delaney checked the circuit sheet. Derek bent forward with his hands on his thighs, breathing hard enough to postpone further complaints. Delaney looked from the clean record to Grant, then toward the larger players working at the far contact station. His expression suggested Grant's reward wouldn't be limited to points. Coach Delaney made his decision before Derek recovered enough breath to object. "Mercer, you're moving to the heavy contact group." Derek straightened. "That's supposed to be a reward?" "It isn't for you," Delaney said. "You're staying here." Grant collected his mouthguard from the turf. "Your assistance was valuable. I hit you as hard as I could." "Yes. It qualified me for promotion." Derek's expression suggested he regretted being competent. The heavier group removed any danger of Grant becoming satisfied with himself. His first opponent outweighed Derek and knew how to use the advantage. The initial strike drove Grant back 2 steps before he widened his base and restored pressure through his hips. Coach Delaney immediately pointed at Grant's feet. "Too narrow at contact. All that strength is useless if you give him a straight line through your stance." Grant reset and corrected the width. On the next repetition, he absorbed the first drive without being displaced, but the opposing player changed direction and forced him to recover laterally. That was considerably better. The contact group gave him enough force to expose weaknesses that lighter practice couldn't reach. His improved trunk stability kept his torso aligned, but maintaining that alignment while reacting still demanded more hip stability, stronger connective tissue, and better movement under load. Each successful correction allowed Delaney to find a harder variation. Completing his established daily routine that day and on each of the next 7 days added another 160 free attribute points. Combined with the 15 from the contact drill, Grant had 175 new points to spend. He kept the same structural priorities that had made the promotion possible. 16 points each went into his hamstrings, gluteus maximus, spinal erectors, acceleration, lateral movement, cardiovascular capacity, deep core stability, hip stability, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, and mobility and flexibility. The remaining 15 went into core force transfer. The precision tax consumed the points quickly, but the results were exact. By the end of the 8th day, strength had increased to 42.05, agility to 26.95, and physique to 50.25. His maximum HP reached 1105, while 10 free attribute points remained unspent. At lunch, Derek examined Grant's loaded tray, then looked at the space Grant's shoulders now occupied beside him. "You're getting bigger again. I'm also getting harder to move. I noticed. Coach moved you into a group of human buildings." Grant added another carton of milk to his tray. "They're very useful." Derek shook his head. "You're the only person who treats getting hit by larger people as a training benefit." Grant looked through the cafeteria windows toward the practice field. The daily routine could provide points, but football supplied resistance that adjusted whenever he improved. As long as Coach Delaney could find people strong enough to create new problems, Grant intended to keep solving them. 200 is not twice as fun. 6 mornings after Coach Delaney promoted him into the heavy contact group, Grant woke expecting another useful day. His body had adapted to the established workload, football continued to expose technical weaknesses, and the training system kept supplying enough points to correct them. Then he opened the private panel. Today's requirement: 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 200 squats, and 20 kilometers. Reward upon completion: plus 20 free attribute points. Grant frowned at the system. It was a genuine frown. He checked the date, confirmed that 30 days had passed since his arrival, and read the requirement again. The numbers remained exactly as offensive as they had been the first time. 200 is not twice as fun, he said. The system offered no amendment. Grant could perform every repetition. That wasn't the problem. 200 push-ups required sensible management of his shoulders and elbows. 200 squats added fatigue to muscles already being used at football practice. 200 sit-ups weren't how he would have chosen to train his trunk, but the system had never requested his professional opinion. The 20 kilometers created the real difficulty. 10 had fitted around school and football because Grant had learned where to place them. Doubling the distance took time he didn't possess unless something else moved. Maya caught his expression when he entered the kitchen. She lowered her spoon. "Why do you look personally betrayed?" "My training requirement doubled." "All of it?" "Yes." She considered his expanding shoulders. "Maybe it noticed you were enjoying yourself." Dana set a plate in front of him. "Can you complete it safely?" "Yes," Grant said. "Safety isn't the issue." Ray looked over the rim of his coffee. "What is?" Grant checked the time. "The continued refusal of an ordinary day to become longer when my workload increases." Maya nodded solemnly. "Very inconsiderate." Dana pointed toward his breakfast. "School, meals, and sleep aren't becoming optional." "Neither is football practice," Grant said. "That wasn't permission to remove one of the others." "I understood." Grant ate while examining the schedule on his phone. Classes occupied the same hours as yesterday. Practice still ended at the same time. Homework, travel, food, recovery, and sleep all remained stubbornly necessary. The work would fit, but not in the comfortable place he'd made for the old requirement. Before he performed a single repetition, Grant needed to reorganize the entire day. Grant worked backward from bedtime. Sleep stayed fixed because cutting recovery to create training time would make the increased workload harder tomorrow. Classes and football practice couldn't move. Meals needed enough space around the running blocks to avoid either hunger or the unpleasant consequences of exercising on a full stomach. He divided the repetitions into 4 sets of 50 and placed 2 before school and 2 after practice. The 20 kilometers became 3 separate runs, with the longest scheduled before breakfast and the shortest left for the evening. That kept the harder work away from football while giving his hips, knees, and ankles time to recover between impacts. The first morning block confirmed the plan was possible rather than pleasant. Grant maintained a controlled pace through the run, then moved through the push-ups, sit-ups, and squats without sacrificing range of motion. 50 repetitions felt easy. Repeating the set after a short rest made the doubled volume considerably more honest. He showered, dressed, and returned to the kitchen with 8 food containers. Rice filled the first layer. Chicken, vegetables, fruit, and additional snacks followed while Grant calculated what he would need to replace before practice and what had to wait until afterward. Dana entered while he was closing the 6th container. She stopped beside the counter. "That's enough food for 3 people. Only if the 3 people are eating insufficiently. Is any of it for the rest of us?" Grant examined the containers. "There's more chicken in the refrigerator." Dana opened the refrigerator, looked inside, then handed him a roll of tape and a marker. "Label what's yours. I know which ones are mine. The rest of us don't. Your father will take one for lunch, Maya will accuse him of stealing your emergency protein, and somehow I'll have to settle it." Grant accepted the marker. That sequence does sound probable. He wrote Grant across 6 containers. Dana tapped the remaining 2. "Those? Also mine." She handed the marker back. By the end of classes, Grant had eaten 2 labeled meals and completed another set without allowing training to interfere with school. Football practice supplied enough physical stress without being treated as free mileage, so he kept his technique clean and saved the remaining work for afterward. The final calisthenics set was slower, but his shoulders stayed stable, his knees tracked correctly, and his trunk remained controlled. When Grant checked the private counter that evening, every repetition was complete. Only the last running block remained. The evening run began well enough. Grant's breathing settled quickly, his stride remained relaxed, and the fatigue from football practice stayed manageable while he moved through Cedar Ridge. The plan had preserved enough energy to finish. It hadn't preserved enough to make finishing comfortable. The final kilometers hurt. His calves tightened each time the road rose. His hip flexors objected whenever he allowed his stride to lengthen, and the accumulated work in his hamstrings made every change of pace more expensive. Grant shortened his steps, kept his feet landing beneath him, and maintained a steady cadence instead of trying to escape the discomfort by running faster. Speed would have ended the run sooner. It also would have increased the chance of letting his posture fail before the distance was complete. Grant refused to trade several saved minutes for poor mechanics and worse recovery. He checked his private counter at the next corner. The remaining distance had become small enough to tempt him into a finishing sprint. He dismissed the idea and kept his ribs stacked over his pelvis, his shoulders loose, and his hips level. The system wanted 20 kilometers. Grant intended to give it 20 good ones. The Mercer house came into view while his legs were negotiating for reduced standards. Grant ignored them, passed the driveway, and continued until the counter reached the exact distance. He slowed to a walk rather than stopping, letting his breathing and heart rate settle while he completed the planned cooldown. The system waited. Grant walked another circuit of the block, testing his stride for unevenness. Both calves were tired without cramping. His knees remained comfortable. His breathing recovered within the time he'd allowed, and he still had enough evening left for food, mobility work, a shower, and sleep. Only then did the private panel update. Daily training complete. Reward. +20 free attribute points. Month 1 complete. Reward. +25 free attribute points. Grant accepted both rewards with considerably more affection than he'd felt toward the requirement that morning. Maya was waiting near the garage when he returned. She examined his tired expression. "Did you win your argument with the training plan?" "I completed everything it demanded." "That wasn't what I asked." Grant considered the distinction. "No, it still made me run 20 kilometers. Maya smiled. "At least you're done. For today." Her smile widened when Grant looked toward the clock. The doubled requirement would return tomorrow, and the system had already established that complaints weren't a recognized form of completion. Derek asked about the doubled training requirement the next school morning while Grant changed for football practice. "How long did 200 of everything take?" "Longer than 100. I understood that part." "Then the explanation is complete." Derek looked offended. "You usually enjoy explaining training." "I enjoyed analyzing it. I don't intend to narrate every repetition after proving the plan works." The increased workload became part of Grant's day after that. He completed the separate blocks around classes and practice, ate the meals Dana had made him label, and protected his sleep instead of trying to recover through stubbornness. The work remained demanding, but it stopped requiring constant attention. He knew when to run, when to perform each set, and when fatigue required a slower pace rather than worse form. By the end of the 8th day, those daily completions had supplied 160 free attribute points. Month 1 complete had added another 25. Grant kept the structural priorities that had allowed him to handle the extra volume without abandoning football or ordinary life. 17 points each went into his hamstrings, gluteus maximus, spinal erectors, acceleration, cardiovascular capacity, deep core stability, hip stability, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, and mobility and flexibility. 16 points each went into lateral movement and core force transfer. The precision tax consumed all 185 new points, but the targeted changes brought strength to 52.10, agility to 31.90, and physique to 63.00. His maximum HP increased to 1360, while 10 free attribute points remained unspent. On the following school morning, Grant crossed the gym without thinking about push-ups, sit-ups, squats, or the kilometers waiting later. The schedule existed. He would complete it. For now, a basketball rolling across the floor required more immediate attention. Grant changed direction, planted his outside foot, and lowered through his hips to collect the ball without losing balance. The movement felt clean. His stronger posterior chain controlled the deceleration, while improved hip stability kept his knee aligned. He rose, turned, and sent the ball back toward the court. Derek followed its path. "The basketball coach is watching you." Grant looked toward the sideline. Coach Nora Price caught the ball, tucked it against her hip, and continued studying the way he moved. "She appears observant," Grant said. Derek glanced at Grant's height, then at the basketball coach. "I don't think she's interested in your football stance." Coach Price's attention stayed on Grant as he walked toward the locker room. 6. You are too tall for football. A second basketball arrived before Grant reached the locker room doors. The pass sailed over its intended receiver and toward the sideline. Grant planted, reached above his head, and caught it one-handed before it could strike the wall. The ball's momentum pulled his shoulder back, but his trunk stayed braced and his feet remained beneath him. He returned it with a firm chest pass. The basketball player caught it cleanly, turned, and resumed the drill without breaking stride. Grant recognized the difference immediately. His own catch had relied on reach, coordination, and considerably improved balance. The other boy handled the ball as though it had arrived exactly where expected. Coach Price stepped into Grant's path. "Mercer." Grant stopped. "Coach." Nora Price looked him over with the direct assessment of someone considering equipment she hadn't ordered but might still find useful. "You're too tall to waste yourself only on football." Grant glanced toward Derek, who had remained nearby specifically to enjoy this conversation. "Football has been useful." "I didn't say it wasn't." Coach Price tucked the ball against her hip. "I said only football is a waste." Derek folded his arms. "He's a linebacker." "Yes," Coach Price said. "I've seen the uniform." Grant looked across the gym. The basketball team moved through a passing drill at a pace that made the earlier loose ball appear unusual. Shoes changed direction against the polished floor. Players caught, pivoted, and released without pausing to organize their hands. Their movements weren't complicated individually, but the transitions were fast, precise, and thoroughly practiced. "I don't play basketball," Grant said. Coach Price nodded. "That was obvious from the way you returned the ball." Derek made an appreciative noise. Grant ignored him. The pass reached its target. With enough force to qualify as a warning. Coach Price's mouth shifted slightly. "Your foot placement was good. So was the catch. You changed direction earlier without letting your knee collapse inward, and you're moving better every week." That assessment earned more of Grant's attention. "You were watching my knee?" "I coach movement attached to tall people." She gestured toward the court. "Basketball would improve your footwork, lateral control, deceleration, and coordination. Football would benefit." Grant considered the claim. It was mechanically sound, which made dismissing it inconvenient. Coach Price bounced the ball once and caught it. "You have reach, strength, and enough athletic ability to learn. What you don't have is basketball skill." "That sounds less like recruitment and more like criticism." "It can be both." She held his gaze. "Give me one session and prove I'm wasting my time." Grant appreciated that Coach Price had offered a measurable test. He appreciated considerably less that she'd chosen one capable of interfering with an already crowded schedule. "I have football practice," he said. "I also have schoolwork and a conditioning plan that currently occupies an unreasonable portion of every day." Coach Price nodded. "One session." "I don't own basketball shoes." "Clean athletic shoes will survive the experience." "I haven't practiced dribbling, shooting, or passing." "That would explain why I'm inviting you to practice." Derek leaned against the wall beside them, enjoying Grant's failure to make the objections effective. "You should probably stop giving her reasons you need coaching." Grant ignored him. "Football already trains acceleration, contact balance, and lateral movement. It trains them for football." Coach Price bounced the ball once, then caught it without looking down. "You accelerate into people. My players accelerate into space. You brace for contact. They decelerate, cut, jump, land, and change direction while controlling a ball and watching 9 other people." That was also mechanically sound. Grant examined the team again. A guard crossed the court while switching the ball between hands below knee height. His hips stayed low, his chest remained upright, and each footfall prepared the next change of direction. Grant possessed far more force than the player. He did not possess that control. The private panel opened. Basketball fundamentals. Make 500 free throws and 200 layups, split evenly by hand. Reward upon completion. +20 free attribute points. Grant read the requirement twice. 700 successful shots wasn't a casual experiment. Misses wouldn't advance the counter, and dividing the work evenly by hand guaranteed his weaker side couldn't hide behind his dominant one. The task demanded actual practice, not enough athleticism to survive a single session. 20 points changed the calculation considerably. Coach Price watched his expression sharpen. "You found an argument I haven't heard?" "No," Grant said. "I'm reconsidering the value of specialized coordination work." Derek looked between them. That sounded suspiciously like surrender. "It's an evidence-based revision." Coach Price handed Grant the ball. He accepted it automatically, settling its unfamiliar width across both palms. The surface caught against his fingertips, and the balance felt different from every piece of training equipment he knew well. "You'll be bad at first," she said. Grant turned the ball once while considering 500 free throws, 200 layups, and the deliberate irritation of making half with his weaker hand. "Temporarily." Derek laughed. "There he is." Grant looked back at Coach Price. "How long does the gym stay unlocked?" "Long enough," Coach Price said. "Come back after football practice." Grant returned to the basketball gym with tired legs, clean shoes, and the expectation that strength would compensate for a lack of refinement during the opening attempts. His first free throw struck the backboard hard enough to rebound beyond the free throw line. Several basketball players laughed. Grant caught the ball on its return. That contained more force than necessary. "One way to describe it," Coach Price said. His second attempt clipped the front of the rim. The third passed beneath it without touching anything. That earned a louder reaction from the players waiting near the sideline. Derek had remained after football practice for reasons he claimed were supportive. "You know the ball goes through the hoop, right? I had identified the objective." Coach Price stepped beside Grant. "Your upper body is trying to do everything. Stop throwing the ball from your shoulders. Put your shooting side foot slightly forward, keep your elbow under the ball, and let your legs start the motion." Grant reset. His stance had been too square, his elbows too wide, and his release driven by pressing strength instead of coordinated extension. He adjusted his base, kept his guide hand quiet, and allowed his knees and hips to contribute before extending through his shooting arm. The ball struck the rim and dropped through. The private counter advanced. Grant caught the return pass and repeated the movement. The next shot missed to the right. He corrected the position of his elbow and made the one after it. His percentage remained unimpressive, but the misses became narrower as each repetition supplied useful information. Coach Price folded her arms. "Now use your left hand." The first left-handed attempt was worse than his original shot. The team enjoyed that one too. Grant rebuilt the movement from the floor upward. Shooting side foot forward, stable base, elbow beneath the ball, smooth extension. His left wrist lacked the control of his right, but weakness that could be isolated could be trained. By the time Coach Price moved him to layups, the laughter had become occasional rather than constant. Grant initially planted from the wrong foot, carried too much horizontal speed, and sent the ball too firmly off the backboard. Once she corrected the sequence, he reduced his approach, took off from the foot opposite his shooting hand, and used the marked square to control the angle. Right hand, left foot takeoff. Left hand, right foot takeoff. The private counter continued climbing while the basketball players stopped treating every attempt as entertainment. One of them collected Grant's last rebound and passed it back instead of keeping the ball for his own drill. Grant settled it into his left hand. The player nodded toward the basket. Again. Grant turned toward the line. Obviously. Across the 8 days of Coach Price's experiment, Grant kept the double daily requirement fitted around school and football while returning to the basketball gym whenever she permitted it. His free throws became repeatable instead of accidental. His layups stopped striking the backboard like warnings, and his left hand gradually learned to perform movements his right had understood much sooner. At the final session, basketball fundamentals weighted on one left-handed free throw and one layup with each hand. Coach Price stood beneath the basket with her arms folded. "Don't rush because you're close. I don't rush technical repetitions. You threw your first shot hard enough to threaten someone on the opposite side of the court. That was before I possessed technical repetitions." Grant set his left foot slightly forward, settled the ball, and let the movement begin through his legs. His elbow stayed beneath the ball. His arm extended without forcing the release, and his wrist finished the motion. The ball passed through the center of the hoop. He collected it and moved to the right side. 3 controlled steps brought him toward the basket. Grant planted from his left foot, lifted through his right knee, and guided the ball off the marked square with his right hand. The final left-handed layup required the opposite sequence. His approach stayed measured, his right foot supplied the takeoff, and his left hand placed the ball softly against the glass. It dropped through. Basketball fundamentals complete. Reward. +20 free attribute points. Coach Price caught the ball beneath the rim. "Still think basketball is wasting your time?" "No," Grant said. "Basketball was a very good idea." The 8 daily completions had supplied another 160 points. Grant combined them with the task reward and spent the planned 180 points privately. 17 each went into hamstrings, gluteus maximus, deep core stability, and hip stability. 16 each went into spinal erectors, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, mobility and flexibility, cardiovascular capacity, acceleration, lateral movement, and core force transfer. Strength increased to 62.00, agility to 36.70, and physique to 75.30. His maximum HP reached 1606, and 10 free attribute points remained unspent. Coach Price tucked the ball against her hip. "Then I'll see you again." "As cross-training," Grant said. "As long as you keep showing up." Grant accepted that condition. Basketball had earned a permanent place beside football in his established routine. He'd also finished 2 more books during the week, bringing his cumulative total to 6, but the additional gym time had made the remaining schoolwork considerably less cooperative. Apparently useful ideas preferred to compete for the same hours. 7. Math has points too. The remaining schoolwork became openly hostile during mathematics. Grant had finished his morning training, attended football practice the previous afternoon, and stayed late enough for Coach Price to correct his left-handed dribble. None of those activities helped when the teacher covered the board with a problem Grant's inherited memories recognized without providing a useful solution. He copied it carefully. "The district mathematics Olympiad is next week," the teacher said. "Westhaven Central can send 4 students. We'll hold a supervised qualification round on Friday." Several students immediately looked toward Evan Pike. Evan didn't react. As the strongest mathematics student in their year, he'd apparently reached the stage where qualification was treated less as a possibility and more as administrative confirmation. "The 4 highest scores will represent the school," the teacher continued. "The district winner receives formal academic recognition, and strong results are considered by several professional academies." Grant looked up from the unfinished problem. "What is first place worth academically?" A laugh came from 2 seats over. Evan turned in his chair. "You're asking about first place?" "Yes. You don't need to worry about first place." Grant considered that answer. That didn't contain a value. A few students laughed, although not at Grant this time. The teacher set down the marker. "There's no course credit attached, if that's what you mean. It carries recognition, strengthens academy applications, and qualifies the winner for the state competition." "Thank you," Grant said. Evan studied him more directly. "Are you planning to enter?" "I'm evaluating it." "You've never competed." "That's why I asked what it was worth." Evan's smile sharpened. "People prepare for these for years. You don't walk in because basketball practice made your schedule interesting." Grant glanced at the problem on the board. Evan had already completed it. His work was compact, orderly, and correct, while Grant was still separating the useful information from the distractions built into the wording. The skill gap was real. That made Evan's confidence considerably less irritating than it might have been. He wasn't protecting an empty reputation. He had invested years into a field Grant had treated as ordinary schoolwork. Grant respected investment. He also understood adaptation, workload, and measurable competition. "How difficult is the qualification round?" Grant asked. Evan gave a short laugh. "For you?" "For the 4 people who qualify." The bell rang before Evan could answer. Chairs shifted, conversations resumed, and students began packing away their books. Grant remained seated long enough to copy the final steps of the board solution. His schedule was already crowded, and mathematics wouldn't become easier merely because he approached it seriously. That sounded like a reason to approach it seriously. The training system agreed before Grant left the classroom. The private panel opened above his notebook, bringing his existing reading task forward and placing a new academic task beneath it. Read 10 books. Progress. 6 of 10. Reward upon completion. +10 free attribute points. Olympiad qualification. Place high enough in the supervised school selection round to qualify. Reward upon completion. +15 free attribute points. Grant studied both entries. Books and mathematics apparently paid the same currency as squats. The training system had an admirably broad definition of training. That night, he claimed one end of the Mercer kitchen table with his mathematics textbook, the qualification syllabus, 2 library books, a timer, and a fresh notebook. He'd already completed the day's physical work. His remaining problem was fitting serious academic preparation around school, football, basketball, recovery, meals, and enough sleep to prevent the entire arrangement from becoming stupid. Maya entered for a drink, stopped beside the table, and examined the written schedule. "Are you assigning rest periods to homework?" "Study periods," Grant said. "The rest periods are between them." She picked up the notebook. 40 minutes of mathematics, 10 minutes off, 40 minutes of reading, then another mathematics block. Yes. You've periodized homework. Unstructured volume produces unreliable results. It's algebra, Grant. That explains why I'm not using a barbell. Maya returned the notebook with the careful expression of someone refusing to encourage him. I'm going upstairs before you start tracking progressive overload on pencils. Grant set the timer and opened the qualification practice set. He didn't begin by racing through problems. He worked until he reached an answer, checked it, then recorded every failure in the second half of the notebook. Problem type, incorrect step, cause, correct method, retest result. The first page filled faster than he liked. He dropped negative signs, chose inefficient approaches, and twice misunderstood what a problem was asking before calculation even began. His inherited classroom knowledge was adequate. Olympiad preparation demanded considerably more. When the timer sounded, Grant stopped instead of extending the block simply because he was dissatisfied. Training while fatigued could reinforce poor movement. Studying carelessly could reinforce poor reasoning. He stood, stretched his hips and back, drank water, and returned when the 10-minute break ended. The reading task could advance alongside the material he needed for qualification, but only if he actually finished the books. Grant reset the timer, opened the first one, and began treating the academic gap like any other weakness that had finally become measurable. Measuring the academic gap didn't make it smaller. The next morning, Grant placed his error log on the teacher's desk before class. 3 pages already contained failed problems, corrected methods, and retest attempts. Several mistakes had repeated despite his preference that once should have been educational enough. The teacher turned a page. You did all of this last night? I stopped when the scheduled block ended, Grant said. I could have produced more errors, but volume wasn't the problem. Evan looked over from the next row. You're keeping records of getting questions wrong? Yes. Why? So I can stop getting the same ones wrong. The teacher tapped one entry. You're treating every problem as though it has an obvious procedure hidden inside it. These aren't ordinary exercises. Sometimes you need to test a smaller case, find a pattern, or work backward from what must be true. Grant examined the problem again. He'd spent 12 minutes forcing an algebraic approach onto something that became simple once the first few cases were written out. That's inefficient, he said. That's why you're here asking questions. Grant accepted the correction. Discipline had brought him to the desk with organized evidence. It hadn't supplied knowledge he hadn't earned. Over the following days, his established physical routine continued around school and practice while his academic blocks took over the remaining useful hours. 3 more books moved into the finished stack at home. The error log grew, but its contents changed. Repeated mistakes became less common. New mistakes appeared instead, which Grant considered progress even when they annoyed him. He used the library before class and brought specific questions rather than asking for general help. The teacher corrected his assumptions. When Evan's solution used a method Grant hadn't considered, Grant asked him to explain the choice. Evan paused. You actually want my method? You reached the answer in half the time. That appealed to Evan more than the question itself. He pulled Grant's paper closer. You're counting arrangements separately when these two produce the same result. Group them first. Grant followed the explanation, rewrote the calculation, and removed nearly half the work. Good. Evan frowned. Good? The method, you're very good at this. I know. Grant smiled slightly. That's convenient. I need a competent benchmark. By Thursday, Grant still wasn't as fast as Evan across the full practice set. He was, however, reaching correct solutions on problems he couldn't have started several days earlier. When the teacher placed one final qualification example on the board, Grant found the useful pattern before he reached for algebra. Evan noticed his raised hand. The selection round was the next morning, and Evan wasn't laughing anymore. The supervised selection round began with phones surrendered, desks separated, and a fresh set of problems placed face down. When the teacher started the timer, Grant turned the paper over and spent the first minute reading instead of attacking the first equation he recognized. Evan began writing almost immediately. Grant ignored the sound of his pencil. The first problem rewarded direct calculation. The second concealed a pattern inside several awkward cases. Grant wrote out the smallest one, tested what changed, and found the relationship before wasting time on algebra. On the third, he caught himself counting 2 equivalent arrangements separately and corrected the error before it reached the answer. He still left one problem incomplete when time ended. Discipline hadn't manufactured years of competition experience, but it had kept him from donating points through familiar mistakes. That afternoon, Grant occupied a library table with the last book required by his cumulative task. The selection results were due before the end of the day, but checking the classroom door repeatedly wouldn't make the teacher grade the papers faster. Evan entered the library and stopped across from him. Mercer. Grant held his place with one finger. Pike. You qualified. Evan sounded as though the information had personally inconvenienced him. Your name is on the list. The private panel confirmed it. Olympiad qualification complete. Reward. +15 free attribute points. Grant nodded. Good. That's all? It was the intended result. Grant returned to the book, finished the remaining page, and closed it. The private counter advanced. Read 10 books complete. Reward. +10 free attribute points. Across the 8 days, his established daily work had supplied another 160 points. Grant spent the planned 185 privately. 21 each went into calculation and quantitative reasoning, working memory, learning speed, and concentration under stress. 41 went into deep core stability, while hamstrings, gluteus maximus, and hip stability received 20 each. Strength increased to 68.00, physique to 84.45, intelligence to 21.45, and willpower to 15.15. Agility remained 36.70, wisdom 11.00, spirit 10.00, and his maximum HP reached 1789. He remained level 0 with no professional XP, and 10 free attribute points stayed unspent. Evan looked at the closed book. The district Olympiad will be harder. Grant smiled. That's why qualifying was valuable. Evan had noticed Grant's result before Grant did. More importantly, he now expected Grant to matter when the real competition began. 8. The Nerd's Object. The district mathematics Olympiad results appeared outside the school office between second and third period. By the time Grant reached the board, enough students had gathered to block the hallway. Most were reading the first line, looking at him, then reading it again as though repetition might correct an administrative error. Grant Mercer occupied first place. Grant leaned closer to confirm the spelling. The result was satisfying, although the reactions suggested it had also violated a local law of nature. Evan Pike pushed through the group with less patience than usual. He read the posted list from top to bottom, returned to the top, and turned toward Grant. You cheated. Conversation stopped around them. Grant considered the accusation. During a supervised district competition? You weren't this good last week. I was good enough to qualify. You left a problem unfinished in the selection round. Evan pointed at the board. Now you've beaten students who've trained for years. That doesn't happen in 8 days. Grant understood the arithmetic behind Evan's anger. Evan had years of practice, a strong result, and a reputation built on being the best mathematician at Westhaven Central. Grant had arrived from football practice, asked what winning was worth, and displaced him almost immediately. The conclusion was insulting, but it wasn't random. Grant folded his arms. Preparation can improve performance. Not that much. Mine did. A student near the office whispered, he does have an error log. Evan ignored her. Someone gave you the problems. The mathematics teacher arrived before Grant could answer. She took in the blocked corridor, Evan's expression, and the result sheet beneath his raised hand. What's happening? Mercer cheated, Evan said. There's no way he legitimately placed first. The teacher's expression hardened. The papers were coded, the room was supervised, and the district graded them. If you have evidence, state it. He improved too quickly. That's not evidence. It's obvious. Grant shook his head. No, it's surprising to you. Several students reacted to that, and Evan's face tightened. Then prove it. Grant looked at the crowd. A hallway argument would prove only which of them could gather more spectators between classes. Evan was too competent to be dismissed, and the accusation had become public enough that ignoring it would leave people free to choose whichever version amused them most. The teacher glanced from Evan to Grant. My classroom, lunch period. If this continues, it continues under conditions I control. The warning bell sounded, but nobody moved immediately. Grant picked up his bag. Evan wanted proof that couldn't be explained away. The teacher had just offered a procedure capable of providing it. Evan attempted to continue the argument while they walked to class. You haven't explained how you improved that quickly, he said. Grant adjusted his bag on one shoulder. You haven't provided evidence that I cheated. That result is the evidence. No, it's the result. Grant kept walking. I'm not debating it in a hallway. The accusation traveled through Westhaven Central faster than either of them did. By lunch, students who hadn't attended mathematics class knew Grant had placed first. Evan had accused him of cheating, and the teacher had ordered both of them into her classroom. Grant suspected the final version had already acquired shouting and possibly a fight. The actual confrontation was considerably more organized. The teacher cleared the front 2 desks, collected Grant's phone, and removed his books, notebook, and error log. She placed blank paper and 2 pencils in front of him, then addressed Evan. You may watch from the next desk. You may not speak, signal, move behind him, or interrupt. Evan sat down. I want to inspect his work afterward. You'll see every page when he's finished. Grant looked at the empty desk. What are the conditions? I'm choosing a fresh set of problems you haven't seen. They won't duplicate the Olympiad paper, and they'll test the same kinds of reasoning. She met his eyes. You don't need to reproduce first place under a shorter test. You need to demonstrate that the work is yours. That's reasonable. Evan leaned forward. And if he can't? Then I review the original result through the district procedure. The teacher's tone became firmer. If he can, you withdraw the accusation just as publicly as you made it. Evan glanced toward Grant. Fine. Grant smiled slightly. I accept. The teacher selected the problems while both students watched, changing the conditions and values before printing the final set. Evan inspected each page without touching it. Grant approved of the process. The questions were new, the supervision was direct, and the standard had been stated in advance. Nobody could claim afterward that Grant had chosen a favorable test. The teacher placed the pages face down. You'll have 40 minutes. Show all reasoning. If I ask you to explain a step afterward, you'll do it without changing your written solution. Grant rolled 1 pencil between his fingers. May I begin with any problem? Yes. Good. Evan folded his arms, prepared to catch something dishonest. The teacher started the timer. Grant turned over the paper and spent the opening minute reading every problem before he wrote a single number. Grant began with the problem that required the least calculation. He marked the necessary conditions, eliminated 2 impossible cases, and wrote the result with enough working that the teacher could follow every choice. Evan watched his pencil more closely than Grant watched the timer. The second problem looked algebraic until Grant tested its smallest cases. A repeating pattern appeared by the 4th. He wrote the pattern, proved why it continued, then checked the final result against the original conditions. The error log had taught him that finding an elegant method didn't excuse failing to verify it. On the third problem, he started counting possible arrangements, stopped, and crossed out 3 lines. 2 groups produced identical outcomes. Evan shifted in his chair as Grant reorganized them, because it was the same mistake Evan had corrected during their preparation. Grant finished with 6 minutes remaining. He read every solution again, found 1 missing restriction, corrected it, and placed his pencil on the desk. The teacher collected the pages. You're done? Yes. You still have time. I've checked them. She reviewed the first solution, then the second. Evan attempted to read upside down until she turned the pages toward him. His expression changed as he followed Grant's reasoning. He could dislike the result, but he was too competent to mistake clean mathematics for luck. The teacher tapped the third problem. Explain why you combined these arrangements. Grant pointed to the original condition. The problem asks for distinct final arrangements, not distinct orders of selection. These 2 sequences choose the same elements and produce the same result, so counting both would duplicate it. I grouped equivalent outcomes first, then counted each group once. And how did you catch that? Evan showed me the same mistake in a practice problem last week. Evan looked up. You remembered that? It reduced the work by nearly half. Of course I remembered it. The teacher finished checking the set and placed the pages between them. The solutions are correct, the methods are consistent with Grant's Olympiad paper, and he explained the reasoning without preparation. The accusation has no basis. Evan stared at the work for several seconds. Pride fought with evidence and lost fairly. I was wrong. You'll say that to the students who heard the accusation, the teacher said. Evan exhaled. I will. The private panel opened above Grant's completed solutions. Mathematics Olympiad Champion complete. Reward. +40 free attribute points. Grant smiled. Public proof was useful. 40 points was better. Maya discovered Grant's victory that evening through the school announcement and entered the kitchen holding her phone toward him. "No," she said. Grant looked up from his meal. "That isn't a question. You won the district mathematics Olympiad." "Yes. You're also playing football, practicing basketball, running 20 kilometers, and becoming too wide for normal furniture." Grant glanced at the kitchen chair. It remained structurally sound. "I don't see the conflict." Maya enlarged the photograph attached to the announcement. "Math champions are supposed to disappear behind textbooks. Your shoulders don't disappear behind doors. That sounds like a failure of the stereotype. It's inconsiderate. Other people need categories." Grant smiled. "They can make larger categories." Maya sat opposite him and reread the announcement, apparently hoping it would become less entertaining. "Didn't the smart kid accuse you of cheating?" Evan withdrew the accusation. "So you beat him twice. The second test wasn't a competition. You were both in a room trying to prove which one of you was right." Grant considered that fair. The 8 days leading to the posted result had also delivered 8 established daily completions and another 160 free attribute points. Combined with the 40-point Olympiad reward and the 10 he'd retained, Grant had 210 available. The academic work had demonstrated exactly which mental weaknesses deserved further investment. He allocated 23 points each to calculation and quantitative reasoning and working memory, then 22 each to learning speed and concentration under stress. Being able to learn faster was useful in every field, especially when Grant kept acquiring fields. He spent the remaining body allocation where his expanding workload demanded it. Deep core stability received 44 points. Hamstrings, gluteus maximus, and hip stability received 22 each. The precision tax remained offensive, but specific reinforcement allowed football, basketball, distance work, and a growing physique to coexist without depending on enthusiasm alone. Strength increased to 74.60, physique to 94.35, intelligence to 31.65, and willpower to 18.45. Agility remained 36.70, wisdom 11.00, and spirit 10.00. His maximum HP reached 1987. Grant remained level 0 with no professional XP, and 10 free attribute points stayed unspent. Maya watched him study the private panel she couldn't see. "Are you checking whether mathematics made you more muscular?" "Not directly." That answer was suspiciously specific. Grant returned to his meal. The next increase in his daily requirement was approaching, and his improved body was ready for it. Maya was still laughing because she didn't know the number 300 was about to become his problem. 300. Grant's private panel changed at 5:30 the next morning. The previous totals disappeared. 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, 300 squats, and 30 kilometers took their place. Grant read the figures twice, not because they were confusing, but because the system had compressed an entire scheduling crisis into 4 numbers. 900 repetitions were manageable. 30 kilometers were manageable. School, football, basketball, homework, meals, and sleep were also manageable. Combining all of them every day without turning his legs into decorative furniture required more thought. He sat at the kitchen table with his school timetable, the week's practice commitments, and a bowl large enough to concern the manufacturer. The obvious approach was to attack the distance before breakfast and finish the repetitions afterward. It was also the approach most likely to leave his calves tight, his glycogen depleted, and his acceleration unimpressive by afternoon practice. Maya entered, opened the refrigerator, and stopped when she saw the pages arranged around him. "Why are you doing homework before sunrise?" "I'm scheduling 30 kilometers. She closed the refrigerator. "That sentence didn't improve when you explained it. The distance isn't the problem." Grant marked the hours already committed to school and practice. "The problem is completing it without sacrificing power, recovery, or grades." Maya leaned over the table. "Most people would sacrifice the 30 kilometers. Most people have limited ambition. They also have functioning knees. So I'd like to preserve them." That required refusing the satisfying but stupid option of proving he could endure everything in one continuous block. Grant divided the repetitions into controlled sets that wouldn't interfere with training, then protected sleep before assigning anything else. Food moved next. More carbohydrates around the distance work, protein spread across the day, enough fluids and sodium to replace what the longer sessions cost him. Recovery wasn't something that happened after the schedule. It had to be built into it. Maya studied his notes. "You're treating exercise like an engineering problem." It is an engineering problem. The structure happens to be me. That explains why you're so emotionally invested in the appearance of the structure. Grant smiled. Quality matters. He couldn't complete the new workload by wanting it harder. He needed to place each demand where it caused the least damage to the next one, then adjust when football, basketball, or school changed the available hours. Grant finished breakfast, packed the timetable with his books, and stood. Before the first 300 repetitions began, he had several conversations to arrange. Grant took his timetable to Coach Delaney before first period and placed it beside the football practice plan. The coach studied the marked blocks. You've scheduled 30 kilometers around school. And around football, Grant said. I'm not asking to miss practice. I need to know which sessions carry the most sprinting and contact so I don't add hard distance beside them. Coach Delaney looked at him more carefully. You're asking me to help you train more without ruining my athlete. I'm also your athlete. Our interests align. They'd better. The coach tapped the afternoon block. Today stays exactly as planned. If your legs are flat, I pull you from contact. That's reasonable. At lunch, Coach Price objected to a different part of the arrangement. You're not counting basketball movement toward the distance, are you? No, only measured kilometers count. Grant had no intention of explaining the private judge behind that decision. Basketball already has changes of direction, jumping, and acceleration. I'm keeping the extra distance easy on shooting days. Coach Price inspected the schedule, then drew a circle around his planned shooting work. Technical repetitions stay. You don't turn my court into a rest station. I wouldn't insult the court. You'd better not insult my rims either. Grant completed the first 100 repetitions before school in controlled sets of 25. He used the gaps he'd already identified for another 100, kept the measured distance at a sustainable pace, and arrived at football practice with enough force left to strike the contact sled cleanly. Coach Delaney watched his foot placement, brace, and recovery between efforts, then allowed him to finish the session without intervention. The final distance block came afterward. Grant resisted the temptation to race it, held an even pace, ate the food he'd packed, and finished the remaining repetitions at home without allowing fatigue to shorten his squat depth or turn his sit-ups into neck pulling. The private panel confirmed the completed day. 20 free attribute points came from the established requirement, and the first completion at the new tier added another 25. Grant left all 45 unspent. One successful day proved the schedule could work. It didn't yet prove he could repeat it while remaining explosive. Derek learned about the 30 kilometers at the next football session and looked from Grant to the marked sprint lane. You can't run that every day and stay fast. Grant finished tightening his laces. That sounds measurable. Coach Delaney looked from Derek to Grant, then at the 20-yard lane marked beside the practice field. One sprint, same start. If either of you turns this into an excuse to skip the warm-up, neither of you runs. Derek began moving through his drills. I don't need an excuse. He ran 30 kilometers yesterday. And completed football practice, Grant said. That much distance has to take something out of your first step. Grant understood the assumption. Long, poorly managed endurance work could dull force production, reduce glycogen, tighten the lower leg, and teach an athlete to move at one comfortable speed. That was why he hadn't trained poorly. He raised his knees through 2 controlled build-ups, checked the contact of each foot beneath his hips, and settled beside Derek. Coach Delaney stood at the finish with a stopwatch. Derek glanced across. Ready? Yes. Coach Delaney dropped his hand. Derek launched well. Grant launched better. Grant drove through the first 3 steps with his torso angled forward, pushed the ground behind him, and let his stride open only after he'd built enough speed to use it. Derek remained close, but Grant crossed first by enough that nobody needed the stopwatch to identify the winner. Coach Delaney checked it anyway. Mercer. Derek slowed beyond the line and turned back. You ran all 30? Yes. And did the 900 repetitions? Yes. Derek looked toward Coach Delaney. He shouldn't still be that fast. The coach returned the stopwatch to his pocket. Then learn from the part you missed. He didn't turn 30 kilometers into 30 kilometers of racing. Grant nodded. I preserved the quality work and kept the distance easy. Derek exhaled, irritation giving way to calculation. He was too serious an athlete to reject a useful answer merely because Grant had supplied it. Again at the end of the week. I'll still be faster at the end of the week. That's what I'm checking. Grant repeated the schedule across 6 more days, adjusting the placement of distance and repetitions around whichever sport imposed the harder demand. The established completions added another 120 free attribute points, bringing the week's available total to 175 when combined with his existing bank in the first day's rewards. He spent none of them yet. His legs stayed responsive, his schoolwork remained current, and sleep stayed protected. On the 8th morning, Grant rose early to finish the final distance block before breakfast, confident the plan had survived long enough to deserve investment. Grant returned home as the rest of the house began waking. The final 30 kilometers were complete, his pace had remained controlled, and his legs felt used rather than damaged. The private panel confirmed the 8th completion and added the final 20 free attribute points. Grant now had 195 available, enough to reinforce the parts carrying the new workload while preserving his customary reserve. He opened the pantry and frowned. There's no cereal. Maya entered behind him, still fastening her hair. Did you seriously run 30 kilometers before coming home to complain about breakfast? Yes. She stared at him. You understand that the first part makes the second part less reasonable. Distance increases breakfast requirements. If anything, it makes the complaint more reasonable. Grant took the toast instead and opened the private allocation panel while it browned. The week had shown him where the higher volume imposed its largest costs. His posterior chain and trunk needed enough strength to preserve force after long-distance work, while connective tissue, mobility, and cardiovascular capacity needed to absorb the repetition without turning recovery into a daily emergency. He assigned 14 points each to hamstrings, gluteus maximus, and deep core stability. Hip stability, spinal erectors, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, mobility and flexibility, and cardiovascular capacity received 13 each. Maya watched him stand motionless beside the toaster. Are you privately judging the bread? I'm improving the person who intends to eat it. That was my second guess. Grant continued. Acceleration, lateral movement, and core force transfer received 13 points each, so the endurance work wouldn't purchase durability by surrendering speed. Calculation and quantitative reasoning, working memory, and learning speed also received 13 each. School had remained part of the test, and Grant saw no reason his mind should be the only system asked to survive on scheduling. The 185-point allocation left 10 unspent. Strength increased to 82.70, agility to 40.60, physique to 104.25, and intelligence to 37.50. His maximum HP reached 2,185. Grant remained level 0 with no professional XP, exactly as expected. The toast rose. Grant collected it, added enough food to make Maya reconsider whether cereal had ever been the real problem, and picked up his school bag. Maya followed him to the hall. You're going to practice after all that? Of course. Grant adjusted the bag on one shoulder. His legs felt responsive, his attention was clear, and the timetable had done its job. The 30 kilometers were this morning. He left for school with enough energy for everything scheduled after it. 10. The body has more menus. By the time Grant reached the garage the following afternoon, football practice had confirmed that his legs still worked, while the bathroom mirror had established that the rest of him continued to improve attractively. Both results deserved appreciation. He rolled one shoulder, watched the movement in the mirror, and opened his private panel. Strength, agility, and physique had all risen far beyond where they'd started. Physique sat at 104.25, a number large enough to encourage satisfaction and vague enough to conceal bad decisions, so Grant selected it. The panel unfolded into cardiovascular capacity, muscular endurance, deep core stability, hip stability, joint integrity, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, bone density, organ health, recovery, mobility, and posture. Grant paused. He'd known those components existed, but he hadn't expected the training system to arrange them beneath the headline value with enough detail to make his body look less like a finished achievement and more like a report written by an unusually judgmental physiotherapist. Maya appeared in the open doorway carrying a glass of juice. She watched him for a moment. Why are you posing at yourself? Grant kept his attention on the panel. I'm conducting an assessment. Maya pointed at his shoulder. You flexed. Grant relaxed it again. Visual assessment is still assessment. She leaned against the frame. Did you pass? Grant looked beyond the parts most people noticed first. His chest, shoulders, arms, and quadriceps had never required encouragement. He backed out one layer and traced the less glamorous components across the full body menu. Spinal erectors and core force transfer had improved enormously, as had lateral movement, hip stability, tendon tolerance, and mobility. Improvement, however, wasn't the same as balance, especially when his daily workload had tripled. Grant studied the results. I passed the mirror. The internal review is being difficult. Maya sipped her juice. Can you appeal? He considered the possibility for exactly as long as it deserved. That would require believing it's wrong. Grant shifted his weight onto one leg and slowly bent the knee. Nothing hurt, and the movement looked controlled, but once he knew where to watch, he caught the faint inward drift at the knee and the small adjustment at the hip. His headline physique described how much capacity he possessed. It didn't promise that every part contributed equally or that the weakest part would tolerate 30 kilometers, 2 sports, and his preferred amount of looking impressive. Grant expanded the body menu again. Another layer opened, deeper than any he'd examined before, separating the useful machinery from the muscles that received compliments. Maya glanced towards the house. Are you coming in? Grant continued down the list. In a minute. She remained in the doorway. What are you training? Grant studied the components nobody had ever admired in a fitted shirt. Apparently, the parts responsible for keeping the impressive parts attached. Hip stability came first. It had the offensive quality of being important without making anyone look larger in a shirt. Grant stood on one leg and lowered himself through a slow step down, keeping his pelvis level and his knee over his second toe. On the left, his knee drifted inward before he corrected it. Maya watched the aborted descent. That's the exercise? Grant reset his foot. That was the test. She considered what she'd seen. It looked like you were trying to sit down and changing your mind. Grant nodded. An excellent description of several lower body assessments. He repeated the movement until the correction came from his gluteal control instead of a last-second twist at the ankle. Then he moved to the floor for dead bugs. He exhaled, kept his ribs stacked over his pelvis, and extended one leg only as far as he could maintain transverse abdominis tension and multifidus control without arching his lower back. The private menu responded to precision, not drama. Maya watched one slow repetition. You used to lift things heavier than me. Grant kept his lower back against the floor. I still do. She gestured at him with the glass. This looks less impressive. Grant drew his leg back under control. That's why it's been neglected. He treated the rest of the session like a costly equipment purchase. Every drill had to solve a specific problem and justify the recovery it consumed. Knee-to-wall dorsiflexion work addressed ankle mobility without letting his heel rise. Slow calf raises and isometric holds loaded the Achilles tendon without adding reckless impact. For posture, he practiced standing with his head, ribs, and pelvis aligned instead of lifting his chest until his lower back supplied the appearance of confidence. Across the next 6 days, Grant kept the established daily requirement moving around school and sport while the corrective work occupied shorter, controlled blocks. He progressed the hip work from supported holds to single leg control, increased the range of his ankle work gradually, and stopped each tendon session before stiffness could alter his running mechanics. The private mobility and balance audit advanced with the work but remained incomplete. Grant approved. An unfinished task meant the improvement still had to be earned, and a useful assessment shouldn't congratulate him before it had evidence. By the 6th evening, his knee tracked without the same late correction, his ankle reached farther while the heel stayed planted, and his trunk resisted rotation without excessive bracing. Grant was completing another controlled step down when Maya passed the garage. She glanced inside. Are you finally done sitting down incorrectly? Grant rose and checked his alignment once more. For today. The school movement screen would decide whether the improvements survived someone else's standards. Grant looked forward to finding out. He reported to Westhaven Central's training room after his morning requirement with warm legs, loose ankles, and no interest in explaining why 30 kilometers counted as preparation rather than a reason to postpone the screen. The trainer was waiting with his previous assessment sheet. The trainer glanced over it. Your last one wasn't terrible. Grant regarded that as cautiously positive. That sounds encouraging. The trainer pointed to the marked categories. It means you were strong enough to hide several faults. Left knee drifting inward, right heel lifting, pelvis rotating under single leg load, and lumbar extension whenever your trunk ran out of control. Grant studied the sheet. That sounds less encouraging. The trainer handed it aside. It was supposed to. The first station used a low step and a single leg descent. Grant placed his left foot, leveled his pelvis, and lowered slowly. His knee tracked over his foot without falling inward. He touched his free heel to the floor and rose with the same alignment. The trainer glanced at the sheet, then at Grant's leg. Other side. Grant repeated the movement. His hip stayed balanced, and his trunk remained quiet instead of leaning to manufacture stability. At the wall, his knee traveled forward over his toes while his heel remained planted, giving him the required ankle dorsiflexion without rolling the foot inward. The overhead squat came next. Grant kept his ribs over his pelvis, descended below parallel, and reached full depth without lifting either heel or borrowing range from his lower back. The trainer moved behind him for the single leg balance check. Eyes closed. Grant obeyed. The room disappeared, but the pressure beneath his foot remained clear. He felt the small corrections at his ankle and hip without chasing them with his shoulders. When the trainer told him to open his eyes, he was still centered over the same spot. The trainer studied him. How much corrective work did you do? Grant stepped down. Enough to stop treating stability as something strength could cover for. The trainer lifted the assessment sheet. That isn't a number. Grant considered the 6 days. It was 6 days of concentrated work added to what I was already doing. The trainer looked down the sheet. Every fault that had previously appeared under fatigue or reduced visual input had either vanished or fallen below the threshold for concern. Grant's private panel confirmed the mobility and balance audit complete and awarded 20 free attribute points. Satisfaction arrived immediately. Visible muscle was enjoyable, but this was proof that 6 days of precise work had changed the way he moved. The trainer checked the old sheet once more, then set a fresh form beside it. His expression had become professionally suspicious. We're doing that again. The second screen took longer because the trainer distrusted every clean result. Grant repeated the step down while the trainer watched from the front, then the side. His knee tracked over his foot, his pelvis remained level, and his weight stayed centered through the working leg. Nothing collapsed inward when he reached the bottom. The trainer raised one hand. Hold there. Grant held the position. The trainer crouched to check his foot and ankle. You're not gripping the floor with your toes, the trainer said. Grant maintained the position. I know. The trainer looked up at him. You're pleased about that? Grant smiled. I'm pleased about several things nobody can see. The ankle test remained clean. So did the overhead squat. When Grant closed his eyes for the balance station, the trainer circled him, waited longer than before, and told him to lift one knee higher. Grant adjusted without tipping his torso or dropping the standing hip. The trainer finally lowered the assessment sheet. Stable knee. Balanced hip. No lumbar compensation. Grant smiled wider. The clean result was becoming difficult to treat with proper restraint. The trainer noticed. That made you happier than the strength numbers did. Grant saw no reason to deny it. The strength numbers were expected. The trainer gave him a look that suggested this answer explained too much. You can stop smiling at your knee now. Grant could have done that. I could, but he didn't. At home, Grant stood before the garage mirror and opened his private allocation menu. 8 daily completions in the completed audit had brought his available total to 190. The movement screen had proved the corrections worked, so he was willing to reinforce them without sacrificing his 10-point reserve. He assigned 13 points each to hamstrings, gluteus maximus, spinal erectors, and core force transfer. Acceleration and lateral movement received 13 each. Cardiovascular capacity, deep core stability, hip stability, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, and mobility and flexibility also received 13 each. Calculation and quantitative reasoning took 13, while working memory and learning speed received 12 apiece. The 180-point allocation increased strength to 90.50, agility to 44.50, physique to 114.00, and intelligence to 43.05. His maximum HP reached 2,380. Wisdom, spirit, and willpower remained unchanged. Grant was still level 0 with no professional XP and 10 free attribute points unspent. The mirror showed no immediate difference. Grant shifted onto one leg, bent his knee, and watched the joint track cleanly while his hip stayed level. The movement pleased him almost as much as a visible gain. It proved that the work had reached exactly where he'd intended. He straightened, turned slightly, and checked his shoulders anyway. Correct priorities didn't require abandoning the enjoyable ones. The mirror confirmed that correcting the hidden parts hadn't harmed the visible ones. Grant approved of the complete result. 11. Everyone knows he'll be a warrior. Grant's satisfaction with a stable knee accompanied him to the senior combine, where Westhaven Central found a more public use for it. The football field had been divided into stations for the 40-yard sprint, shuttle run, broad jump, bench press, and contact circuit. Coaches carried clipboards. Teachers occupied a folding table near the bleachers. Half the senior class had gathered along the fence, including students who had never voluntarily watched conditioning in their lives. They had apparently come to watch Grant awaken Warrior 18 days early through collective confidence. "Mercer's going Warrior," someone said behind the bench station. "Obviously," another student replied. "Look at him." Grant did look at himself when he passed the dark window of the equipment shed. The reflection remained encouraging. It offered no professional diagnosis. Coach Delaney called the competitors together at midfield. Derek Holt stood near the front, thick through the shoulders and entirely at home among the football players. Several athletes from other sports filled out the group, along with seniors hoping their results might hint at whatever profession awakening would give them. "This is a physical combine," Coach Delaney said. "It isn't an awakening test, a profession guarantee, or permission to spend the afternoon inventing titles for yourselves." A voice from the fence called, "Grant the Warrior." Laughter moved through the spectators. Coach Delaney closed his eyes briefly. "Thank you for demonstrating the problem." Grant raised a hand. "For accuracy, I haven't claimed the title." "You haven't needed to," Derek said. His tone held more resignation than mockery. "Everyone else claimed it for you." That was true. Football had started the prediction. Grant's height and increasingly unreasonable build had hardened it. His improved speed, balance, and stamina had removed the few arguments against it. Even the mathematics Olympiad result had somehow become proof that he would be a tactical warrior instead of evidence that profession guesses based on shoulders were unreliable. At the registration table, a teacher checked Grant's name and smiled. "We'll keep this for the records. It'll be interesting to compare after awakening." "Do you expect a surprise?" Grant asked. She glanced from his shoulders to the sprint lanes. "No." By the time Grant reached the first station, the spectators had stopped discussing whether he would become a warrior. They were debating what kind. Derek stepped into the lane beside him as Coach Delaney lifted the stopwatch. The argument had become public certainty. Now the combine only had to decide which of them stood above the other. Coach Delaney lowered his hand, and Grant drove out of the starting stance. Derek's first 3 steps were excellent. His shin angle stayed low, his arms punched cleanly, and he converted force into forward movement without wasting any of it. Grant had expected nothing less. Derek was a serious football player, not a convenient obstacle wearing cleats. Grant matched him through acceleration and began gaining as they rose. They crossed close enough that neither looked towards the other until Coach Delaney read the times. Derek breathed out through his nose. "Fine, sprint to you." "That sounded reluctant," Grant said. "It's temporary." Derek pointed towards the remaining stations. "You've spent months doing basketball drills, distance work, mobility work, and math. Nobody specializes in everything. One of these is going to show what you gave up." Grant glanced towards the bench press, then the shuttle lanes and contact pads. "You think I deluded myself? I think you can't train 30 kilometers, practice free throws, study for an Olympiad, and still beat someone who's been training specifically for football." Derek's expression sharpened. "Not at every football test." That was a much better argument than simple disbelief. Grant smiled. "You only need one? I'll start with one." The shuttle run came next. Derek attacked each turn hard, planting efficiently and keeping his hips low. Grant's extra lateral work showed in the change of direction. He reached the line without crossing his feet, cut from a balanced position, and finished ahead by less than the spectators seemed to expect. Derek looked at the recorded times and nodded once. 2 temporary results. At the broad jump, Derek produced the better first attempt. Grant corrected his arm swing and landing position on the second, improving without turning the station into a miracle. Their marks remained close enough that the students beside the board began arguing over which events mattered most for a future warrior. The bench press shifted the noise towards Derek. Grant completed the prescribed test with substantial strength and clean control, but the station rewarded specific practice as well as muscle. Derek settled beneath the bar with the ease of thousands of football reps and finished with the higher mark. Derek rose from the bench grinning. "Found one." Grant passed him on the way towards the contact station. "Congratulations. You remain extremely good at football." "You say that like you're about to be annoying." "I'm about to complete the combine." Grant looked towards the waiting pads. Derek had proved specialization still mattered. Grant intended to prove breadth hadn't weakened anything important. The contact circuit rewarded everything Grant had spent the last 2 months refusing to neglect. He struck the first pad with his hips beneath him and his trunk braced, drove through it without letting his knees collapse, then released cleanly into the change of direction. At the second station, he absorbed the coach's return shove, recovered his feet, and reached the final marker under control. He didn't produce the wildest collision of the afternoon. He produced the cleanest complete run. Derek followed with more aggression and enough technique to keep it useful. His first impact shifted the pad farther than Grant's had. A fraction of balance disappeared on the turn, though, and his recovery step cost him time. When he finished, he looked towards Coach Delaney's clipboard. "Tell me the contact score went to me." Coach Delaney checked both rows. "Best initial strike, yes. Best circuit, no." Derek put his hands on his hips. "You divided it." "It was already divided. You just ignored the words after contact." Grant accepted the result with suitable dignity, which meant he limited himself to a pleasant smile. The coaches gathered the station sheets at the midfield table. Grant hadn't won every category. Derek held the bench result and the hardest opening contact, while another senior retained the best broad jump. Grant had placed near the top everywhere and first often enough that the total stopped being close once the scores were combined. Coach Delaney raised the final sheet. Senior Combine Champion, Grant Mercer. Derek Holt takes second overall. Applause came from the fence, mixed with several loud claims that everyone had known the result before the testing began. Grant's private panel appeared at the edge of his vision. Senior Combine Champion complete. Reward: 25 free attribute points. He dismissed it before his smile could become suspiciously specific. Derek walked over, still breathing hard. "You didn't even train like a football specialist." "No," Grant agreed. "I trained the weaknesses that were limiting everything else." Before Derek could answer, the teacher from the registration table addressed the students gathering around the results board. "That makes 2 recent school wins for Grant. First in the Mathematics Olympiad and now first in the Senior Combine." Derek looked at Grant. "Did she have to mention the math?" "It's part of my well-rounded athletic development." "That sentence shouldn't exist." Grant laughed. Around them, students repeated the 2 results with growing enthusiasm. Winning the Combine had confirmed what they already believed. The mathematics victory hadn't complicated their prediction at all. It had merely convinced them Westhaven Central was about to produce an unusually intelligent warrior. The prediction followed Grant away from the results board and improved through repetition. Coach Delaney stopped him after practice 2 days later. "When you become a warrior, don't assume professional instructors will let you substitute raw attributes for technique." "I'd be disappointed if they did," Grant said. Nora Price caught him leaving the gym after basketball drills. "When you become a warrior, remember that footwork still matters." Grant nodded. "I intend to remain offensively agile." She studied his pleased expression. "That isn't quite what I said." Students were less restrained. They debated whether he would receive a heavy weapon path, a defensive path, or something built around unarmed combat. Nobody used if. Grant made occasional efforts to point out that profession awakening wasn't decided by school gossip, but those efforts suffered from his complete agreement that warrior would suit him. Across the 9 days surrounding the Combine, he completed the established daily requirement each day without turning it into another public event. On the 9th morning, a student held the school door open for him. "Morning, warrior." "Grant is still acceptable," he said. "For another 9 days." Inside, one teacher was telling another which professional training program would suit him after he became a warrior. Coach Delaney had already started discussing his future technique. Coach Price had plans for his footwork. The students had moved on to predicting his specialization. That evening, Grant opened the private menu in the garage. 9 daily completions had supplied 180 free attribute points. The Combine reward added 25, and his 10-point reserve brought the available total to 215. The Combine had rewarded breadth, but Derek's bench result had also proved that specific development still mattered. Grant saw no reason to choose between the lessons. He assigned 15 points each to hamstrings, gluteus maximus, spinal erectors, acceleration, cardiovascular capacity, deep core stability, hip stability, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, and mobility and flexibility. Lateral movement, core force transfer, calculation and quantitative reasoning, working memory, and learning speed received 14 each. The 205-point allocation preserved his usual 10. Strength increased to 99.35, agility to 48.85, physique to 125.25, and intelligence to 49.35. His maximum HP reached 2,605. Grant remained level 0 with no professional XP, but the reflection beside the private numbers looked more prepared for awakening than ever. Westhaven Central expected a warrior. Grant agreed with Westhaven Central. If awakening intended to disagree, it had chosen an impressively high expectation to disappoint. 12. Graduation Eve. During the final 5 school days, Westhaven Central found an impressive number of ways to interrupt Grant while asking how prepared he was. Final classes shortened without becoming less demanding, graduation rehearsals consumed the afternoon gaps, and his gown fitting required 2 separate adjustments because the first set of measurements had become obsolete. The woman handling the fitting drew the tape across his shoulders again. They don't normally change this much between ordering and collection. I've been productive. She lowered the tape and regarded his upper arms. You've been inconvenient. Grant accepted that as fair. He finished the morning's repetitions before school, divided the 30 kilometers around classes and practice, then completed whatever remained after each rehearsal. The routine no longer deserved a dramatic confrontation. It required scheduling, food, sleep, and the good sense not to race distance that existed only to be completed. The yearbook committee proved harder to manage. A student intercepted him outside his final mathematics class and held up a clipboard. One answer. Which warrior line do you expect? Grant glanced at the page. Several classmates had already written predictions beside his name. Greatsword Warrior appeared 4 times. Vanguard appeared twice. One person had added Berserker, then underlined it. Whichever one rewards physical excellence and tasteful armor, Grant said. That isn't a line. It should be. Derek leaned against the neighboring locker. Put Vanguard. He likes standing in front of people. Grant looked at him. I also like swords. You like mirrors. Those interests are compatible. The student wrote something down. Grant suspected it wasn't an official profession name. The question followed him through the week. Teachers asked whether he planned to enter guild training immediately. Football players debated weapon choices as though Grant's awakening had already occurred. Even students who knew about the mathematics Olympiad treated his intelligence as an entertaining secondary feature attached to an obvious future warrior. Grant didn't object. Warrior remained the sensible prediction. His body was powerful, fast, durable, and increasingly balanced. He'd spent 90 days preparing every weakness he could identify instead of merely polishing the strengths everyone noticed. After the final rehearsal, Derek walked with him towards the doors. Tomorrow night, everyone finds out. Grant adjusted the garment bag holding his gown. Yes. Nervous? Interested. Derek gave him a doubtful look. That's your answer? Grant smiled. I've done the preparation. Nervousness won't improve the result. He left Westhaven Central with the last private audit waiting in the garage. Everyone else had already decided what the world system would call him. Before awakening got its turn, Grant intended to make certain it received the best possible version of him. Grant reached the garage, changed into training clothes, and resisted the barbell. The loaded plates offered the obvious conclusion to 90 days of work. Lift something impressive, admire the number, and enter graduation with fresh evidence that warrior was the only reasonable answer. Grant wanted to do exactly that. Wanting it was also why he started elsewhere. He checked his resting pulse, reviewed 9 days of sleep and recovery notes, then worked from the floor upward. Ankle dorsiflexion remained even. His knees tracked cleanly through slow single-leg step-downs. Hip rotation matched from side to side, and his pelvis stayed level without a last-second correction. He moved through controlled squats, hinges, presses, and pulls, watching for discomfort, compensation, or any small asymmetry that heavier weight might conceal. Maya appeared in the doorway while he was holding the bottom of an unloaded overhead squat. Is this another test where sitting down strangely proves you're strong? Grant kept his heels planted. This part proves I can move properly. Are you planning to lift anything? Yes. Good. This version is visually disappointing. Grant rose smoothly. The impressive lifting comes after I establish that it won't be stupid. Maya considered that. You've changed. I've improved. After she left, Grant continued through trunk rotation, shoulder mobility, grip balance, and controlled acceleration starts on the short strip of marked flooring. His breathing recovered normally. Nothing pinched, dragged, shifted, or relied on another structure to disguise weakness. Only then did he approach the barbell. He warmed up through measured sets, checking bar path and bracing rather than chasing fatigue. Each load moved cleanly. The final planned set rose without hesitation, leaving enough reserve that another plate would almost certainly have produced the more satisfying number. Grant rested his hands on the bar and considered it. The training system had given him extraordinary freedom to improve. It hadn't made recovery optional, and it hadn't changed the fact that graduation was tomorrow. A strained tendon or irritated joint acquired for vanity would still be a strained tendon or irritated joint, even if the lift looked excellent. He stripped the bar instead. The private audit showed no hidden injury, unresolved imbalance, or recovery deficit demanding correction. Grant left his accumulated points untouched. Their allocation belonged after the full benchmark paid, when he could reinforce the completed plan instead of attempting to decorate its final evening. He closed the garage log and looked once at the bar he'd declined to impress. Tomorrow would end the 90-day preparation. Grant intended to arrive without needing excuses for the last thing he'd done. The following afternoon, Grant crossed Westhaven Central's graduation stage without tripping over the gown, splitting a sleeve, or being asked which warrior line he intended to choose. The first two outcomes reflected preparation. The third happened only because nobody wanted to delay the ceremony. His final examination results had already been confirmed. The private physical audit had supplied the last evidence the training system required. When the diploma entered his hand, the familiar panel opened beyond everyone else's sight. Graduation benchmark complete. Reward: 40 free attribute points. Grant kept walking. Pausing in the center of the stage to admire a private notification would have been difficult to explain, and the principal was already reaching for the next student's name. Derek caught up with him after the ceremony while families filled the school grounds. "You looked pleased up there." "I graduated." "You looked more pleased than graduation required." Grant adjusted the cap that had been designed for someone with less neck. "I also completed a 90-day training plan." Derek nodded towards the diploma. "That isn't what they gave you." "No, this proves I can follow instructions in several subjects." "And the training?" Grant smiled. "That proves I can improve the instructions." 9 completed days had contributed 180 free attribute points. The graduation benchmark added 40, and the 10 points he deliberately kept in reserve brought his available total to 230. He still had no professional XP and remained level 0. Tomorrow's awakening would change that. Today, he had completed everything the training system had asked of him before a profession existed. For 90 days, Grant had treated the future as a problem to prepare for. He had corrected weaknesses, balanced competing workloads, protected recovery, trained his mind, and developed a body that looked increasingly unreasonable in formal clothing. He'd done enough analysis. He allowed himself the simpler version. A sword with enough weight to feel substantial. Good armor fitted properly across his shoulders. A profession that rewarded strength, placed him at the front, and let hostile creatures discover that choosing him as their first obstacle had been a planning error. Derek watched his expression. "You're thinking about swords again." "Yes. You haven't awakened yet. That's why I'm imagining one instead of carrying it." Derek shook his head, but he was smiling when he left to join his family. Grant found the Mercers waiting beyond the crowd. Dana immediately examined his collar. Maya looked ready to comment on the gown, and Ray was holding the camera case with unmistakable purpose. Grant went to meet them, diploma in hand and sword still pleasantly imaginary. Ray selected a patch of lawn beside the school where the late sunlight wouldn't put half the family in shadow. Dana positioned Grant in the center, took one look at his gown, and stepped forward to straighten his collar. "You've managed to make formal clothing look undersized again," she said. "It was fitted this week." "I know, I was there." Maya took her place beside him and looked up at the breadth of his shoulders. "Stand normally." "I am standing normally." "You're posing." Grant relaxed by an amount too small for anyone else to detect. "Better?" "No." Ray lifted the camera. "Everyone look here before this becomes an argument." Grant smiled as the shutter clicked. Dana demanded a second photograph in case someone had blinked. Maya insisted the third was necessary because Grant had somehow made his smile more heroic after being told not to pose. On the drive home, she studied the pictures on Ray's camera. Any profession that gives you more reasons to pose is a public safety problem. That seems unnecessarily restrictive. You've already imagined the armor, haven't you? And the sword. Of course you have. Dinner became an affectionate review of graduation, Grant's appetite, and every person who had confidently predicted warrior. Later, with his gown hung safely outside the reach of his shoulders, Grant opened the private allocation panel in his bedroom. The 90-day plan had earned 220 points ready for allocation while preserving his established reserve. Grant applied 16 points each to hamstrings, gluteus maximus, deep core stability, hip stability, spinal erectors, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, mobility and flexibility, cardiovascular capacity, acceleration, and lateral movement. Core force transfer, calculation and quantitative reasoning, working memory, and learning speed received 15 each. The choices reinforced what the full preparation had proved. Strength mattered, but so did transferring it cleanly. Speed mattered, but only if his joints and connective tissue tolerated the workload. Intelligence deserved the same deliberate improvement as muscle, especially when tomorrow's profession might demand knowledge he didn't yet possess. The allocation spent exactly 220 points and left 10 unspent. Strength increased to 108.80, agility to 53.65, physique to 137.25, and intelligence to 56.10. Wisdom remained 11.00, spirit 10.00, and willpower 18.45. His maximum HP reached 2,845. Grant remained level 0 with no professional XP. He closed the panel, set his alarm, and lay back with the comfortable awareness that he had prepared as thoroughly as the rules allowed. Tomorrow, the world system would name his profession. Grant fell asleep amused, confident, and entirely ready to meet his sword. 13. Priest. The awakening ceremony returned Westhaven Central's graduates to the hall less than 24 hours after graduation, proving the school could make the same stage feel important twice by replacing diplomas with professional futures. Grant sat beside Derek in the front section while the first graduates were called. Each stepped onto the stage, received a profession from the world system, and moved aside for the next name. Families applauded every result, though some professions earned louder reactions than others. Derek adjusted his collar. "You're enjoying this too much. I'm observing. You've judged everyone's profession so far." "Only privately." Derek glanced at him. "You said the scout should have trained acceleration." Grant kept his voice low. "He should." A staff member called Derek's name. He stood, rolled his shoulders once, and headed towards the stage with the same expression he wore before a contact drill. Grant approved. Derek had trained seriously, competed without becoming petty, and improved whenever Grant forced him to reconsider what serious preparation looked like. The world system settled the question. Greatsword warrior. The profession appeared clearly enough for the hall to read. Applause struck at once, joined by several approving shouts from the football team. Derek looked down at his result, and satisfaction broke through his attempt to remain composed. Grant applauded with everyone else. Greatsword warrior suited Derek. It rewarded force, commitment, and the willingness to solve an obstacle by driving directly through it. A student behind Grant leaned towards his neighbor. "That's what I thought Mercer would get." "So what does Mercer get?" Grant heard both questions. Judging by the movement spreading through the rows, so had everyone nearby. Derek left the stage carrying himself differently, not larger or stronger yet, but newly confirmed. As he passed Grant's row, he slowed long enough to speak. "Looks like I got your sword." Grant smiled. "Temporarily. It's class-bound. Then I'll acquire my own." Derek laughed and continued towards the awakened graduates section. The next few results received polite attention, but the hall's interest had shifted. Heads turned towards Grant between names. Teachers who'd watched his physical transformation sat forward. Football players exchanged final predictions. Someone farther back said Vanguard with enough confidence to suggest the world system might accept recommendations. Grant remained relaxed. Derek's result hadn't reduced his options. It had merely given the room a fresh example of what everyone believed an obvious melee awakening looked like. Then the staff member checked the list. Grant Mercer. The hall quieted with remarkable efficiency. Grant stood, adjusted the jacket fitted around his shoulders, and walked towards the stage to discover what profession 90 days of preparation had earned him. The stage seemed shorter when Grant crossed it himself. He stopped at the marked position while the staff member confirmed his identity, and the hall settled into the expectant quiet reserved for conclusions everyone believed they already knew. Grant felt the world system engage. For a moment, nothing visible changed. Then his profession resolved before him with a simplicity that made misreading it impossible. Priest. Grant looked at the word. The staff member looked at Grant, then checked the displayed result as though one of them might have been placed in the wrong order. Priest. The hall held its silence for another second. It wasn't respectful silence. It was the brief, collective failure of several hundred prepared reactions. Grant understood the difficulty. A greatsword warrior result would have produced cheers. Vanguard would have prompted approving nods. Berserker might have raised concerns, but nobody would have questioned the physical logic. Priest required everyone to compare the profession with Grant's shoulders. A laugh escaped from somewhere among the football players. Another answered from the graduates section, followed by a ripple that moved through the hall as disbelief found an easier shape. It wasn't vicious. Most of it sounded helpless. The healer? Someone said behind the front rows. He's a priest? Grant remained on the stage while the laughter strengthened. He'd imagined armor, a sword, and a frontline profession. The world system had apparently examined 90 days of physical preparation and assigned him responsibility for making other people feel better. The staff member recovered first. Congratulations, Mr. Mercer. Grant glanced at him. Thank you. The man hesitated, apparently waiting for a stronger reaction. You may join the awakened graduates. Grant stepped away from the marked position. Every eye followed him. Several students were still laughing, while others watched with the fascinated sympathy normally offered to someone whose carefully predicted future had just fallen through the stage. Derek met him near the graduate section, still wearing the satisfaction of a new greatsword warrior. He looked Grant over from head to foot. Then he looked again. You're a priest, Derek said. That's what it says. Derek pressed his lips together. The effort failed. You spent 90 days becoming the largest healer in Westhaven Central. Grant took his seat beside him. Apparently the world system values a reassuring physical presence. Derek bent forward, laughing into one hand. Grant allowed the ceremony to continue while the unopened details of his profession waited at the edge of his awareness. Priest wasn't the answer he'd expected, and public amusement hadn't improved it. Before deciding how disappointed to be, Grant intended to find out exactly what the answer meant. Grant waited until the next graduate was called before opening the full profession panel. The hall continued around him, but the world system placed its information cleanly across his vision. Priest, Level 1, no professional XP. There was no second profession, hidden martial branch, or helpful modifier suggesting the word meant something more physically satisfying. He was a pure priest, exactly as the public result had announced. Awakening had delivered the standard single-level package. Physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower had each increased by 1, while 5 free attribute points entered his available pool. Strength and agility received nothing from priest growth. Grant regarded that distribution with restrained disapproval. My profession has opinions about my priorities. Derek glanced towards him. Bad opinions? It declined to improve strength or agility. That sounds personal. His mana had awakened with the class. A new resource bar sat beneath his health, full and unfamiliar, supported by attributes that had previously offered no practical feedback. Grant focused on it and felt something answer inside him, not a muscle contracting or a joint settling into position, but a usable reserve waiting for instruction. That was new enough to deserve respect. 2 starter spells occupied the profession panel. Healing Hand Eye and Slow Heal I No offensive spell appeared beside them. There was no divine strike, weapon blessing, or convenient permission to treat a greatsword as religious equipment. Derek leaned closer. Anything useful? Grant read the spell names again. Both abilities repair damage. That's a very priest answer. It's also a very useful answer. Disappointment remained. Grant had wanted a profession that placed a weapon in his hands and rewarded the physical qualities he'd spent 90 days developing. Priest had offered no weapon skill and no automatic strength growth. Pretending otherwise would have been dishonest. Rejecting the profession would have been equally foolish. Grant understood bodies better than most people understood their careers. Training created fatigue, inflammation, minor tissue damage, and occasional injuries even when performed correctly. Football produced worse. Dungeons almost certainly raised the standard from inconvenience to genuine harm. A class designed to repair bodies wasn't useless merely because its traditional uniform lacked flattering armor. The private training system responded to the completed inspection. Profession Awakening. Priest complete. Reward: 10 free attribute points. Grant accepted the reward without opening the allocation menu. He needed practical information before deciding where those points belonged, especially now that mana, healing, and spell control existed beside strength and movement. Derek studied his expression. You're not upset? I expected a sword. You got healing. Grant closed the panel. Then I'll become excellent at healing. The sword remained absent. Grant considered that a separate problem. By the time Grant reached the Mercer home, The school had issued him Westhaven Initiate vestments and an Ashwood Novice staff, both white rarity and both unmistakably designed for a conventional priest. Maya met him in the hallway, examined the folded white clothing under his arm, then looked at the wooden staff in his other hand. "Do I have to call you Father Grant now?" "No." "Brother Grant?" "Also no." She stepped aside to let him pass. "Healing Brother Grant?" Grant carried the starter equipment towards his bedroom. "You're making the profession sound less dignified with every attempt." "That one's free." In private, he stored the vestments and staff before checking the training system. The former daily requirement had changed with his awakening. Adaptive daily training now demanded 60 minutes of approved physical work at his current target intensity, including strength, conditioning, and mobility or stability, followed by 30 minutes of priest practice. Grant approved of the physical portion. The priest requirement was an intrusion into a previously excellent arrangement, but it was also sensible. Possessing mana without learning to control it would be like building muscle without learning technique. He completed the physical work in the garage, then spent 30 minutes directing his attention towards the new mana reserve, testing how lightly he could engage it without casting either spell. The sensation became more distinct with repetition. When the practice period ended, adaptive daily training completed and awarded 20 free attribute points. His available total had reached 45. Grant kept 10 in reserve and opened the deep allocation menu for the remaining 35. Mana capacity, mana efficiency, mana regeneration, healing affinity, divine channel stability, spell potency, concentration under stress, and recovery and metabolic efficiency each received 4 points. Deep core stability received 3. The choices weren't an admission that physical development had stopped mattering. They were preparation for a new training demand whose weak points currently sat near 0. The allocation increased physique to 139.30, intelligence to 57.70, wisdom to 13.20, spirit to 12.80, and willpower to 20.05. His maximum HP reached 2,886, maximum MP reached 1044, and mana regeneration reached 2.46 per second. Strength remained 108.80, agility 53.65, and 10 free attribute points remained unspent. Grant closed the panel and opened the planning list he'd prepared before awakening. The first version had assumed a melee profession. He moved mana control, healing practice, and staff instruction near the top. Buy sword had been crossed out during the drive home. Grant reconsidered, removed the line, and wrote it again beneath the immediate priorities. Buy sword eventually. Priest had changed the order of the plan. It hadn't earned the right to delete the enjoyable parts. 14. It's a staff. Grant arrived at Westhaven Profession Hall the next morning wearing his initiate vestments and carrying the Ashwood Novice staff the school had issued him. The white clothing fitted well enough across his shoulders, although Grant suspected the original pattern had never expected a priest with his measurements. A row of newly awakened priests faced the practice floor. Their instructor stood before them in practical white and gray clothing, her posture straight and her expression calm enough to suggest she'd already dealt with every possible complaint. "I'm Maeve Hall," she said. "You'll address me as Instructor Hall while you're under my supervision. Today begins your weapon orientation." That improved Grant's opinion of the morning. Maeve walked along the row, checking clothing, footwear, and equipment. When she reached Grant, she looked at his shoulders, then at the wooden staff in his hand. "Grant Mercer." "Yes, Instructor." "Priest." Grant couldn't determine whether she was confirming his profession or reminding herself. "Pure priest." Her gaze remained on him for a moment longer. "I'm aware." She took the staff from him, turned it once, and placed it back across his palms. Priests generally use staves. They provide reach, defensive spacing, support for spellcasting, and a physical answer when something gets too close for comfort. Grant tested the weight without moving his feet. The staff was straight, smooth, and light enough that his shoulders barely registered its existence. "This is the weapon portion of the orientation?" he asked. "This is the staff portion." "Will there be another weapon portion?" "No." Maeve continued down the row before Grant could improve the question. The others settled into place with varying degrees of familiarity. Several held their staves as though they were formal symbols rather than objects intended to strike anything. Grant adjusted his grip automatically, then stopped. He knew leverage, force transfer, and how to produce power through his hips. None of that meant he knew the accepted method for handling this particular piece of wood. Maeve returned to the front. Strength won't excuse poor control. A staff used badly is slow, predictable, and more dangerous to the people beside you than the target ahead. Her attention rested on Grant during the word strength. Grant approved of the warning, if not the implication that it had been prepared specifically for him. Maeve raised her own staff. Before anyone swings, you'll examine your equipment and tell me what you believe you're holding. Grant lowered his gaze to the polished ashwood. His thumb moved across the grain as he began a more serious inspection. The ashwood was properly seasoned, with straight grain running along most of its length and no obvious knots near the sections likely to absorb impact. Grant rolled it between his palms, checked the finish for rough patches, and sighted down the shaft. It was straight enough for training and light enough to recover quickly after a strike. The balance point sat close to the middle. Sensible for a two-handed weapon, although the uniform thickness limited how naturally either end indicated itself as the striking surface. Grant shifted his grip, tested the small change in leverage, then examined the rounded tip. Maeve watched him. Well? Grant gave the question proper consideration. It's a stick. Several of the other initiates looked towards him. One made a small sound that might have been a laugh concealed as a cough. Maeve's expression didn't change. It's a staff. A straight wooden shaft without a blade, head, guard, or mechanical fitting. A staff. Grant ran his thumb along the polished surface. The grain is good. Maeve waited. The finish is attractive. She continued waiting. Grant held the ashwood upright beside him. It reached well above his shoulder, which made it long for an ordinary stick but didn't alter the basic construction. A long stick. It's a purpose-built priest staff. What distinguishes it physically from a carefully selected stick? Maeve stepped closer and tapped the wood near his upper hand. The intended use, the construction standards, the balance, the training behind it, and the terminology employed by people who know how to use one. Grant considered the answer. Purpose mattered. Opposing platform was still a platform, but its purpose justified calling it a stage. A steel bar became a barbell when designed to hold plates and tolerate repeated loading. Maeve's argument possessed more merit than he'd hoped. He turned the staff again, watching the polished grain catch the overhead light. Pretty stick. The concealed laughter escaped properly this time. Maeve looked towards the sound, and the other initiates recovered with impressive speed. She returned her attention to Grant. Staff. Pretty staff would misrepresent my position. Your position will improve after you learn to stand correctly. Grant smiled. That sounded like a challenge with measurable standards, which was much more appealing than a vocabulary dispute. His private training system responded by opening staff fundamentals, 500 clean strikes. No reward had been earned, and no strike yet qualified. Maeve took her place in front of him and raised her own staff. You may call it whatever you like after 500 technically acceptable repetitions. Grant adjusted his hands. Then pretty stick remains under review. Maeve positioned Grant before a padded practice post and adjusted his feet until one stood slightly ahead of the other. She lowered his shoulders, moved his forward hand, then pried his rear fingers loose from the wood. Hold it firmly enough to control it, she said. Not firmly enough to leave fingerprints in ashwood. Grant relaxed his grip. I wasn't aware the staff required emotional reassurance. It requires you to stop trying to overpower the lesson. Maeve demonstrated a diagonal strike. Her hips turned first, the staff followed without a wasted movement, and the end stopped against the pad before returning immediately to guard. The strike wasn't heavy. It was clean, balanced, and ready to repeat. Grant copied her. His first attempt landed hard enough to compress the pad against its frame. The private counter remained at 0. Maeve regarded the shaking post. Congratulations. You've demonstrated strength. The impact was effective. Your stance widened, your hands tightened, and your recovery was late. In a fight, the second attacker would appreciate your commitment to the first. Grant reset his feet. That criticism deserved attention. He reduced the force and concentrated on sequence. Weight shifted without his rear heel twisting uselessly. His hips initiated the turn, his hands guided the staff through its line, and he stopped before his shoulders pulled him beyond his base. The counter increased to 1. Maeve nodded once. Again. Grant discovered that 500 strikes meant 500 repetitions she accepted, not 500 times the staff touched the target. Maeve rejected any attempt with a lifted shoulder, excessive grip pressure, unstable footwork, or a recovery that returned by a different path. By the end of the first session, his strength had become the least important part of the movement. He completed his physical requirement around the orientation work, and the staff practice satisfied the priest portion of his daily training. The next day, he returned to Westhaven Profession Hall and did it again. Maeve corrected less often, which Grant considered more flattering than praise. His hands began adjusting pressure without conscious instruction. The striking end traveled cleanly, stopped under control, and returned to guard while his balance remained centered. The 500th accepted strike landed with less force than his first and considerably more usefulness. Staff fundamentals completed and awarded 10 free attribute points. The world system recognized staff handling I together with 2 completed days of adaptive daily training. Grant's available pool had reached 60. Maeve took the staff from him and inspected the polished wood for damage. Now tell me what you've been training with. Grant considered his answer carefully. A technically demanding pretty stick. Maeve closed her eyes for one measured breath. When she opened them, she returned the ashwood to Grant with the solemnity of someone accepting that a correction had only partially succeeded. Take it home, she said. Practice the movements slowly. If you use strength to conceal bad technique, I'll know when you return. Grant accepted the staff and settled it against his shoulder. You can identify that by sight? I can identify it by the damaged practice post. The post remained functional. Maeve pointed towards the exit. Take your staff home, Mr. Mercer. Grant left Westhaven Profession Hall carrying it with considerably more respect than he'd brought in. 500 accepted strikes had taught him that the object's simplicity made poor technique easier to expose, not easier to excuse. There was no heavy blade or weighted head to disguise the path. His stance, grip, timing, and recovery determined whether the movement worked. At home, he took the staff into the garage and opened his private allocation menu. 2 daily completions and the finished staff task had raised his available pool to 60. Grant retained his usual 10-point reserve and considered where the remaining 50 would do the most useful work. Staff handling I had improved through repetition, not attributes, but the training had confirmed that his new profession demanded resources his old plan hadn't included. Mana capacity, mana efficiency, mana regeneration, healing affinity, and divine channel stability each received 6 points. Spell potency and concentration under stress received 5 each. Recovery and metabolic efficiency took 5, along with 5 for deep core stability. The allocation increased physique to 140.80, intelligence to 58.60, wisdom to 15.00, spirit to 15.35, and willpower to 20.80. His maximum HP reached 2,916, maximum MP reached 1083, and mana regeneration reached 2.77 per second. Strength remained 108.80, agility remained 53.65, and 10 free attribute points stayed unspent. Grant closed the panel as Maya appeared at the garage entrance. She looked at him, then at the long piece of polished ashwood in his hand. Why did you bring the stick back out? Grant opened his mouth to agree. The word was already prepared. Then he remembered Maeve correcting his stance, loosening his grip, rejecting his recovery, and refusing to count every strike that merely hit the target. 500 technically accepted repetitions had given the terminology an unreasonable amount of authority. Grant looked down at the polished wood. It's a staff. Maya glanced at it again. It looks like a stick. Grant's shoulders lowered with reluctant acceptance. I've been professionally corrected. It's a staff. 15. Priest tax. The staff was no longer Grant's main objection to priest training when Maeve led him into the casting room the following morning. 6 padded stations surrounded waist-high practice forms marked by pale world system health bars. Grant took the nearest place and rested his ashwood staff against the wall with the respect due to a technically demanding piece of wood. Maeve stopped beside him. Healing hand, controlled output, clean connection, immediate release. You're restoring measured damage, not trying to make the target healthier than it was before. That sounds like an inefficient restriction. It's called not wasting mana. Grant placed his palm above the practice form's marked shoulder. He shaped the spell as instructed, held the channel steady, and released a warm pulse of light. The form's health bar filled. His own mana bar fell by more than he'd expected. The healing itself felt excellent. Energy moved through him without strain, the spell answered promptly, and the result appeared at once. Unfortunately, his mana didn't possess the work capacity of the rest of him. He cast again. The second connection was smoother. The third carried more power than the target required. Maeve tapped 2 fingers against the practice form. You're doing it again. Improving? turning a technical drill into a maximum effort set. Grant reduced the next cast until it met the required output without exceeding it. The result was cleaner, but his mana bar still surrendered a visible portion. He watched the missing section begin to return and found the pace personally offensive. "Is that regeneration rate normal?" he asked. "For a new priest with your attributes, yes. It's slow. It's continuous. So is walking. That doesn't make it suitable for a sprint." Maeve folded her arms. "Your muscles recover because you trained them. Your mana pool and recovery require the same respect." Grant disliked the comparison because it was correct. Strength work let him control volume through load, repetitions, rest periods, and exercise selection. Healing demanded the same planning, except the resource vanished far faster than glycogen and couldn't be bullied into returning through enthusiasm. By the end of the sequence, his casting remained stable, but his mana reserve had fallen low enough that another demanding exercise would require a real wait. Around him, the other initiates accepted the limitation with suspicious calm. Grant stared at his recovering bar. His private training system opened mana budget I, requiring a full mana use and regeneration test followed by a safe healing budget. Maeve glanced at his expression. "Problem?" "Not yet," Grant said. "At present, it's an accounting dispute." The accounting dispute followed Grant home to the Mercer garage. His mana had returned to full, his physical training was finished, and the Ashwood staff had been placed where Maya was least likely to call it a stick. Grant sat beside the squat rack and opened the private branches of his training system. Mind divided beneath intelligence and wisdom. Mana capacity, mana efficiency, and mana regeneration were no longer dormant. Soul showed healing affinity and divine channel stability awake beside spell potency. Grant had already given each area an initial investment, but seeing them together after the casting lesson made the problem impossible to ignore. His maximum mana stood at 1083. His regeneration restored 2.77 mana per second. Full recovery from empty would take over 6.5 minutes, which sounded reasonable until he compared it with how quickly repeated healing could empty the pool. Capacity determined how long he could cast. Efficiency changed what each result cost. Regeneration determined how soon he could do it again. Healing affinity and channel stability decided whether the mana became useful healing instead of an expensive light show. Neglecting any one created a weakness. Improving all of them required points that could otherwise correct something important, such as hamstrings. Maya appeared at the garage entrance with a glass of water. "Why are you staring at the squat rack like it betrayed you?" "The rack is innocent. I'm reviewing a resource conflict." "Is this about the staff?" "No, the staff has been cleared of suspicion." She came closer, although the private menus remained visible only to him. "What's competing?" "Mana and my body." Maya looked over Grant's shoulders, arms, and legs. "Your body appears to be winning." "That's because I've managed it responsibly." Grant returned to the menus. Every point targeted into a deep attribute bought only 0.15 of improvement. Raising 5 magical resources together would consume a substantial budget, while leaving them alone would turn Healing Hand into a spell he could use impressively and then wait to use again. Maya drank some water. "You became a priest. Doesn't mana get part of the budget automatically?" "It has made that argument." "And?" "It may have supporting evidence." Mana budget I recorded his full pool and natural regeneration as starting measurements, but remained incomplete. Grant still needed the cost of controlled casts, the recovery between them, and a safe number of repetitions. Guessing would protect his hamstring budget only until the first serious healing demand proved him wrong. He closed every menu except the task. The next priest practice block wouldn't be a workout. It would be an experiment. The experiment began the next morning at the same profession hall practice forum. Maeve approved Grant's request for extra casting time, then watched him set the form to a fixed amount of simulated damage. "You're testing mana use, not trying to beat the equipment," she said. "I've separated performance from measurement." "That answer worries me more than it reassures me." Grant cast Healing Hand at the minimum output required to restore the damage. His private task recorded the mana consumed. He waited 30 seconds, recorded how much returned, then repeated the process. The task refused any comparison when his output drifted, so every cast had to begin from the same position, follow the same channel, and stop at the same result. The work demanded less movement than staff practice and considerably more patience. Grant tested shorter recovery intervals, then longer ones. He repeated the sequence from a full pool and again after the bar had fallen, checking whether fatigue changed his control. It didn't, but enthusiasm did. Whenever he tried to improve the healing result, his mana cost rose and spoiled the comparison. Maeve looked over when he stopped to cast precisely at the required result. Better. Less healing. The correct amount of healing. Grant accepted that accuracy included knowing when to stop. By the final sequence, the private results agreed. He knew how many controlled healing hand repetitions fitted inside one session, how long he could recover between casts without wasting the practice period, and how much reserve he needed instead of treating an empty mana bar as a successful finish. Mana budget. I completed and awarded 10 free attribute points. Across the 2 days, adaptive daily training had added 40 more, raising his available pool to 60. At home, Grant found Dana and Maya near the garage entrance. He had reliable numbers from the practice forum, but a living subject would provide a more realistic confirmation. Would either of you volunteer for a minor healing test? He asked. Dana's eyes narrowed. What would that involve? A small, controlled injury followed immediately by healing hand. Absolutely not. Grant hadn't expected the refusal before explaining the safety limits. I haven't described the protocol. You included the word injury. The protocol has failed. Maya pointed at him. Why don't you test it on yourself? That would compromise objectivity. Dana shook her head. You're also not deliberately injuring yourself in my garage. Grant considered asking Ray, then recognized that Dana's ruling probably covered the household. The task was complete, the family research route was closed, and 60 points waited for allocation. He would have to improve his healing budget without further human data. With further human testing prohibited, Grant returned to the bench beside the squat rack and opened his allocation menu. 60 free attribute points waited. 10 belonged to his reserve, leaving 50 available for the argument between the profession he had and the physique he intended to keep improving. He opened body first. His hamstrings still had room for development. They always would. Grant studied the deep value with a solemn attention due to a muscle group being denied funding through no fault of its own, then sighed and moved to mind. Mana capacity received 6 points because a healer who emptied his pool too early became an observer. Mana efficiency and mana regeneration received 6 each, improving both sides of the resource calculation. Those 18 points were inconvenient but undeniable. Soul demanded more. Healing affinity and divine channel stability received 6 points each, so more of his mana became controlled, reliable healing. Spell potency took 5. Concentration under stress took another 5 under willpower, because perfect casting conditions were unlikely to follow him into actual professional work. That left 10 points from the spending budget. Grant could have given all of them to his posterior chain and felt considerably happier. Instead, recovery and metabolic efficiency received 5, while deep core stability received 5. They preserved at least a small part of the body plan and supported every physical task he already performed. The 50-point allocation raised physique to 142.30, intelligence to 59.50, wisdom to 16.80, spirit to 17.90, and willpower to 21.55. Strength remained 108.80, agility remained 53.65, and 10 free attribute points stayed unspent. His maximum HP increased to 2,946, maximum MP increased to 1,122, and mana regeneration increased to 3.08 per second. Grant reviewed the result. The new distribution was rational, balanced, and annoyingly light on hamstrings. Maya appeared again at the garage entrance. Did mana win? It received mandatory funding. That sounds like a tax. Grant considered the description. Calling it a priest tax was unfair. Mana capacity, efficiency, regeneration, healing affinity, and stable channeling were not useless deductions. They were necessary parts of performing the profession correctly. The wording still made him feel better. Priest tax, Grant said. I'll be recording it under protest. Maya looked at the squat rack. Will the hamstrings survive? They're being remarkably brave. Grant closed the menu. His controlled practice budget had improved on paper, but the profession hall forms could only confirm numbers. The next useful test required real healing on a real injury, which was not a requirement he intended to mention near Dana. 16. The first heal. The useful test arrived at the profession hall without consulting Dana. Grant stood in the practical ward the following morning, watching 2 students work through injury assessment while he calculated how much healing his improved mana pool should support. The room resembled a compact clinic, with 6 curtained treatment bays, locked supply cabinets, and enough washable flooring to suggest that practical lessons occasionally became more practical than intended. Maeve moved between the stations, correcting hand placement and asking questions about bleeding, swelling, and when not to cast. Grant answered when called upon, but most of his attention remained on the resource problem. His maximum mana had improved. So had his regeneration. Neither number told him what a living body would demand. Across the ward, one student stepped back to let her partner move a padded practice form. Her heel caught the base of a treatment stand. She twisted, reached for the nearest support, and dragged a metal tray sideways with her. The tray struck the floor. Its raised edge caught the inside of her forearm. Her startled cry cut through the room. Grant saw the injury before the student did. A short split in the skin, immediate bleeding, and no sign that the tendons beneath had been touched. The World System health bar above her showed a small but genuine loss. Maeve was beside her within seconds. Hold still. Don't clamp your hand over it. The student froze with her other hand hovering above the cut. That was supposed to be padded. The form is padded, the tray isn't. Grant approached while Maeve inspected the wound. It wasn't dangerous, but it was real. That changed the calculation. A practice form accepted measured magical input according to fixed settings. Living tissue had circulation, inflammation, pain, and individual variation. He studied the health loss, compared it with his controlled casting data, and began estimating the minimum safe output. Maeve looked up. Grant. The wound appears superficial. The bleeding rate is steady, distal movement is intact, and there's no visible tendon involvement. Good. At my current efficiency, the required restoration should cost approximately. Maeve pointed at the injured arm. Stop staring at the mana math and heal it. The student looked from Maeve to Grant, then took in his shoulders beneath the initiate vestments. He's the priest? Grant found the question reasonable but poorly timed. Yes. Have you healed an actual person before? No. Her expression tightened. Grant gave her a reassuring smile. I have, however, prepared very thoroughly. Maeve's patience thinned. Grant. Healing hand. Now. Grant stopped calculating, placed his palm above the open cut, and shaped the spell. Warm light gathered beneath Grant's palm and settled over the student's forearm. He kept the channel narrow, matching the spell's output to the injury rather than pouring mana into it until something impressive happened. The student tensed when the light touched her skin, but Grant's control remained steady. The bleeding slowed first. Grant watched the divided edges of the cut draw together as new tissue formed between them. Red became pink, the swelling eased, and the student's health bar returned to full. He released the spell immediately. A thin line remained where the tray had caught her, but the skin was closed. Grant checked his mana bar. The cost sat within the range predicted by his practice form measurements, although the living tissue had required finer control near the end of the cast. The student turned her arm beneath the ward lights. It doesn't hurt. Flex your fingers, Maeve said. She opened and closed her hand, then rotated her wrist. That feels completely normal. Grant studied the healed line. The practice forms had demonstrated output. This was different. He had watched damaged tissue become functional tissue under his hand, with no delay beyond the casting time. Maeve examined the arm and nodded. Clean connection, appropriate output, no wasted channel. That's what healing hand is supposed to look like. Is there a cooldown? Grant asked. Maeve glanced at him. You've just healed your first actual injury. Yes. I'd like to know when I can do it again. There's no fixed cooldown. If you have the mana and can maintain control, you can cast again. Grant looked at his recovering mana bar. So repeated use is limited by available mana, regeneration, and concentration. And the need for an injury, Maeve added. That condition seems easier to satisfy than the others. The student took a careful step away from him. Please don't look at me when you say that. Grant smiled. You've already completed your contribution. Maeve pointed toward the treatment bay. Sit down for 5 minutes anyway. He restored the damage. That doesn't mean I'm ignoring the fall. As the student obeyed, Grant returned his attention to Maeve. Would healing hand respond the same way to minor muscular strain? Maeve's expression became wary. Define minor. Localized tissue stress after training. Small fiber damage, mild connective tissue irritation, nothing requiring immobilization or advanced treatment. Yes, if there's genuine damage for the spell to repair. It won't replace food, sleep, hydration, or ordinary recovery, and casting carelessly can conceal a problem that should be assessed. But properly assessed strain can be healed. Maeve studied him for a moment. Grant, why are you asking? He looked down at the hand that had closed the wound, then at the mana already returning to his bar. I'm determining how much additional training this profession may support. Maeve's question deserved a precise answer. Grant considered the healed arm, the mana cost, and the limits she had just listed. Recovery limits productive training volume, he said. If healing hand can safely repair localized tissue damage, it changes that limit. Maeve stared at him. You healed one cut and immediately tried to add another workout. A safe workout. That adjective is doing considerable work. Grant's private training system appeared at the edge of his vision. First successful field heal complete. Reward, 15 free attribute points. The 15 points were welcome, but the implication behind the task mattered more. The practice forms had taught him to ration mana. The student's arm had proved that his profession could convert that mana into actual recovery. Grant understood the restrictions. Healing torn fibers didn't restore glycogen, replace protein, remove systemic fatigue, or guarantee that a corrected injury wouldn't recur under the same poor mechanics. It couldn't substitute for sleep or programming. Those limits prevented healing hand from making recovery irrelevant. They didn't prevent it from improving recovery. If a lifter developed a minor strain during a session, Grant said, and the injury was assessed properly, healing hand could repair the damaged tissue before it worsened. Maeve nodded cautiously. Potentially. Then the lifter could stop the responsible movement, heal the strain, confirm normal function, and train an unrelated area without carrying the injury forward. Possibly. Or complete low-load technique work that would otherwise be postponed. Maeve held up one hand. You're not turning priest practice into permission to damage yourself. I have no intention of damaging myself. Damage reduces performance. The student on the treatment bed looked at the sealed line on her arm. You seemed very interested when it happened. I was interested in repairing it, Grant said. The injury itself was inefficient. Maeve exhaled through her nose. Healing allows trained professionals to manage some injuries faster. It does not make every training decision sensible. Agreed. You'll still respect pain signals. Yes. You'll still stop when continued loading is unsafe. Of course. And you won't deliberately produce injuries to gain healing practice. Grant hesitated only because he disliked absolute restrictions in experimental design. Maeve pointed at him. That pause was too long. I was accepting the scope of the rule. The student laughed, apparently recovered enough to enjoy someone else being corrected. Grant didn't mind. His original disappointment with Priest had rested on the assumption that the class interfered with physical development. Healing Hand suggested the opposite. It could protect continuity, reduce lost sessions, and increase the amount of safe work that fitted inside a week. That opportunity required more mana, better efficiency, stronger healing, and enough control to avoid concealing injuries instead of correcting them. Grant's training plan had just acquired an entirely new recovery budget. Unfortunately, that meant the priest tax was about to rise. Grant completed his physical work that evening with unusual enthusiasm for the priest portion that followed it. Healing drills were no longer time taken away from training. They were training for a method of protecting every later session. He completed a second adaptive daily training block the following day. Together, the two completions added 40 free attribute points. Combined with the field heal reward and his existing reserve, 65 points waited when he sat beside the squat rack and opened his private menus. Maya leaned against the garage entrance. Are you still disappointed about being a priest? Yes, Grant said. She waited. Grant inspected mana capacity. It's no longer relevant. That sounds healthier. It's an optimization decision, not emotional growth. Of course it is. Grant assigned 7 points to mana capacity. Mana efficiency and mana regeneration received 6 each. Healing affinity, divine channel stability, and spell potency took another 6 each. If healing could preserve training continuity, then producing weak or wasteful healing would defeat the purpose. Concentration under stress received 6 points. The student's injury had been minor, but it had still introduced movement, pain, nervous questions, and Maeve telling him to stop calculating. A dungeon or emergency would provide less convenient conditions. Maya watched his expression change as he moved through menus she couldn't see. How expensive is this version of the priest tax? 43 points have gone directly into magical performance. That sounds expensive. It's an outrageous diversion of resources. Are you going to stop? No. Grant put 6 points into recovery and metabolic efficiency, then 6 into deep core stability. Those choices brought the total spend to 55 and preserved some investment in the body that had to perform while he cast. 10 free attribute points remained unspent. His physique increased to 144.10, intelligence to 60.55, wisdom to 18.60, spirit to 20.60, and willpower to 22.45. Maximum HP increased to 2,982. Maximum MP increased to 1,164, and mana regeneration reached 3.39 per second. Maya glanced toward the squat rack. What did the hamstrings get? Nothing. That must have hurt. They understand the strategic necessity. You're speaking for them now? They're too disappointed to speak for themselves. Grant closed the displays. His dissatisfaction with Priest remained perfectly valid. He had expected direct combat skills and received healing instead. The difference was that Healing Hand now served an objective he valued more than the class label. It could keep injuries from stealing training time, help other people remain functional, and let him practice a profession whose useful limits depended on how well he developed it. Practice forms could no longer provide the experience he needed, and accidents in the profession hall were not a responsible training supply. For regular live healing, he needed people performing work where injuries occurred naturally under controlled rules. The Westhaven Professional Guild handled licensed dungeon parties. Grant decided it was time to visit. 17. Party needed. The following morning, Grant entered the Westhaven Professional Guild in his white initiate vestments with the Ashwood Novice staff in one hand. Several conversations paused long enough to assess his shoulders, his staff, and the class emblem at his collar. The party boards covered most of the far wall. Each posting listed a dungeon, its level band, the required roles, the planned departure, and the share arrangement. Grant began with the nearest column and found 3 groups seeking tanks, 7 seeking ranged damage, and 11 seeking a priest. He moved to the next column. 14 more wanted a priest. 2 promised equal loot shares. 1 offered a healer priority on mana consumables. Another had written please in red beneath its 3rd unanswered request. Grant approved of the market. A woman behind the coordination counter watched him finish the 2nd column. Her badge identified her as Mara Quinn. You're either looking for a party or enjoying other people's staffing problems. Both can be true. Grant indicated the boards. The demand for priests appears substantially higher than the available supply. It usually is at beginner level. New tanks can find 3 friends willing to hit things. New priests discover that 3 strangers expect them to keep those friends alive. That seems like an excellent reason to become competent. Mara's gaze traveled from his collar to the breadth of his chest beneath the vestments. You are the priest? Yes. Not the tank carrying a priest's staff? It's a novice staff. The distinction has been explained to me repeatedly. Mara folded her arms. Have you completed a sanctioned dungeon? No. Worked with a live party? No. Completed live healing? Yes. That answer made her pause. How live? An accidental forearm laceration. Superficial, no tendon involvement, full function restored. Good. Less dramatic than that question sounded. Mara gestured toward a much smaller board beside her counter. Only 2 priests had posted availability, and both notices were crowded with handwritten party names. Those are the priests asking for groups. They don't wait long. Grant compared the 2 boards. He had expected that choosing priest would impose another tax. Instead, it appeared to have created leverage. This is encouraging, he said. For you, Mara replied. She picked up a registration slate and looked once more at his shoulders. Possibly confusing for everyone else. Come with me. Mara led Grant past the coordination counter to a row of open meeting booths. 3 women occupied the nearest one with their weapons and packs arranged for inspection. The woman beside the shield sat forward when Mara approached. The swordswoman checked Grant's staff, while the mage looked from his class emblem to his shoulders and back again. Mara stopped at the table. Talia Voss, tank. Lena Ortiz, swordswoman. Priya Shah, mage. This is Grant Mercer, priest. Talia looked at Grant, then at Mara. That's our healer? Yes. Lena tilted her head. Are you sure you haven't put us in the wrong order? Priya studied the white emblem at Grant's collar. The world system agrees with Mara. He's a priest. Grant took the remaining chair. It was built for ordinary beginners and objected faintly beneath him. My physique doesn't interfere with Healing Hand. That wasn't my concern, Talia said. My concern was whether you'd decide the staff means you should stand beside me. It allows striking at greater range than my hands. That doesn't require abandoning the formation. Lena's expression sharpened with professional interest. How much staff training? 500 technically accepted strikes under instruction, followed by continued practice. So not much. Not enough to mistake myself for the primary damage dealer. That answer relaxed her more than a boast would have. Priya opened the dungeon brief on the table. Any party experience? No. Live healing? One successful injury closure. Talia leaned back and considered him. You're very new. Yes. You don't sound worried. I'm joining a licensed beginner party under guild procedures. Worry would be less useful than listening. Mara tapped the brief. Briar Cellars. Level band 1 to 3. Expected party of 4, tight rooms and straightforward pulls. Talia controls the front. Lena works beside or behind her as space allows. Priya stays at range. Grant heals, manages mana, and uses the staff only when the formation gives him room. Grant read the route notes before looking at Talia. How do you call movement? Forward, hold, back, and out. If I say out, we leave. Nobody argues inside. Good. Talia's eyebrows rose. That easy? A tank controlling retreat is sensible. Priya glanced at Mara. I think you found a real one. Grant's private training system appeared at the edge of his vision. First dungeon clear. Complete one sanctioned dungeon with a party. Reward: 20 free attribute points. He accepted the task without reacting. Talia offered her hand across the table. Follow my calls, keep us standing, and we'll get along. Grant shook it carefully. That was already my plan. Mara slid the dungeon papers toward Talia. Excellent. Now let's see whether Briar Cellars agrees. Briar Cellars objected politely. The first room was narrow enough that Talia's shield nearly touched both walls, and the cask racks left Lena one safe angle beside her. Grant stayed behind them with Priya, watching health bars while cellar rats rushed the formation. Hold, Talia called. She caught the first impact. Lena cut across the opening, Priya sent a spell past Talia's shoulder, and Grant did nothing. Talia lost only a thin section of health, well above the point where immediate healing justified its mana cost. Lena glanced back after the last rat fell. You didn't cast. You didn't need healing. Talia checked her health bar. He's right. The next rooms tested the same decision with smaller margins. Vine hounds snapped around Talia's shield and inflicted shallow damage whenever one found an exposed arm or leg. Grant let the minor losses accumulate, then used Healing Hand in controlled bursts that restored her without wasting mana beyond full health. He watched Lena as well, closing a bite across her thigh before it affected her footwork. Priya watched the light fade. You've still got most of your mana. Yes. That sounded like a personal achievement. It's a shared resource. I'm managing it correctly. Grant used the staff only when the rooms allowed it. In a wider chamber, Talia pinned 2 vine hounds against a fallen rack while Lena occupied a third. A cellar rat slipped past the shield line. Grant stepped into its path, drove the staff's end into its chest, and sent it back into Priya's next spell. Staff handling increased to 2. Lena saw the strike. You waited for an opening. I said I would. The final room held the Cascroot Brute, a thick creature wrapped in hard roots. It battered Talia backward while Lena cut at its exposed side and Priya burned through the growth protecting its torso. Grant maintained his distance, healed each useful margin of damage, and refused 3 chances to strike because leaving position would have shortened his view of Talia's health bar. Healing Hand increased to 2. The brute raised both arms. Talia planted her shield and shouted, "Hold." Grant cast before the impact landed. Warm light closed the previous damage as the next blow drove Talia half a step backward. She stayed upright. Lena severed the weakened root at the brute's knee, Priya struck the exposed core, and the creature collapsed. The dungeon exit rune brightened beside the far wall. Talia lowered her shield and looked back at Grant. He still held the staff behind the formation, exactly where the healer belonged. The exit rune carried them into the Briar Cellars staging room, where the world system certified the clear before Grant had finished checking everyone's health bars. Briar Cellars cleared, professional XP gained, 300. Level increased to 2. The level package added 1 point each to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower, along with 5 free attribute points. Grant's private training system followed with the result he'd been expecting. First dungeon clear complete. Reward: 20 free attribute points. The task reward pleased him. The level pleased him more. Neither matched the satisfaction of having earned both by performing the priest's actual job correctly. The clear produced ordinary white and green priest gear among the party's loot. Grant added the usable pieces to his inventory, accepted the documented split, and found that his payout and sold loot share came to $800, bringing his cash to $3,300. The 3 adaptive daily training completions since he'd first visited the guild had already supplied another 60 points. Combined with his previous 10-point reserve, the dungeon reward, and the level package, Grant had 95 available. He assigned 8 points each to recovery and metabolic efficiency, muscular endurance, deep core stability, hip stability, reaction speed, footwork, mana capacity, and mana regeneration. Healing affinity, divine channel stability, and pain tolerance received 7 each. The allocation spent 85 and left his preferred 10-point reserve untouched. Strength remained 108.80. Agility increased to 56.05, physique to 149.90, intelligence to 62.75, wisdom to 20.80, spirit to 23.70, and willpower to 24.50. His maximum HP reached 3098, maximum MP reached 1228, and mana regeneration increased to 3.77 per second. Grant closed the private displays as the party began walking back toward Westhaven. Talia carried her shield over one shoulder, occasionally glancing at him as though the class emblem might have changed during the dungeon. Lena noticed. He did exactly what he said he'd do. He waited for openings, Priya added. I'm still adjusting to that. Grant considered defending himself, but both observations were compliments. Talia walked several more steps before speaking. You actually are a priest. Her tone made the admission sound expensive. Grant enjoyed it more than the level. Grant smiled. Yes, a good one. Don't make me regret saying it. I wouldn't want to discourage accurate assessment. Talia sighed. Are you available for another dungeon? Grant's smile widened. Yes. Which one? 18, main healer. Talia waited until they were back inside the Westhaven Professional Guild before answering Grant's question. She took a dungeon brief from Mara's counter and placed it between the 4 party members. Old Pumpworks. Grant read the name, then the operational notes. The dungeon's narrow passages made formation changes awkward, the footing stayed wet, and incoming damage tended to accumulate instead of arriving in one obvious blow. It was less forgiving of a healer who cast too early, too late, or on the wrong person. Appropriate, he said. Talia studied him across the table. You haven't heard the reason yet. You chose a dungeon that tests sustained healing immediately after telling me you wanted another run. The reason is available. Lena pulled out a chair. He does make suspicion feel inefficient. Priya sat beside her and tapped the section warning about mana pressure. She thinks Briar Cellars was too easy. I think one successful run doesn't make him a main healer, Talia said. He handled simple pulls, saved mana, and stayed where he belonged. Good. Old Pumpworks keeps hurting people. Sometimes 2 of us at once. The lanes are tight enough that moving for a better angle can put you in a worse one. Grant nodded. Then it tests prioritization, positioning, and mana recovery. It also tests whether you'll keep doing the priest's job when you could step forward and hit something. Grant looked down at his shoulders, then back at her. Their existence doesn't compel me to misuse them. Priya covered a smile with one hand. Lena made no such effort. Talia remained serious. If something gets past me, you don't chase it because you think you're strong enough. You call it. If someone takes damage, you don't empty your mana just to make every health bar look tidy. If I call out, we leave. All sensible. You're not offended? One successful run doesn't establish consistent competence, Grant said. Your conclusion is correct. It will become outdated after sufficient evidence. Lena laughed. There he is. Talia pushed the brief toward him. Old Pumpworks, then. Same formation. You main heal from entry to clear, and nobody gives you easy decisions. Grant signed beneath the other 3 names. Talia had selected a fair test designed to expose exactly the weaknesses he might possess. He could respect that. He could also enjoy proving that she had chosen too small a sample size. The 3-day wait for Old Pumpworks gave Grant time to complete each day's established training and priest practice. When the party entered the dungeon, His routine points were banked, his staff was in hand, and Talia still looked prepared to catch him doing something foolish. The first passage made that difficult. Pipes crowded the walls, water coated the floor, and Talia's shield occupied most of the usable width. Lena worked over her right shoulder while Priya cast from behind Grant. There was nowhere for him to chase a melee opportunity without obstructing someone more useful. "Hold," Talia called as another group pressed into the passage. Grant watched 4 things at once. Talia's health fell in frequent shallow cuts. Lena took less damage, but hers arrived in sharper bursts whenever she leaned past the shield. Priya remained untouched. Grant's mana rose steadily between casts, though not fast enough to excuse poor timing. He counted the intervals in heartbeats. Slow heal went on to Talia while the damage remained predictable. Its gradual restoration matched the steady losses without wasting the stronger response he might need elsewhere. When Lena's health dropped far enough to threaten her footwork, Healing Hand closed the gap in one controlled cast. "Still comfortable?" Talia asked. "Yes," Grant said. "Your left side is taking damage slightly faster." Talia adjusted her stance half a step. The next strike glanced from the shield instead of reaching her arm. That wasn't a healing call. It reduced future healing. Lena laughed without taking her eyes from the fight. "He's criticizing your form to save mana." "I'm improving party efficiency," Grant said. A monster slipped around Talia and splashed into the narrow space beside Grant. He could have struck it. The opening was clean, his staff was ready, and the creature was close enough to make restraint mildly disappointing. "Priya, right side," he called instead. Priya's spell drove it back into Lena's reach. She glanced at Grant. "You had that." "So did you. I was monitoring 3 health bars." They advanced through the next rooms without giving the wet floor a chance to break formation. Grant changed position only to preserve sightlines, used slow heal against steady loss, and saved Healing Hand for damage that required immediate correction. His mana bar fell, recovered, then settled into the range he had predicted. At the final closed door, Talia checked the party and looked back at him. "You haven't hit anything." "I've been busy." Talia rested her shield against the door. "Good. The next room is where old pumpworks becomes difficult." Grant tightened his grip on the staff without moving forward. "Then open it." The door opened onto a low chamber divided by wet channels and narrow raised stone. Monsters entered from 2 passages at different intervals. Talia caught the first group on her shield, but the second forced Lena to fight with 1 foot braced against the slick edge. Grant started counting before the first blow landed. Slow heal settled over Talia as repeated impacts wore at her health. Lena's losses came less often and in larger pieces. Priya remained safe until the shifting formation exposed her to a strike, adding a third pattern to Grant's calculations. Grant watched Priya finish her next cast. Step left. She moved. Why? Grant kept his attention on Talia. Because she moves back in 4 seconds. Talia absorbed another impact, yielded exactly 1 step, and filled the space Priya had left. Grant refreshed slow heal before its effect ended, waited through 2 recoverable hits, then used Healing Hand on Lena when another strike would have compromised her stance. His mana dropped below half. Talia's health followed, steady enough to look alarming and regular enough to manage. "Potion?" Talia called. "No," Grant said. "Hold for 3 seconds." She trusted him for all 3. Grant timed Healing Hand between impacts, then let slow heal carry the next portion while his mana recovered. Talia's hand never reached the emergency potion at her belt. Priya cast again, then looked sharply toward Grant. "You're counting the attacks, our movement, and how often each of us takes damage." Grant nodded. "Those are the relevant inputs." Lena cut down the last creature on her side. "Could you 2 discuss his unsettling habits after we clear?" Priya's final spell struck the remaining monster as Talia drove it back with her shield. The room went quiet except for water running through the channels. All 4 health bars remained above 0, and every emergency potion remained sealed. His spell records updated. Healing Hand increased to 3. Slow heal increased to 2. The world system certified the clear. Old pumpworks cleared. Professional XP gained, 600. Level increased to 3. The level package added 1 point each to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower, plus 5 free attribute points. Grant's private training system followed. Main heal clear. No deaths complete. Reward, 20 free attribute points. The notices were satisfying, but Priya was still staring at him. You weren't reacting to us, she said. You'd already worked out when the damage was coming. Grant rested the Ashwood novice staff against his shoulder. Reacting late is expensive. Priya turned to Talia. He was counting all of us. Talia looked at Grant as though she had chosen the wrong test entirely. Talia inspected the seal on her emergency potion, then looked at the 3 healthy party members around her. No deaths, no potion, you still had mana. Enough for the damage we were taking, Grant said. Priya folded her arms. You sound as though you expected him to forget how numbers work. I didn't think he was stupid, Talia said. I thought someone built like that might eventually decide hitting the problem was more efficient. Grant glanced at his shoulders. They've been accused without evidence. Lena wiped water from her sword. They are unusually suspicious. Talia ignored her. You main healed the run. Properly. I was wrong about how much Briar Cellars proved. The admission pleased Grant, particularly because she delivered it without weakening the standard that had produced it. Old Pumpworks provided a better sample. Priya shook her head. You were counting our damage, our movement, the monster's attack cycles, and your regeneration. I'm not explaining basic party mathematics to you again. You explained it once? I was planning to. The exit rune returned them to the guild staging area. Grant's documented dungeon payout came to $950, bringing his cash to $4,250. His loadout remained unchanged. His private point pool stood at 95. Old Pumpworks had confirmed that sustained healing depended on far more than raw spell strength. He assigned 8 points each to recovery and metabolic efficiency, muscular endurance, deep core stability, hip stability, reaction speed, footwork, mana capacity, and mana regeneration. Healing affinity, divine channel stability, and pain tolerance received 7 each. 85 points were spent, leaving his preferred 10-point reserve. Strength remained 108.80. Agility increased to 58.45, physique to 155.70, intelligence to 64.95, wisdom to 23.00, spirit to 26.80, and willpower to 26.55. His maximum HP reached 3,214, maximum MP reached 1,292, and mana regeneration increased to 4.14 per second. Grant closed the private display before Talia returned with another dungeon brief. This time, she placed it in front of him rather than keeping it on her side of the table. Lena noticed. No interview? We already have a healer, Talia said. He can tell us whether the dungeon suits the party. Priya leaned over Grant's shoulder to read with him. Neither woman checked whether he understood the numbers. Grant approved of the change. His intelligence had stopped surprising them. Judging by Talia's continued glance at his shoulders, the rest of him had become the confusing part. He picked up the brief. Let's see what you've chosen. 19. Don't stand there. The brief Talia had placed in Grant's hands sent them back into Old Pumpworks 2 days later, this time through a deeper route where the passages widened just enough to permit mistakes. That was more dangerous than remaining narrow. Talia stopped beside a junction crossed by 2 shallow channels. Water spilled from a split pipe overhead, striking the stone hard enough to blur movement on the far side. The pressure warden is farther in. Until then, the pump room brutes are the problem. They charge anything they can see, and they don't stop because the floor is inconvenient. Lena tested the slick stone with 1 boot. Neither do I. You stop when I tell you, Talia said. Priya raised her focus. She meant you specifically. Grant took his place behind Lena and to Priya's left, leaving Talia room to retreat without colliding with him. The lanes are manageable if we don't create a straight path to Priya. Talia looked back once. Call it if you see one. The first pull behaved. Talia caught 2 pipe crawlers against her shield while Lena cut into the exposed side. Priya's spells crossed Grant's shoulder in measured intervals. Grant kept slow heal working against the tank's steady losses and corrected 1 deeper wound with healing hand. His mana remained comfortable. Then a rust slime dropped from the split pipe. It landed behind Talia, spread across the raised stone, and divided the formation. Lena turned before it could reach Grant, but that gave a pump room brute the opening it wanted. The creature lowered its head and drove 1 thick shoulder into her guard. Lena blocked the blow, but the wet stone betrayed the rest. Her rear foot slid into the channel, and the second impact knocked her sideways. She caught herself on 1 knee against the wall, sword still raised but no longer occupying the lane. Talia, Grant called. I see it. Talia tried to turn, but the pipe crawlers crowded her shield and the slime covered the quickest step back. Abandoning her position would expose everyone at once. Across the junction, the brute straightened. Lena was no longer between it and Priya. Priya had committed to a cast. Light gathered around her focus while the creature planted one foot, then the other, building its charge along the clean strip of stone. 3 seconds, she said. You have less than 2, Grant replied. Talia couldn't cross the slime in time. Lena couldn't regain her feet before the brute passed her. The monster charged. Its lane to Priya was clean. Grant didn't need the monster's exact damage value. He had already seen what its first impact did to Lena through a raised guard. Priya was committed to her cast, standing square to the lane, and built for mana rather than absorbing a pump room brute with her ribs. If the charge landed, she would lose the spell and enough health to require immediate healing, assuming the hit didn't take the choice away from him. That meant more mana, a broken formation, and Talia abandoning the pipe crawlers to protect the rear. Intercepting it meant taking one controlled impact himself. His physique made that cheaper than repairing the party after Priya went down. Grant, move her, Talia called. There isn't time, he said. Priya's eyes shifted toward him without releasing her spell. Grant. He moved before she could finish whatever objection she had selected. The brute had committed its weight forward. Its head was low, its shoulders square, and its next step would carry all of its force through Priya's position. Meeting that head-on would be stupid. Grant needed the creature to miss by less than a yard. He shifted the staff into his left hand and stepped diagonally into the lane. His right foot planted outside the monster's path. He bent at the knee and hip, braced through his deep core, and turned his torso enough to present the thickest part of his shoulder without exposing his chest. Talia's voice sharpened. Don't stand there. I'm not standing, Grant said. The brute saw him late and tried to correct. Its front foot changed direction, but the rest of its mass was already committed. Grant took one short driving step and struck across the outside of its shoulder instead of meeting the center of its chest. The impact drove through him from shoulder to heel. His boots slipped an inch on the wet stone before his legs held. Pain spread across his upper arm, real but manageable, and his health bar lost a visible piece. Grant kept driving. He pushed through the planted foot, extended his hip, and turned the contact sideways. The brute's forward charge became an argument between its upper body and its feet. Its leading step crossed awkwardly. One arm swung wide as it fought for balance. Priya, hold the cast, Grant said through clenched teeth. You're in front of it. Not for long. He gave one final drive through the shoulder. The brute left its original line, splashed across the shallow channel, and carried its remaining momentum toward the wall instead of Priya. The pump room brute struck the wall shoulder first, and its feet slid apart in the channel. Grant released it immediately and stepped back before its recovering arm could catch him. Priya's spell passed through the space he had vacated and burst against the brute's exposed side. Good, Grant said. That was meant for it before you joined the target area, Priya replied. Lena regained her feet and drove her sword into the creature before it could turn. The brute collapsed against the wall. Grant was already moving back toward the party, staff in hand and attention on their health bars. Talia still has 2, he called. I'm aware, Talia said. Return to your position. Grant obeyed. Healing Hand restored the worst of Lena's loss while Priya burned the rust slime away from Talia's retreat. Once the tank had room to move, she forced the remaining pipe crawlers together. Lena attacked from one side, Priya cast from the other, and Grant kept their health stable until the last crawler fell into the water. The junction went quiet. Priya remained untouched. Grant's shoulder objected to how well the plan had worked, but the joint moved correctly and the pain hadn't deepened. He could repair the lost health more cheaply than he could have repaired Priya in a collapsed formation. The world system interrupted his assessment. Contact drive I recognized. Physical proficiency. Mana cost. None. Grant read the notice twice. He was still a pure priest. The system hadn't granted him a warrior charge, defensive skill, or class exception. It had recognized correct foot placement, bracing, contact angle, and force transfer as a physical technique available to anyone capable of performing it. Most priests simply had fewer reasons to perform it with a charging monster. His private training system followed. Emergency body block save complete. Reward: 15 free attribute points. The hostile encounter credited 800 professional XP, raising his total to 1700 and his level to 4. His priest growth added 1 point each to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower, while the level granted 5 free attribute points. Grant rotated his shoulder once and found Priya watching the movement. "You stepped in front of that for me," she said. "At an angle," Grant corrected. "Directly in front would have been poor technique." Lena rested her sword against her shoulder. "I'm sure that distinction will comfort Talia." Talia had finished checking the corridor. Now she turned slowly toward Grant, looked at Priya's untouched health bar, and then examined the missing portion of his. Her shield lowered. Her expression suggested the formation crisis had ended and a much more personal inspection was about to begin. Talia crossed the junction and stopped in front of Grant. "Show me the shoulder." Grant rotated it again, raised his arm overhead, and pressed 2 fingers along the joint. No instability, no sharp pain. The impact caught the deltoid and upper arm rather than the joint. That wasn't permission to sound pleased. It was a well-executed intervention. "It was reckless," Talia said, then glanced at Priya. "It was also the correct decision. Thank you for making it." Priya stepped closer. "I'm grateful too. I'd prefer advance notice next time." The available notice was less than 2 seconds. "Then use both of them." Lena rested her sword on her shoulder. "He did. One for calculating and one for terrifying us." Talia pointed at Grant's health bar. "That charge took less of your bar than the guarded hit took from Lena's." "How?" "My physique is good." "You're level 4. Both statements remained true. Talia looked as though she wanted to argue with arithmetic and knew better. "Heal yourself. Then we're leaving." Grant used healing hand on his shoulder while they returned through the cleared passage. The joint settled, and his health recovered without requiring a potion. Talia checked the bar twice more before the exit rune returned them to the guild. His 2 established training days, emergency reward, and level package had raised his private point pool to 70. The intervention had confirmed the value of staying difficult to move without neglecting his priest resources. He assigned 6 points each to recovery and metabolic efficiency, muscular endurance, deep core stability, hip stability, and reaction speed. Footwork, mana capacity, mana regeneration, healing affinity, divine channel stability, and pain tolerance received 5 each. 60 points were spent, leaving 10 in reserve. Strength remained 108.80. Agility increased to 60.10, physique to 160.30, intelligence to 66.70, wisdom to 24.75, spirit to 29.30, and willpower to 28.30. His maximum HP reached 3,306, maximum MP reached 1,344, and mana regeneration increased to 4.44 per second. Grant closed the private display. Talia was still beside him. "Before our next dungeon, you're coming to the proving hall," she said. "You and I are taking the same controlled hit." Grant considered the value of a direct comparison with a trained tank. "That seems useful." "It isn't a compliment. It can be useful twice." 20. The tank has questions. Talia proved unwilling to let usefulness remain theoretical. 20 minutes after leaving Old Pumpworks, she sat across from Grant in the guild cafe with her meal cooling untouched and 4 drinking glasses arranged as a model of the junction. "This was me," she said, moving the largest glass. "These were the crawlers. Lena went into the channel here, Priya was there, and you crossed from here." Lena pointed her fork at Grant's glass. "It should be taller." Priya examined the arrangement. "That would make the reconstruction less accurate in every way except one." Grant continued eating. Talia had already checked his shoulder, watched him heal it, and inspected his health bar twice. A third inspection disguised as tableware seemed harmless. Talia shifted the glass representing the brute. Lena took the first hit through a raised guard. "You caught a full charge after one change of direction." "Not a full charge," Grant said. "I changed the contact angle and redirected its center of mass. The damage wasn't equivalent." "I know." Talia's immediate answer removed the easy objection. "That's why I'm still thinking about it. Your bar moved less than Lena's, but I can't separate your durability from the better contact." Lena took a bite. "You could accept that our priest is built incorrectly." "He's built very well," Priya said. "The classification is the questionable part." Grant approved of the distinction, although Talia's expression suggested compliments wouldn't distract her. She pushed the glasses aside. "We're going to the proving hall." "You mentioned that." "I'm making the terms clear. Same standardized station, same calibrated strikes, same number of rounds." Healing only between rounds, not during them. Grant considered the design. It removed angle, footing, monster judgment, and Lena's interrupted guard from the comparison. Armor? Matched protection or none, depending on what the hall supervisor approves. I want a fair durability benchmark. Priya leaned back. You want proof that you still have more health than the level 4 priest. Talia looked at Grant's full visible bar. It occupied no more space than hers, which was the problem. I want to know whether I do. Grant finished his meal and stood. That seems useful. Talia rose with him. If you say it can be useful twice, I'm adding another round. He picked up his staff. 3 uses would be excessive. At the Westhaven Proving Hall, Talia questioned the receptionist about paired durability tests. The receptionist produced a liability form, glanced from the armored tank to the staff-carrying priest, and asked which one was being assessed. Both, Talia said, under identical rules. The receptionist looked at Grant again, then reached for a second form. The second form was identical to the first. Talia checked both before signing, then followed the hall supervisor into a testing lane with Grant, Lena, and Priya behind her. A padded striking arm faced 2 marked platforms. The supervisor instructed Grant and Talia to remove their armor and explained that each impact would land through the same chest pad at the same calibration. Defensive skills, active equipment effects, and healing during a round were prohibited. Talia set her shield and breastplate aside. Good. Lena leaned against the rail. You sound happy about being hit by machinery. I'm happy about removing excuses, Talia replied. No monster angle, no wet floor, no interrupted guard, and no clever redirection. Grant placed his staff beside her shield. You've removed most of my enjoyable advantages. You still have your physique. That's one of the enjoyable ones. The supervisor fitted the first pad against Talia's torso and directed her onto the platform. She planted her feet evenly, bent her knees, and braced without drawing on a defensive skill. The striking arm pulled back, paused, and drove forward with a heavy padded thump. Talia rocked through her hips but kept both feet inside the marks. A damage number appeared, and her health bar lost a clean portion. She stepped off immediately. Same setting, she told the supervisor. Don't adjust it for his class. I wasn't going to, the supervisor said. You looked at his staff. I also looked at his shoulders. Grant accepted that as reasonable professional caution. He took Talia's place, matched her stance, and settled the pad over his sternum. The arm struck. Force compressed his chest, passed through his braced trunk, and shifted his weight toward his heels. He stayed inside the marks while his own damage number appeared. Priya raised a hand before anyone could comment. Nobody compare aloud yet. I'm recording each result. That was my instruction, Talia said. You were about to stare at his bar. I can do both. Grant used healing hand only after the supervisor declared the round complete. He restored Talia first, then himself, waiting until both bars were full before the next calibration was entered. The second round struck harder. Talia absorbed it with practiced control. Grant followed under the same settings, resisted the urge to improve the angle, and took the impact squarely because altering the test would make the result worthless. After he healed them between rounds, the supervisor studied the next setting. Most paired tests stop here unless both participants agree. Talia looked at Grant. Do you agree? Grant rolled his shoulders once. Everything still moved correctly. Yes. Talia faced the striking arm again. Increase it. The third calibration drove Talia back half a step. Her heels remained inside the marks, but the damage number removed another substantial portion of her health bar. She studied the result while the supervisor reset the striking arm without changing the setting. Grant took her place. The same impact compressed his trunk and shifted his weight toward his heels. He stayed inside the marks, the damage number appeared, and his visible bar shortened by far less than Talia's had. Talia looked from one bar to the other. Both displays were the same length when full. Only the missing portions revealed that the same calibrated force was working against very different reserves. Confirm the setting, Talia said. Identical calibration, the supervisor replied. No defensive skill registered from either participant. Lena folded her arms over the rail. Can we say he's built incorrectly now? No, Talia said. We can say 3 rounds show a consistent result. Priya turned her notes toward her. That's the analytical version. Grant used healing hand only after the round closed, restoring Talia before himself. Once both bars were full, Talia requested the next setting, calculated what the increase should do, and stepped onto the platform. The fourth impact dropped her to the station's safety cutoff. The supervisor raised one hand before she could ask for another. Your test ends there. Talia stepped aside and pointed Grant toward the marks. His doesn't. Grant accepted the same strike squarely. Pain spread across his chest and abdomen, but his joints remained stable and his breathing recovered quickly. His health bar stopped well above the cutoff Talia had reached. The supervisor checked both result columns. He's cleared for another setting. Talia's mental arithmetic had plainly ended one round earlier. Continue. The additional strike hit harder. Grant braced, absorbed it, and remained above the safety line. The station ended the sequence only because he had completed the comparison range approved on the form. His private training system responded as the supervisor closed the test. Endurance benchmark versus tank complete. Reward: 20 free attribute points. Grant dismissed the notice without reacting. Talia was checking Priya's notes against the official results, moving her finger between the damage numbers and the unequal portions missing from their bars. Finally, she gathered both sheets. We're getting drinks. Lena smiled. To celebrate? No, Talia said. I need a table. At the cafe beside the proving hall, Talia placed the official results beside Priya's notes and left her drink untouched. She divided the recorded damage by the missing portion of each visible bar, frowned, and repeated the calculation from the beginning. Lena watched her finish the second attempt. Did the answer improve? No. Talia looked at Grant. I'm not accusing you of cheating. The supervisor confirmed the calibration, the equipment restrictions, and the absence of defensive skills. We followed identical rules. Grant nodded. That was the purpose. Talia looked down at her drink, then back at the two result sheets. How much health do you have? An excellent amount. That isn't a number. It's an accurate assessment. Priya tapped Grant's result column. Refusing to answer is also information. Only if you interpret it responsibly, Grant said. Lena lifted her glass. I responsibly interpret it as too much. Talia finally took a drink. Your raw durability is higher than mine. That doesn't make you a tank. You don't have my mitigation skills, threat control, shield training, or experience deciding which hits a party can afford. I agree. His immediate answer made her pause. You do? You're better at being a tank. I'm better at being difficult to kill while remaining a priest. Talia considered that, then pointed at him. Don't turn this result into an excuse to enter dungeons alone. Grant hadn't been planning to. The idea improved as soon as she objected to it. Over the next 3 days, his established training and priest practice added 60 free attribute points to the 20 earned from the durability test and his 10-point reserve. He spent 8 each on recovery and metabolic efficiency, muscular endurance, and deep core stability. Hip stability, reaction speed, footwork, mana capacity, mana regeneration, healing affinity, divine channel stability, and pain tolerance received 7 each. 10 points remained unspent. Strength remained 108.80. Agility increased to 62.20, physique to 164.95, intelligence to 67.75, wisdom to 25.80, spirit to 31.40, and willpower to 29.35. His maximum HP reached 3,399, maximum MP reached 1,380, and mana regeneration increased to 4.65 per second. He remained level 4 with 1,700 professional XP. Grant closed the private display and set the proving hall results beside his staff. Talia's warning had contained a useful question. If his healing, mana reserves, and health could satisfy the guild's safety rules, solo dungeon access would give him complete control over the training plan. 21. Solo priests die. Grant carried the proving hall results into Mara Quinn's office the next morning and placed them on her desk. Mara checked the supervisor's signature and gave him the patient look she reserved for requests that were technically possible and professionally irritating. I'd like authorization for solo dungeon entry, Grant said. No. Mara slid the results back toward him. Those prove you can survive calibrated impacts better than expected from a level 4 priest. They don't prove you should enter a dungeon without a party. Grant had expected resistance. I can heal myself, my mana recovery is reliable, and I've completed sanctioned runs without creating extra work for the party. You created extra work for Talia's peace of mind. That wasn't listed among the dungeon objectives. Mara almost smiled. Solo priests die, Grant. They die often enough that the Westhaven Guild has an actual rule about letting them through a dungeon gate alone. Healing is useful until you're stunned, cornered, out of mana, or too committed to an objective to leave. I'm difficult to stun, expensive to corner, and careful with mana. The last claim is the one I care about. Mara tapped the result sheet. Your health bar can hide bad judgment for longer than most people's. That makes bad judgment more dangerous, not less. Grant considered the criticism instead of rejecting it. A large safety margin could encourage someone to treat remaining health as permission rather than reserve. The error was common in training. People lifted through failing form because the weight still moved. What would satisfy the rule? He asked. Mara studied him. Not another durability demonstration. We have a solo entry safety assessment in the yard. It tests whether you can manage damage, preserve mana, heal under pressure, identify an exit, and abandon a simulated objective when continuing stops being sensible. That sounds reasonable. Most people requesting an exception argue with that word. Most people don't appreciate standardized testing. Mara opened a drawer, removed a form, and set it between them. Passing gets your request considered for low-tier access. Failing means party entry only until I'm convinced you've learned why. Grant read the conditions before signing. None required him to overpower the trial. They required him to leave with enough health and mana to survive whatever happened after the planned problem. He handed back the form. When do we begin? Mara rose and collected the results. 20 minutes. The safety yard is behind this building. Grant picked up his staff. The guild wasn't asking whether he could win alone. It wanted proof that he knew when not to try. 20 minutes later, Grant stood inside a padded lane in the guild safety yard. A chest-height ram occupied one end. Swinging arms, floor lights, and 2 marked exits filled the rest. Mara waited outside with his assessment form and a clear view of his health and mana bars. This isn't a combat test, she said. If you treat it like one, you fail. Grant adjusted his grip on the ashwood staff. Breaking the equipment would be viewed negatively. Very. Mara pointed to the nearest exit. You'll take controlled damage, heal when directed, follow the marked route, and preserve the minimum reserve on that display. If both exits turn red because you ignored the warnings, you fail. The ram struck his chest pad on her signal. Grant braced and allowed the force to carry him back rather than fighting to hold an impressive position. His health bar shortened. When Mara raised 2 fingers, he used Healing Hand 3 once and stopped before the missing portion vanished completely. You're leaving damage unhealed, Mara said. The next station measures emergency healing. Spending mana for comfort before an emergency would be poor planning. Mara marked the form. Continue. Floor lights formed a route between the swinging arms. Grant moved toward the green exit, using short steps and keeping his hips under him as padded impacts came from alternating sides. Halfway through, its marker changed to red. He reversed immediately, accepted a strike across his shoulder rather than crossing the closed line, and reached the second exit without turning his back on the equipment. A buzzer sounded. The ram released again before his breathing settled. Grant absorbed the hit from compromised positioning, stepped clear, planted both feet, and cast Healing Hand while a padded arm struck his forearm twice to test interruption. The spell held. His health rose, but he cut the healing off when his mana bar reached the marked reserve. Mara looked at the missing health. You could finish healing. I could also preserve the resource the test told me to preserve. That answer won't help if you refuse to leave later. The final gate opened onto a longer lane. A weighted red case sat on a platform at the far end while warning lights began counting down along both exits. Mara lowered the form. Retrieve the objective if it remains safe. The hazards will escalate, and I won't tell you when the correct decision changes. Grant studied the exits before he looked at the case. Good. The first warning light turned amber, and he entered the lane. Grant crossed the first third of the lane before the second warning light turned amber. The padded arms accelerated in pairs. He continued, took a controlled hit across his upper back, and kept both exits in view. The red case waited beyond the final swinging arm. Grant could reach it. His health remained safely above the cutoff, his mana sat exactly where he'd left it, and the distance would have been trivial without the return journey. The left exit changed from green to amber. Grant shortened his next step. Reaching the platform would take several seconds. Lifting the weighted case would cost another 2, and carrying it back would slow him while the hazard cycle continued accelerating. The right exit was still green, but its warning sequence had begun. He turned away from the case. A padded arm swept toward his ribs. Grant gave ground, let it pass across his chest pad, and moved toward the right exit without healing. The left marker turned red behind him. Another impact drove him sideways, but he recovered without crossing the closed boundary. The right marker changed to amber as he cleared the gate. A buzzer ended the sequence. The arms stopped, the floor lights returned to white, and the red case remained untouched. Mara looked from Grant to the abandoned objective. You were close enough to put your hand on it. Close enough to touch it, Grant said. Not close enough to retrieve it and preserve the exit margin. You still had health. I also had a route out, which was more valuable. Mara checked the recorded bars and times. Most applicants take at least one more hazard cycle. That sounds like the reason solo priests die often enough to require a rule. Her pen paused. For someone who had designed the test around proving his judgment, Mara looked almost disappointed that he'd supplied it without an argument. You asked to do something every sensible priest avoids, she said. Then you completed the assessment like a risk manager. I contain several admirable qualities. Mara marked the result. You passed, conservatively. That seems like the correct way to pass a safety trial. His private training system appeared as she closed the yard record. Solo permit trial complete. Reward: 20 free attribute points. Grant dismissed the notice. The reward was useful, but Mara's reluctant approval mattered more to his immediate plan. She gathered the form and pointed toward the guild building. Come back to my office. Passing means I now have paperwork to finish. Grant followed her out of the yard, leaving the red case exactly where good judgment had told him to leave it. Back in Mara's office, Grant stood beside her desk while she transferred the yard result onto his guild record. She signed the solo entry authorization, stamped it, and held the permit for a moment before surrendering it. This is low-tier access only, she said. You enter the approved site, follow the logged route, and leave when your margin says to leave. Passing once doesn't make caution optional. Caution produced the permit, Grant replied. I'm unlikely to abandon a successful method. That sentence is doing a lot of work. Mara handed him the permit, then unfolded a local dungeon map. Miller's Quarry Warrens. Multiple exits, repeatable rooms, and a route suitable for a first solo entry. Study it before you book a slot. Grant examined the marked chambers, junctions, and retreat routes. This is excellent. It's a low-tier goblin dungeon. It's a controlled training environment with moving resistance. Mara pressed 2 fingers against the map before he could take it. It is not a private gym. The permit doesn't appear to forbid enjoying it as one. She released the map with visible reluctance. Bring back route notes. If the dungeon behaves differently from the registered pattern, you leave and report it. Grant tucked the permit inside the folded map. That also seems useful. Please stop sounding pleased about the paperwork that lets you enter a dungeon alone. Grant left with the permit and map, unable to make his expression match Mara's concern. The permit represented controlled access to hostile training partners, measurable damage, practical healing, and a route nobody else could disrupt by changing the exercise order. Across that day and the next, his established physical and priest practice added 40 free attribute points to the 20 earned from the trial. He spent 6 each on recovery and metabolic efficiency, muscular endurance, deep core stability, hip stability, and reaction speed. Footwork, mana capacity, mana regeneration, healing affinity, divine channel stability, and pain tolerance received 5 each. Strength remained 108.80. Agility increased to 63.85. Physique to 168.55, intelligence to 68.50, wisdom to 26.55, spirit to 32.90, and willpower to 30.10. His maximum HP reached 3,471, maximum MP reached 1,407, and mana regeneration increased to 4.80 per second. He remained level 4 with 1,700 professional XP and 10 free attribute points unspent. Grant closed the private display and spread the Miller's Quarry map beside his staff. The guild had given him a permit for something sensible people considered insane. He saw marked exits, repeatable rooms, and enough space to build an excellent workout. 22. Personal Gym. Miller's Quarry Warrens occupied the abandoned face of an old limestone quarry, where reinforced tunnels disappeared beneath terraces of pale stone. Grant arrived for his booked slot carrying the Ashwood novice staff, a compact bag of healing supplies, boxing wraps, and a written training plan protected inside a clear sleeve. The attendant at the entry station checked his permit twice. You're the solo priest. I'm Grant Mercer, Grant said. The permit happens to describe my excellent judgment. It describes low-tier access under strict retreat conditions. The attendant looked at the training plan. You wrote boxing rounds under intended activity. I also wrote grappling, kicking, footwork, staff practice, healing, and mana recovery. That doesn't make the boxing less unusual. Grant accepted the map tablet and compared its route markers with Mara's paper copy. The registered path contained broad quarry chambers connected by short tunnels, with marked retreat branches before every timed room. It was better organized than several gyms he'd paid to use in his previous life. The first chamber cycles shut after 12 minutes, the attendant said. The side exit remains available unless the room enters its final hazard phase. If anything differs from the registered pattern, you leave. I intend to verify every exit before beginning the useful work. The dungeon is the useful work. Grant glanced at his plan. That seems unnecessarily restrictive. The attendant opened the gate before Grant could explain the educational value of controlled rounds against opponents who didn't complain about excessive contact. Inside, guild lamps lit old tool marks along the stone walls. Rusted rail tracks ran beneath his boots, while bright route markers identified the first retreat tunnel and the emergency exit beyond it. Grant walked both approaches before entering the chamber, checked the timer display, and confirmed that nothing blocked either route. Only then did he tighten his boxing wraps. The staff remained within immediate reach, the healing supplies stayed secured across his body, and the written plan went into an outer pocket where he could consult it without unpacking anything. The first stage wasn't winning. It was establishing what one quarry goblin could do against his guard, how much health each clean hit removed, what healing hand cost under pressure, and how quickly his mana returned. Once he had those numbers, he could decide whether the dungeon permitted proper rounds or merely brief technical exchanges. Stone scraped inside the connecting tunnel. A quarry goblin entered with a chipped club, saw the enormous priest waiting alone, and slowed. Grant raised his wrapped hands while keeping the staff beside him. "Good morning," he said. "You're scheduled for calibration." The goblin answered Grant's greeting with a shout and charge. Grant angled left, kept his stance compact, and allowed the club to strike his raised forearms. The impact barely shifted him, but his health bar shortened by a small, measurable amount. He retreated 3 steps and checked both exits. The goblin pursued until Grant lifted the ashwood staff between them. "Again," Grant said. The goblin stopped. Its eyes moved from the staff to Grant's wrapped hands. "Priest?" "Correct." "Priest run." "Not during calibration." Grant lowered the staff and presented the same guarded target. The goblin attacked with greater enthusiasm, perhaps encouraged by the belief that it had identified a defective priest. Grant accepted another strike against his forearms, recorded the matching bar loss, then changed the test. He turned enough to let the club land across his braced upper arm while keeping his head and joints protected. The third impact removed slightly more health. That gave him a guarded value, a clean body value, and enough information to estimate how quickly repeated hits would accumulate. He didn't need to discover the maximum by collapsing. Grant stepped beyond the goblin's reach and cast Healing Hand 3. Warm light passed through his chest and arm. He watched his health bar rise while noting the corresponding drop in mana, then stopped healing when the missing portion had been restored. The goblin pointed its club at him. "Fight." "I'm recovering." It attacked anyway. Grant used the staff without striking, guiding the club past his shoulder and pressing the shaft against the goblin's upper chest whenever it crowded him. He circled the room at an even pace, watched his mana bar refill, and checked the timer each time it crossed one of the marks he'd recorded. By the time his mana returned to its starting point, he had a practical recovery interval. A full round could last 2 minutes, provided he ended it sooner if accumulated damage exceeded what one ordinary healing hand could comfortably restore. Between rounds, he would keep moving until his mana recovered and confirmed that both exits remained usable. That was conservative enough for Mara and active enough for Grant. He wrote the limits on his plan, returned the sheet to its sleeve, and set the first 2-minute timer. The goblin raised its club again, looking much less pleased about being Grant's initial training partner. The timer sounded, and the goblin came forward behind a high, untidy guard. Grant met it with disciplined footwork, slipping outside the club and touching a jab to its chest. He kept his power controlled, worked straight punches and short body hooks, and never let the goblin crowd him against the stone. When the timer ended, the goblin staggered back and lowered its club. "Too long." 2 minutes, Grant said. "You performed adequately." The goblin attacked again, apparently offended by the evaluation. Grant stepped inside the swing, secured an underhook, and turned his hips through a controlled outside trip. The goblin hit the floor. When it scrambled upright, Grant intercepted it with a front kick that created space without compromising his balance. Grappling and kicking demanded different timing from striking, but the goblin supplied objections to every adjustment. The next rooms added slingers and uneven quarry floors. Grant ran the marked perimeter, changed direction beneath incoming stones, and forced the goblins to keep repositioning. His lungs worked, his feet stayed active, and his exits remained visible. When the angles tightened, he brought up the ashwood staff, deflected a stone, and drove the butt into a slinger's abdomen before turning the shaft across another goblin's shoulders. He allowed enough clean hits to keep the healing portion honest. Whenever his health crossed the limit he'd ridden, he disengaged, cast Healing Hand 3, and continued moving while his mana recovered. The dungeon stopped resembling a series of fights and became a circuit in which every room demanded a different tool. Foreman Grick waited beside the final quarry seal, broader than the other goblins and armed with a heavy two-handed pick. His gaze moved over Grant's wraps, staff, and increasingly untidy notes. "Priest wrong," Grick said. "I've received that feedback," Grant replied. Grick attacked with enough force to make blocking wasteful. Grant slipped the descending pick, struck twice to the body, caught the returning arm in a body lock, and drove Grick sideways. The foreman recovered quickly, but Grant had already taken the staff in both hands. A sharp thrust stopped the next charge, and a turning strike emptied the remaining health from Grick's bar. The quarry seal opened, his private displays followed. Boxing increased to 2, grappling I acquired, kicking I acquired, staff handling increased to 3. Solo training circuit complete, reward, 25 free attribute points. The world system awarded 1000 XP for the solo clear, bringing him to 2700 and level 5. Grant looked back through the cleared rooms. He'd completed boxing, grappling, kicking, footwork, staff work, healing, cardio, and professional leveling in one session. His plan had worked. More importantly, it had room for improvement. Grant collected the ordinary training loot from beside the open quarry seal, then retraced the registered route instead of taking the shorter branch he hadn't inspected. At each room, he added notes beside the timings. The first chamber suited boxing and controlled damage tests. The slinger room provided better footwork and cardio. The final chamber had enough space for staff work, but Grick's pick made extended grappling unnecessarily ambitious. His list for the next visit already included longer movement rounds, alternating staff grips, and testing whether different healing intervals improved total training time. He also marked 2 rooms unsuitable for kicking because loose stone made pivoting unreliable. A dungeon could be an excellent gym without every floor becoming sensible exercise equipment. Across the 3-day span, his established physical and priest practice had added 60 free attribute points. The solo training circuit supplied 25 more, and reaching level 5 added 5. His level increase had also automatically increased physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower by 1 each. The dungeon had shown him where the 90 available points would matter. Recovery and metabolic efficiency and muscular endurance received 9 each. Deep core stability, hip stability, reaction speed, footwork, mana capacity, mana regeneration, healing affinity, divine channel stability, and pain tolerance received 8 each. The allocation supported longer rounds, cleaner movement, stronger healing, and faster recovery without touching the 10-point reserve he preferred to keep available. Strength remained 108.80, agility increased to 66.25, physique to 174.65, intelligence to 70.70, wisdom to 28.75, spirit to 36.30, and willpower to 32.30. His maximum HP reached 3,593, maximum MP reached 1,474, and mana regeneration increased to 5.19 per second. He remained level 5 with 2,700 professional XP and 10 free attribute points unspent. The entry attendant met him outside the gate and looked at the filled pages in his clear sleeve. "You took more notes than most survey teams." They probably weren't comparing room layouts for exercise selection. Grant adjusted the loot bag on his shoulder. "Which solo slots are open later this week?" "You haven't reached the counter yet." "I didn't want to waste the walk." The attendant glanced toward the guild building. "What could you possibly need to test next?" Grant checked the final line on his list. "Whether Healing Hand works on a hostile goblin." The attendant stopped walking. "Why would you heal a goblin?" Grant considered the question settled by its own obvious usefulness. To see what happens. 23. Heal the Goblin. Later that week, Grant returned to Miller's quarry warrens with revised timings, fresh boxing wraps, and a new line on his protected training plan. The attendant read it and frowned. You actually wrote, test hostile target healing. I prefer not to arrive without a clear objective. Most priests already know their healing is for people who aren't trying to kill them. Grant adjusted the Ashwood novice staff across his back. That sounds like a custom rather than a confirmed targeting rule. It sounds like survival instinct. The exits are still more important. The registered route hadn't changed. Grant inspected both retreat branches before entering the first chamber, confirmed the 12-minute cycle, and began with the same conservative limits he'd established on his previous visit. The goblin that charged him had a stone hammer instead of a club, but its shoulders advertised every swing early enough to make the difference mostly decorative. Grant slipped outside the first blow and touched a jab to its chest. He followed with a body hook, pivoted away, then let the goblin pursue while he moved through the sequence he'd planned. Lateral steps, direction change, level change, controlled clinch entry, and a clean exit without crossing his feet. The goblin was less cooperative than a training partner and considerably more committed. It lunged during the next entry. Grant caught the attacking arm, turned into an outside trip, and guided it down hard enough to test his control without driving its head into the quarry floor. Its health bar lost more than he expected. Grant released it at once. Stand slowly. The goblin scrambled up quickly, which was the opposite of slowly, and swung again. Grant deflected the hammer with his staff, changed grips, and pressed the shaft across its upper chest to create distance. He still needed the rear angle escape, one staff transition, and the final footwork pass before the sequence was complete. The goblin rushed through the pressure. Grant turned, redirected its weight, and struck the outside of its thigh with less force than he'd used against Foreman Grick. The creature folded onto one knee. Its health bar shrank to a thin red line. Enough, the goblin said. Grant stopped with the staff already withdrawing. The movement sequence remained unfinished, but another meaningful contact risked ending the encounter. Waiting wouldn't restore the goblin quickly enough, and starting again after a dungeon reset would replace the same mechanical problem with a fresh victim. The goblin lowered its hammer. Priest done. Grant looked at its failing health, then at his own full mana bar. His experiment had just become immediately relevant. Not necessarily, he said. Grant slid the staff beneath the goblin's hammer and pushed the weapon across the stone. The creature watched it go, then tried to rise. Its injured leg failed before it had fully straightened. Stay down, Grant said. I'm checking something. The goblin pressed both hands against the floor and dragged itself backwards. Priest trick. That's a reasonable concern. Healing Hand had always responded to Grant's intended patient. Until now, every target had been himself or someone who wanted his help. The spell's casting structure contained nothing he could identify as a test of loyalty, but assumptions were cheaper than evidence and usually worth less. Grant kept outside the goblin's immediate reach and extended one hand. He selected the creature deliberately, waiting for the rejection he would expect if hostility made it invalid. Mana gathered without resistance. The spell recognized a living body, identified damage, and offered the same familiar route for healing energy that it would have offered for an injured party member. The goblin bared its teeth. No. Grant paused before releasing the spell. Being healed wasn't normally something a patient refused because the healer intended to continue hitting him afterward. The goblin's objection did not make the experiment unsafe, but it made the ethical limit clearer. One cast could answer the question and extend the interrupted sequence. Repeatedly restoring a creature that wanted the encounter to end would turn training efficiency into cruelty. One test, Grant said. Then we reassess. No test. I did listen. I'm disagreeing once. Grant cast Healing Hand 3. Warm light flowed from his palm and spread across the goblin's bruised chest and damaged leg. Its health bar rose out of the red. The creature jerked upright, grabbed at the place Grant's staff had struck, then bent and straightened its knee with growing alarm. The spell had worked normally. Hostility hadn't blocked the target, reduced the healing, or changed the mana cost. Healing Hand required a living target with damage Grant could heal. Friendship was apparently optional. His private displays confirmed the discovery. Enemy target healing discovery complete. Reward: 20 free attribute points. Healing Hand increased to IV. The goblin's health stopped rising well above the danger point Grant had established. It stared at the restored section of its bar, then at Grant, and finally toward the hammer lying several feet away. "Priest wrong," it whispered. Grant lowered his casting hand. The result was useful, exact, and deeply unpopular with the patient. Now he needed to determine whether one unwanted recovery could remain a controlled training decision rather than becoming abuse with excellent mana management. The goblin answered Grant's ethical question by lunging for its hammer. It reached the weapon, rolled onto one hip, and swung from the floor. Grant stepped beyond the hammer's shortened arc and caught the handle beneath his staff. The strike had intent but poor leverage. That was enough to confirm the creature still regarded him as an enemy, even if it now regarded his healing as the greater offense. "Priest finish," the goblin said. "One sequence," Grant replied. "Lower intensity." "Finish." Grant eased the hammer aside rather than taking it away. "You're communicating very clearly." The goblin surged upright and attacked. Grant shortened his stance and changed the rules of his own practice. No body hooks, no loaded staff strikes, and no trips that returned the goblin to the quarry floor. He worked with touches, redirections, and position. A jab stopped against the creature's shoulder without driving through it. His rear foot followed his lead as he angled out, preserving balance and denying the hammer a clean path. The goblin turned and swung again. Grant slipped outside, changed levels beneath the return, and secured the controlled clinch entry he'd missed earlier. Instead of completing the throw, he placed his forehead beside the goblin's temple, held the inside position for a count, and released before the creature could wrench against his grip. Wasting a perfectly good training partner when one heal could preserve the encounter would have been inefficient. Grant explained this to nobody. Even he recognized that saying it aloud would not improve the goblin's opinion of the arrangement. The creature charged with a furious overhead blow. Grant changed to a wide staff grip, guided the hammer past his hip, then moved through the remaining transition. His hand slid without crossing, the staff returned to guard, and his feet carried him into the rear angle escape with enough room to avoid the quarry wall. The planned sequence was complete. Grant didn't stop immediately. The healing had created useful time, and he used it for one extended technical exchange. He kept every contact light, allowed the goblin space to reset, and concentrated on clean movement rather than damage. Each failed rush cost the creature effort, while Grant's breathing stayed even and his control remained exact. At last, the goblin's arms sagged. Its hammer struck the floor and stayed there. Its health remained safely above the danger line, but its willingness to continue had emptied much faster. Grant stepped back and rested the staff upright beside him. He had gained the practice he wanted without casting a second heal. Whether the goblin accepted that restraint as evidence of good character seemed doubtful. The goblin gave its opinion by abandoning the hammer and crawling towards the connecting tunnel. Grant could have blocked it with one step. Instead, he lowered the staff and moved aside. The creature glanced back, saw the route open, and crawled faster. "We're finished," Grant said. The goblin kept moving. "Priest lie." I said one sequence. "Priest heal. Priest hit." That is an accurate summary. Grant watched it disappear into the tunnel. One extended exchange had let him finish the work interrupted by the goblin's low health. Restoring it again, or dragging it back for another round, would make him a bully with excellent recovery magic. Efficiency stopped being a defense once the unwilling training partner had plainly withdrawn. He marked one hostile heal as the limit on his written plan. Grant completed the familiar route without repeating the experiment. The slinger room tested his footwork, while the uneven chamber forced shorter pivots and careful staff placement. He kept slow heal active through the bruising he accumulated there, maintaining the spell while moving until it increased to 3. Foreman Grick supplied the final resistance, and when the quarry seal opened, the completed solo hostile encounter awarded 1300 XP. His professional XP reached 4000, raising him to level 6. The level automatically increased physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower by 1 each and supplied 5 free attribute points. Across the 3-day span, his established adaptive practice had added 60 points. Combined with the 20 from discovering hostile target healing and 5 from the level, Grant had 95 available including his reserve. The quarry had reinforced the same priorities as his previous visit, so he spent 8 points each on recovery and metabolic efficiency, muscular endurance, deep core stability, hip stability, reaction speed, footwork, mana capacity, and mana regeneration. Healing affinity, divine channel stability, and pain tolerance received 7 each. Strength remained 108.80. Agility increased to 68.65, physique to 180.45, intelligence to 72.90, wisdom to 30.95, spirit to 39.40, and willpower to 34.35. His maximum HP reached 3,709, maximum MP reached 1,538, and mana regeneration increased to 5.57 per second. He remained level 6 with 4,000 XP and 10 free attribute points unspent. At the entrance, the attendant accepted Grant's completed plan and read the added limit twice. So you won't heal the same goblin repeatedly? Once produced useful information, Grant said. More would be excessive. The attendant looked relieved. Grant glanced back towards the quarry tunnels, where one surviving goblin now knew exactly what kind of priest had entered its dungeon. Whether it shared that information before his next booking was beyond the scope of today's experiment. 24. White Flags. 3 days later, Grant returned to Miller's quarry warrens with his staff, a full consumable reserve, and a training plan that limited hostile healing to 1 cast per creature. The attendant studied the added restriction. I'm concerned that this counts as progress. It removes the possibility of excessive healing. Most people don't need a written rule against repeatedly healing something so they can keep hitting it. Grant accepted the registration slate. Most people haven't tested the method. That sentence didn't help. The 12-minute cycle remained unchanged. Grant checked both retreat branches, confirmed his supplies, and entered expecting another controlled route through familiar resistance. He intended to emphasize boxing combinations, clinch transitions, and staff redirections while giving Healing Hand enough meaningful use to progress naturally. The first goblin stood near the middle of the chamber with a stone hammer resting against one shoulder. Grant recognized it by the nick missing from its left ear. The goblin recognized him much faster. Its eyes widened. The hammer dropped from its shoulder into a guarded position, but the creature didn't charge. Instead, it took one careful step backwards. Grant stopped beyond striking distance. Good, you're reading range now. The goblin took another step back. Grant advanced slowly, allowing it time to choose an attack. Last time, you committed too much weight to your opening swing. Try keeping your rear foot under you. The goblin's gaze moved from Grant's staff to his empty casting hand. Its lips pulled away from its teeth. No heal. That depends on how much damage you take. No heal, no hit. Grant considered the order of priorities. I can keep the contact light. The goblin retreated until its shoulders touched the quarry wall. It looked toward the connecting tunnel, judged that Grant stood too close to the shortest route, and shifted sideways with remarkable caution. Grant adjusted with it. The creature immediately froze. This wasn't ordinary fear of a stronger intruder. Grant had entered at the same measured pace as before, hadn't attacked, and had even offered technical advice. The goblin's attention kept returning to his casting hand. You remember me, Grant said. The goblin nodded once. That response created an unexpected problem. Grant had built the session around opponents who would attack until defeated. A training partner who understood that losing health might result in recovery and another round had acquired an entirely different incentive. Grant moved away from the tunnel entrance. I won't stop you from withdrawing. The goblin stared at the open route, then snatched up its hammer and fled through it. Grant followed at a walk. One frightened veteran could be an isolated reaction. If it warned the next room, he would soon learn whether monster memory remained personal or had become communal. The answer waited in the slinger room. The goblin from the first chamber burst through the tunnel ahead of Grant, shouting too quickly for him to follow. 2 slingers turned from their raised ledge. One reached for a stone, recognized Grant, and stopped with its hand inside the ammunition pouch. Grant entered at a measured pace. I'm willing to begin with footwork. The first slinger dropped its sling. The second copied it a moment later, then raised both empty hands. The veteran goblin pointed urgently towards the far passage. Priest, go, it said. That passage leads deeper into the dungeon. Yes, go. Grant looked between them. You understand that you're supposed to prevent that. All 3 goblins shook their heads. He tried a compromise. One controlled exchange. No healing unless someone's health becomes unsafe. No safe, the slinger said. Priest, heal. The first goblin repeated the warning, and the others backed against the ledge until Grant moved towards the connecting tunnel. They immediately relaxed and began pointing him onwards again. The pattern continued in the uneven chamber. 4 goblins emerged from behind the broken quarry carts, saw who had entered, and abandoned their prepared rush. One dropped its club, another carefully placed a stone knife on the floor as though sudden movement might provoke a training session. Grant rested his staff against one shoulder. "I'm not forcing anyone to participate." A goblin with a scarred jaw pointed towards the chamber's side exit. "Leave. That returns me to the entrance." "Good. I'm here to complete the route." The goblin reconsidered, then pointed towards the deeper tunnel instead. "Other leave." Grant advanced. The 4 goblins separated to give him a wide path. When he paused beside the nearest one, it sat down, folded both arms across its chest, and stared at the wall. Grant had encountered stubborn training partners before. None had ever responded to a requested spar by pretending he no longer existed. In the next chamber, the warning had arrived before him. Weapons already lay in a neat pile beside the wall. 6 goblins stood behind it while the first veteran moved among them, touching its injured leg and miming a healing spell with exaggerated horror. Grant understood enough of the performance to feel misrepresented. "The leg was damaged," he said. "I restored it." The veteran pointed at him, mimed a staff strike, then another heal. That second cast never happened. The goblins conferred. His correction did not improve their opinion. One disappeared into the passage leading towards Foreman Grick. It returned carrying a strip of dirty white cloth tied to a broken spear shaft. The assembled goblins raised it between themselves, placed the weapon pile at Grant's feet, and waited for him to decide whether refusing to fight was enough. Grant examined the raised cloth, the surrendered weapons, and the goblins waiting behind them. None had attempted to exploit his lowered guard. Their health bars were full, their escape routes remained open, and their refusal couldn't be mistaken for a combat trick. He lowered his staff. "I accept your surrender." The goblin holding the broken spear shaft glanced towards the others. "No hit? No hitting? No heal? Not unless someone asks." Several goblins reacted to that condition with visible relief. The scar-jawed veteran stepped forward, reclaimed none of the weapons, and beckoned Grant towards the final tunnel. They escorted him deeper in a loose procession. Grant kept his staff lowered while the white cloth traveled ahead of him. Any one of the goblins could have attacked from behind, but none came closer than necessary. Apparently, surrender included maintaining enough distance to prevent accidental exercise. Foreman Grick waited in the final chamber beside the quarry seal. 3 goblins stood behind him, armed but uncertain. The moment he saw the white cloth, he looked towards Grant's casting hand. "Priest return," Grick said. "I had another training route planned." "No train." Grant considered the boss's stance. Grick's knees were bent, his weight balanced, and his weapon ready, but he showed no intention of closing the distance. It was the best defensive posture Grant had seen from him and the least useful one for Grant's purposes. "I'll complete the dungeon objective and leave," Grant said. "Nobody needs to fight." Grick studied him, then moved away from the quarry seal. "Priest take. Priest go." Grant approached without provoking a last-second attack. The other goblins followed along the chamber wall, carrying their white flag and watching him with the strained attention of patients who suspected their healer might prescribe violence. He placed one hand against the seal. The dungeon accepted the surrendered route as a completed objective. Light traveled across the carved stone, the exit gate unlocked, and his private displays confirmed the rewards. Goblin Den surrender complete. Reward: 25 free attribute points. Miller's Quarry Warrens cleared. Reward: 1,500 XP. His professional XP reached 5,500, raising him to level 7. The level supplied the familiar priest growth package and 5 additional free attribute points. Grant looked back at the assembled goblins. He had cleared the dungeon without defeating Foreman Grick, spent almost no mana, and gained none of the physical practice he'd entered to collect. Healing a hostile creature had made one encounter more efficient. It had also taught every survivor that fighting him risked being restored for another round. Monster memory had turned his dungeon gym against him. The scar-jawed goblin planted the white flag beside the weapon pile. Grant picked it up before leaving. If surrender had become part of the dungeon record, the guild would want evidence. Back at the Westhaven Professional Guild, Grant placed the broken spear shaft across Mara Quinn's desk. The dirty white cloth hung over her intake forms. His green practical staff rested against the counter, and the consumables he'd carried into the quarry remained untouched. Mara looked at the flag. "Start at the beginning." Grant gave her the route in order. The first veteran had fled, the slingers had dropped their weapons, the next chamber had refused to acknowledge him, and Foreman Grick had surrendered the quarry seal without a fight. Mara checked the registered clear twice. You're saying an entire dungeon stopped attacking because one goblin remembered you? Several remembered me. Because you healed one of them. Once. So you could continue hitting it. One controlled sequence at lower intensity. Mara folded her hands over the report. That explanation is extremely precise and somehow makes everything worse. While she entered the surrender into the guild record, Grant reviewed his private progression. Across the 3-day span, his established adaptive training had added 60 free attribute points. The accumulated boxing rounds, grappling drills, and successful healing practice raised boxing to 3, grappling to 2, and healing hand to V. Combined with the surrender reward, his level gain, and his 10-point reserve, he had 100 free attribute points available. The quarry had shown him that dependable movement, endurance, and efficient recovery still mattered even when the opponents refused to cooperate. He placed 9 points each into recovery and metabolic efficiency and muscular endurance. Deep core stability, hip stability, reaction speed, footwork, mana capacity, mana regeneration, healing affinity, divine channel stability, and pain tolerance received 8 each. The automatic priest growth added 1 each to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower. Strength remained 108.80. Agility increased to 71.05. Physique to 186.55, intelligence to 75.10, wisdom to 33.15, spirit to 42.80, and willpower to 36.55. His maximum HP reached 3,831, maximum MP reached 1,605, and mana regeneration increased to 5.96 per second. He remained level 7 with 5,500 XP and 10 free attribute points unspent. Mara finished processing the clear and its dungeon loot, adding $1,800 to bring his cash to $9,350. She then lifted the flag with 2 fingers. This is the first documented goblin white flag in Westhaven. That seems significant. It's going into your official record, which means it'll be included when the guild posts the new public ranking board. Grant looked at the flag with justified satisfaction. Mara pointed it at him. You are not allowed to look proud of this. I haven't said anything. That's why the expression is doing so much work. 25. The sword is a sensible size. The following morning, Grant watched a recorded solo dungeon clear at the kitchen table. The delver carried a 2-handed sword but used less force than Grant expected. His cuts stayed compact in narrow spaces, his feet supplied the power, and every recovery brought the blade back between him and the next creature. Grant replayed one exchange 3 times. The weapon had no active class skill attached to it. It was an ordinary physical object being used well, which meant priest was irrelevant until someone needed healing. His green staff was practical. It was also a stick. A sword offered reach, a cutting edge, and better lines through the shoulders. Grant leaned back as the recording ended. He had more than enough strength to move a large blade. The interesting question was whether he could learn enough control to keep that strength from becoming a liability. His private display opened before him. First blade clear. Clear an approved solo dungeon using an ordinary 2-handed sword while preserving priest healing and using no staff strikes. Reward: 30 free attribute points. Grant read the requirement again. The system had identified both a useful training problem and a purchase he already wanted to make. 30 points removed any remaining reason to delay. He carried the thought into the garage, where the wall mirror offered enough distance to judge proportions. Without a weapon, he set his feet, closed both hands around an imaginary hilt, and raised them beside his shoulder. A 2-handed sword would broaden the shape of his upper body without hiding his waist. With a longer blade angled behind him, the silhouette would be excellent. Maya crossed the doorway, stopped, and walked backwards until she could see him again. What are you doing? Checking whether a 2-handed sword suits me. You don't own a 2-handed sword. Buying one before checking would be irresponsible. Maya looked at his empty hands, then at the mirror. You're posing with an imaginary weapon. I'm assessing the silhouette. You're admiring the silhouette. Grant adjusted the imagined blade a little higher. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Maya folded her arms. How large is this sensible sword? Large enough to use my existing advantages. That answer means huge. It means proportionate. To you, Maya said, presenting that as proof he had lost the argument. Grant lowered his hands and returned to the guild equipment catalog. The system wanted an ordinary blade and a solo clear. He wanted a weapon that looked right, moved well, and gave him something new to master. For once, 30 points were merely confirming excellent judgment. At the guild equipment counter, Grant ignored the decorated weapons and chose the largest plain blade that still felt balanced in his hands. The inspection display identified it as a heavy field broadsword, white, common, level 5. It offered no magical melee benefit to a priest. The weight, reach, and edge were enough. He tested the grip and moved through one careful guard change without swinging. The blade demanded more control than his staff. Its mass continued pulling after his hands stopped, and a small error at the hilt became a much larger movement at the tip. That made the $900 price feel educational. Grant authorized the payment and carried the sword home. After finishing his established daily training, he set a recording beside the garage mirror and watched the instructor's feet instead of the blade. The cuts began from stable posture, traveled through one clean plane, and recovered without an unnecessary circle. Power came through the floor, hips, and trunk while the hands maintained edge alignment. He copied the sequence slowly. His first diagonal cut stopped under control, but the tip passed closer to the wall than Maya preferred. She appeared in the doorway before his reset. New household rule: the sword stays farther from the wall than you think is necessary. My estimate already includes safe clearance. Then it stays farther away than your safe clearance. That isn't a measurable standard. Maya pointed at the blade. I'm measuring it by whether we still have a wall. Grant considered explaining that he hadn't touched anything. Her position didn't appear vulnerable to evidence, so he shifted his practice line towards the middle of the garage. He reduced the speed again and separated the movement into steps. Front foot placed, rear foot followed, trunk braced, hands guided, edge stopped. He kept his shoulders loose and used his lats and core to control the deceleration instead of arresting the blade with his wrists. Each recovery shortened until the sword returned directly to guard. Maya watched several repetitions. You know, most people start with something smaller. Most people don't have my strength. They also don't buy a sword after posing with an imaginary one. The pose established compatibility. It established enthusiasm. Grant completed another controlled cut and stopped the edge exactly where he intended. Compatibility confirmed. By the end of the session, the broadsword no longer tried to continue after Grant wanted it still. That wasn't mastery. It was enough control to make Rusted Orchard a training problem instead of a household repair bill. He packed the blade beside his priest supplies while Maya remained between it and the wall. The next morning, with his second day of established training complete, Grant entered Rusted Orchard carrying the heavy field broadsword and his priest supplies. His staff remained at home. The task required no staff strikes, and bringing it would encourage old habits. Thick trees restricted the route almost immediately. A barkling detached itself from one trunk while another rushed from the opposite side. Grant set his feet and chose a horizontal cut broad enough to threaten both, but a hook vine dropped across its path. The curved growth caught near the tip and pulled the sword towards the nearest tree. Grant stopped the collision with his shoulders and back, but a second vine snapped across his forearm. Its hooks opened 3 shallow cuts before he tore free. Both barklings crowded inside his preferred range, striking at his ribs while he recovered the weapon. Grant drove them back with his shoulder and stepped out of the lane. He tried to cover too much space with one swing, giving the vines time and distance to interfere. Wide was optimistic. The nearest barkling charged again. Grant kept his elbows closer, stepped diagonally past it, and turned his hips through a short descending cut. His hands maintained the plane while his trunk supplied the force. The edge crossed the barkling cleanly and stopped before reaching the tree behind it. The second creature lunged while the first fell. Grant recovered directly to guard, gave ground with one compact step, and cut through its exposed side. The shorter path was faster, safer, and still carried more force than the creature needed. The world system acknowledged two-handed sword handling. I Grant looked at the broadsword. Compatibility confirmed under hostile conditions. More hook vines uncoiled along the next row. He changed his route instead of challenging every one. When a vine struck, he cut near its base with tight edge alignment, then used the cleared space to separate the barklings and deal with them individually. He accepted 2 more shallow cuts rather than ruin his edge position by chasing a bad swing. Once the lane was secure, Grant rested the sword's point away from his body and cast Healing Hand. Warm light passed across his forearm and side, closing the cuts without affecting his grip. Priest healing hadn't become less important because he'd changed weapons. It let him correct mistakes without pretending they were free. Beyond the last row, thick roots formed a wall around the final clearing. Something heavy struck the other side. The roots shifted, opening one narrow gap, and Grant raised the broadsword into guard. The gap widened as the root wall rotated, and Rootjaw boar charged through before it had fully opened. The boss lowered its head, turning its tusks into a moving barrier while the roots behind it continued circling the clearing. Grant could have tried to stop it. His strength made that tempting, which was exactly why he didn't. Bracing against the charge would test power, not sword control. He watched the boar's forelegs and waited until its weight committed. Then he stepped diagonally beyond the tusk, kept his hips under him, and raised the broadsword without letting the point drift into the moving roots. The boss passed close enough to brush his vestments. Grant planted his rear foot and brought the blade down through one clean plane. His lats controlled the opening movement, his trunk transferred the force, and both hands kept the edge aligned through the descending cut. The broadsword struck behind the boar's lowered head. Rootjaw stumbled through 2 more steps, collapsed, and didn't rise. The clearing accepted the kill. First blade clear completed, awarding 30 free attribute points. Rusted Orchard cleared for 1800 XP, bringing Grant to 7300 XP and level 8. The sellable Ironbark loot added $1400. His level supplied 5 free attribute points and 1 automatic point each to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower. With the 2 daily rewards and his existing reserve, Grant had 85 free attribute points available. He spent 8 each on the pectoral pressing chain, upper back and lat pulling chain, and footwork. Triceps, grip and forearm strength, core force transfer, tendon and connective tissue load tolerance, and recovery and metabolic efficiency received 6 each. Whole body coordination received 5. Learning speed, situational awareness, healing affinity, and concentration under stress received 4 each. The allocation left 10 points unspent. Strength increased to 113.90, agility to 73.00, physique to 189.35, intelligence to 76.70, wisdom to 34.75, spirit to 44.40, and willpower to 38.15. His maximum HP reached 3887, maximum MP reached 1645, and mana regeneration reached 6.20 per second. After the sword purchase and loot sale, his cash stood at $9,850. At home, Grant held the cleaned broadsword upright in the garage. It's a practical size. Maya looked from the blade to the ceiling. Did the ceiling agree? Before Grant could defend the available clearance, his phone signaled. Talia's message read, "Flooded archive. We want you as main healer. Interested?" Grant replied, "I'm in," then set the broadsword beside his priest supplies. Maya pointed at it. "You know she asked for the healer. The healer is bringing options." 26. The priest has his hands full. The following morning, Grant carried the heavy field broadsword into the flooded archive staging chamber. Water whispered beyond the sealed dungeon doors, and the damp stone already smelled of old paper and mold. Talia looked at the sword, then at Grant's priest supplies. "You brought it. I said the healer was bringing options." "You're the main healer," Talia said. "That sword is an option only while it doesn't make me wait for healing." Grant rested one hand on the hilt. "My healing takes priority." Talia stepped closer and examined the plain scabbard across his back. "Show me how quickly you can get both hands free." Grant drew the sword just far enough to clear the mouth, then returned it and released the fastening strap. He repeated the movement at full speed, letting the broadsword settle securely before bringing both hands into casting position. The transition was clean, but Talia didn't look satisfied yet. "If Priya is bleeding and something is attacking you, which problem gets your hands?" "Priya gets the spell, the creature gets whatever remains available." "And if Lena needs healing while you're halfway through a swing?" "I stop the swing." Talia studied him for another moment. Grant understood the concern. His strength made the weapon look natural in his hands, but that same appearance encouraged people to assign him the wrong job. A swordsman could commit both hands and attention to an attack. A main healer couldn't afford that luxury. His private display opened. Frontline main healer. Complete flooded archive as main healer, intercept at least 5 attacks aimed at allies, and finish with no party member down. Reward: 30 free attribute points. Grant read the conditions once. The system hadn't asked him to prove that a priest could use a sword. It wanted him to prove that using one wouldn't make him worse at being a priest. That's reasonable, he said. Talia narrowed her eyes. What is? My priorities. They were reasonable before you arrived carrying a sword nearly as tall as Priya. Grant glanced towards Priya. The comparison was slightly exaggerated, although not enough to help his argument. The blade is proportionate. To you, Talia said. Which is why I'm setting the rule now. Nobody waits for healing because you're enjoying yourself. I can enjoy myself efficiently. I know. That's what worries me. Talia turned to the dungeon doors. Lena drew her sword, Priya raised her focus, and Grant checked that his broadsword could be secured without obstructing his priest supplies. The seal released with a wet grinding sound. Beyond it, dark water covered the first aisle, and something narrow disturbed the surface between the shelves. Grant placed one hand on his sword and kept the other free. This time, compatibility would be measured by everyone else remaining upright. The first ink eel surfaced beside Talia's knee before the party had crossed half the aisle. She caught its snapping mouth on her shield and drove it into a shelf. Lena's sword finished it, but the impact shook 3 mold sprites from the swollen books above them. One burst against Talia's shoulder. A dark green stain spread across her vestments, and her health bar began losing thin, steady slices. Venom, Talia said, not dangerous yet. Continued damage is dangerous while ignored. Grant returned the broadsword to its scabbard and brought both hands together. Slow heal settled over Talia in warm light, matching the venom's steady drain. He started moving again before the spell's duration ended. Priya glanced over her shoulder. You put the sword away quickly. Talia was very clear about waiting. I'm enjoying being right, Talia said. Keep doing that. Water surged between the next rows. Ink eels used the shelves as cover, disappearing beneath one aisle and emerging from another without crossing the open lane. Lena cut down a mold sprite, but its body burst against her sleeve and left another venom stain. Grant sheathed the sword again, cast slow heal over Lena, and moved while the spell continued working. The weapon transition cost him less than a second now, but the dungeon punished every unnecessary use of his hands. Drawing too early delayed a spell. Holding the sword too long risked missing the next healing window. 2 wakes curved towards Priya from opposite aisles. Both sides, Priya warned, raising her focus towards the nearer one. Grant stepped across her casting line before either eel surfaced. He drew the broadsword low, turned his hips, and used the flat near the guard to redirect the first eel across his body. Its momentum carried it into the second. Grant continued the movement with his shoulders and drove both creatures away from Priya without committing the edge to a wide cut. Priya's spell struck them together. That was useful. The sword? You being approximately door-shaped. Grant recovered directly to guard. The sword improved the width. A mold sprite landed on his upper arm and burst. Venom darkened the fabric, but Talia took another hit at the same moment. Grant sheathed the blade, ignored his own status, and closed both hands around healing hand. Light restored the missing section of Talia's bar before he renewed slow heal and returned to position. Talia shoved an eel away with her shield. You can heal yourself after Priya stops attracting everything in the water. They appreciate good target selection, Priya said. Grant drew the broadsword again as 3 wakes separated ahead of them. The sword kept demanding his hands. The party kept needing them more. By the time the flooded aisle opened into the central reading chamber, he'd learned to put the weapon away without resenting it. Something large moved beneath the deeper water beyond the shelves. The movement beneath the water rose into a broad figure wrapped in silt, rotted cloth, and corroded metal bands. The world system identified the silt-bound curator as it straightened between the central shelves. It lifted both arms. Water poured from the surrounding aisles into the chamber, rising past Grant's waist in seconds. The current tore Lena from the front line and forced Talia onto a low shelf. Priya climbed another while Grant caught the edge of a bookcase and kept his feet against the pull. Separate shelves, Talia called. Don't fight the current. Priya pointed towards a pale mark beneath the curator's chestbands. It has a binding seal. I need a clear line. The curator turned towards Lena. She stood alone on a narrow shelf with water breaking around her knees. Grant drew the broadsword, but the boss's first swing was already traveling towards her. He drove across the flooded lane, planted one foot against the shelf, and shoved Lena behind him. The curator's forearm struck Grant across the chest. His health bar dropped, but his braced trunk kept him upright. Grant, I can dodge, Lena said. You can also attack while I'm being broad. The curator reversed the swing. Grant had time either to draw the sword fully or heal Lena's venom damage. He returned the blade to its scabbard, caught the second strike across his ribs, and closed both hands around healing hand. Warm light restored Lena's bar while the impact tried to fold him sideways. Priya, start breaking it, Talia ordered. She blocked an eel climbing onto her shelf and forced it back into the water. Wheel hold. Priya aimed both hands at the seal. I need several seconds without it turning. Grant cast slow heal over Talia before stepping deeper. The curator reached for Lena again. He caught her around the waist, lifted her clear of the shelf, and turned so the third strike landed across his upper back instead. Water closed over his shoulders, but he kept Lena above it and drove forward until his boots found the submerged floor. Lena twisted in his grip and cut through the curator's exposed side. You know carrying me makes the sword harder to draw. The sword isn't currently responsible for your health bar. Grant set her onto a higher shelf, renewed slow heal over Priya, then used healing hand on himself while keeping his body between Lena and the boss. The curator struck again, but Talia crashed her shield into its arm and pulled the blow away. Now, Priya, Talia said. Priya's spell hit the pale mark. Cracks spread through the binding seal, then the entire pattern burst apart. The current faltered, water stopped climbing, and the silt-bound curator turned towards Priya with its chest exposed. Grant drew the broadsword. That looks like a much better place for the pointy option. The silt-bound curator lunged towards Priya before she could recover from breaking the seal. Grant stepped across its path and caught the descending arm on the flat of his broadsword. His rear foot slid through the silt, but his hips stayed under him and the blade turned the strike away from her. Talia drove her shield into the curator's side. Lena cut through one knee while Priya struck the exposed chest with another spell. Grant recovered the broadsword into a high guard, stepped through the falling water, and brought the edge down through the broken seal. The curator collapsed into a spreading mound of silt and corroded metal. Everyone standing? Talia asked. Lena checked the last venom stain on her arm. Standing and unpleasantly damp. The dungeon accepted the clear. Frontline main healer completed after Grant's 5th interception, awarding 30 free attribute points. Flooded Archive awarded 2000 XP, bringing him to 9300 XP and level 9. The level supplied 5 free attribute points and 1 automatic point each to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower. Across the chapter's 2 established training days, adaptive daily training supplied another 40 points. Healing Hand advanced to V and Slow Heal advanced to IV. The boss chest opened with water draining from its seams. Inside lay a green scroll identified as Purification Litany, a green, uncommon priest spell scroll. Grant consumed it, and the world system acknowledged Cleanse Eye. He cast the new spell on Lena. White light passed over the venom stain and removed it completely. Lena flexed her arm. That's useful. Learning it without returning to a classroom is also useful. The sellable loot added $1,700, bringing Grant's cash to $11,550. With his existing reserve, the 2 daily rewards, the task reward, and the level reward, he had 85 free attribute points available. He spent 5 each on muscular endurance, recovery and metabolic efficiency, and joint integrity. Mana capacity received 10, mana efficiency and mana regeneration received 8 each. Healing affinity received 10, divine channel stability, concentration under stress, and spell interruption resistance received 8 each, leaving 10 unspent. Strength remained 113.90 and agility 73.00. Physique increased to 192.60, intelligence to 79.20, wisdom to 38.15, spirit to 48.10, and willpower to 41.55. His maximum HP reached 3,952, maximum MP reached 1,719, and mana regeneration reached 6.72 per second. Lena nodded towards the cleaned broadsword. The sword was useful. Talia lifted her shield. You spent most of the boss fight putting it away. Grant secured the blade across his back. Efficient weapon management is part of using it. It's part of healing, Talia said. Grant considered the distinction. Then I was exceptionally good at both. 27. No furniture casualties. The next morning, Grant discovered Dana standing in the laundry room with both hands on her hips and the heavy field broadsword leaning beside the washing machine. The pommel nearly reached the detergent shelf. The blade was clean, dry, and safely sheathed, which Grant felt should have earned some credit before the conversation began. Dana pointed at it. "Why is there a sword beside my washing machine?" "It's temporarily stored beside the washing machine." That was a location, not a reason. "I cleaned it after the dungeon, checked the edge, treated the leather, and put it somewhere nobody would trip over it." Dana looked from the scabbard to the narrow gap between the machine and the wall. "You put a sword in the laundry room because you decided this was the part of the house least likely to object. The garage is crowded, and this room has excellent vertical clearance." His private display opened before Dana could explain her opinion of that argument. "No furniture casualties. Complete 500 indoor sword repetitions with correct control and no damage to the Mercer home, garage, vehicles, or possessions. Reward: 20 free attribute points. Mirror-worthy loadout. Assemble 3 practical dungeon loadouts and hold 12 technically distinct bodybuilding poses without compromising safe weapon control. Reward: 15 free attribute points." Grant read both offers twice. The first task addressed Dana's objection with admirable precision. The second appeared to have been designed by an intelligence that understood him personally. "That's reasonable," he said. Dana's eyes narrowed. "What is?" "Moving the sword." "Good. And training with it indoors?" "No. The system has imposed strict property protection. The system doesn't own the drywall." Grant lifted the broadsword free of the corner without touching the shelf, machine, doorframe, or basket of folded towels. He turned it upright, keeping the scabbard close to his shoulder, and began calculating. The living room was impossible. The kitchen was insulting. The garage offered enough room if he controlled his foot positions, protected the car, removed loose objects, and created a proper storage point. Dana followed his gaze towards the garage door. "Whatever you're planning, the car stays the same shape. So does the house. And the laundry basket." Grant glanced at the basket. It occupied useful floor space but was, technically, a Mercer possession. "I'll establish a safe training lane. You'll establish somewhere permanent for that sword first." Grant carried the broadsword towards the garage, already measuring clearances and steps. 35 points waited behind safe control, practical equipment choices, and 12 legitimate poses. The system had found a way to combine household compliance with excellent presentation. He couldn't fault its priorities. Grant rejected 2 light display stands before selecting a reinforced garage weapon rack with padded supports and enough weight to remain stable when he drew the broadsword one-handed. It cost $300. He paid without hesitation, brought it home, and installed it against the garage wall. The washing machine had been permanently relieved of guard duty. Once the sword was secured, Grant moved the laundry basket clear, measured the available floor, and marked his stance positions with tape. One set placed him square to the open garage door. A second marked the lead foot and rear heel for diagonal cuts. A final strip showed the maximum reach of the blade while keeping the car, wall, and overhead light clear. Maya stopped in the doorway. "Mom says I'm supposed to make sure you don't cut the house in half." "The house isn't within my cutting path." She specifically included the car, the light, and her laundry basket. "They're also outside the path." Maya folded her arms. "I'm checking." Grant drew the broadsword and settled into position. The useful work came from controlling its acceleration through his grip, shoulders, trunk, and hips, then stopping the edge exactly where he intended. He began with vertical cuts, returning to guard after each one. Diagonal cuts followed, then short horizontal cuts that demanded stricter braking from his rear hand. At 100 accepted repetitions, Maya inspected the wall, walked around the car, looked up at the light fitting, and examined the laundry basket. "No damage," she announced. "Suspicious. At some point, evidence should affect your expectations." "It does. I now expect you to become overconfident." Grant continued. The second 100 exposed a tendency for his front knee to drift inward when fatigue reached his hips. He corrected his foot pressure and shortened the next cut until the movement stayed clean. The third 100 made his forearms burn. The fourth forced him to relax his grip between repetitions instead of wasting endurance by strangling the hilt. After every 100, Maya repeated her inspection with increasing disappointment. At 500, Grant stopped the blade inside the final boundary, returned it to guard, and sheathed it without touching anything except the scabbard. Maya checked the wall, car, light fitting, and laundry basket one last time. "Still nothing," she said. "You've made this very difficult to criticize." Competence often has that effect. Maya glanced towards the mirror beside the garage gym. You still have the ridiculous task left. Grant followed her gaze. Safe sword control had been straightforward. Combining it with 3 practical loadouts and 12 technically distinct poses deserved more serious planning. He smiled. That's the interesting one. The interesting task began with equipment rather than posing. Grant assembled one loadout for main healing with his staff, another for frontline healing with the broadsword, and a lighter arrangement for solo dungeon training. In each case, his priest supplies had to remain accessible, nothing could interfere with his hands, and every strap had to stay controlled while he moved. Maya watched him adjust the broadsword across his back. You're taking longer to arrange the bags than you took to buy the sword. The sword doesn't need healing supplies. You're wearing the healing supplies. Exactly. Grant faced the garage mirror in the staff loadout and raised his arms into a front double biceps pose. He rotated his wrists, spread his lats, and checked the line from shoulder to elbow. The pose also confirmed that the supply straps didn't bind his shoulders or slide towards his neck. Maya stared at his reflection. That can't possibly be practical in a dungeon. It confirms unrestricted shoulder movement. It confirms that you enjoy looking at your arms. Those conclusions are compatible. He changed to the frontline loadout and turned into a side chest pose. Drawing his near arm across his torso exposed whether the broadsword's scabbard shifted, whether the hilt crowded his head, and whether the supply pouch struck his elbow. Grant corrected the rear strap, repeated the pose, and held it without disturbing the weapon. Maya pointed at him. Still not useful. It identified a loadout defect. You could have moved your arm without flexing everything. That would have produced less complete information. Grant worked through the remaining positions with equal care. Front and rear poses tested shoulder clearance. Side poses tested torso rotation and pouch movement. Low stances tested balance while the sword changed its center of mass. For the sword-on-shoulder variation, he drew the broadsword under control, settled the flat carefully along one shoulder with the edge angled away, and turned until the mirror caught the blade, his arms, and his chest. Maya considered him. Fine, that one could possibly be useful in a dungeon. They're all useful. That one contains a weapon in a position that looks intentional. The others contain a priest flexing at imaginary monsters. Grant returned the blade to its scabbard. Presentation can affect morale. Whose? Mine. Maya looked at the 3 arranged loadouts, then at the taped safety boundaries. Do all 12 poses across the 3 loadouts without touching the wall, car, light, or laundry basket. Then I'll consider changing my report. Grant stepped towards the first loadout. A final controlled sequence would satisfy the system and Maya. He set his feet. Prepare to revise it. Grant began with the staff loadout. Maya counted each pose while he moved through the taped positions, held the required shape, and changed stance without letting his supplies swing loose. The staff stayed clear of the wall. His shoulders moved freely. Nothing touched the car. He changed into the frontline loadout for the next 4 poses. Dana entered during the side chest and stopped beside Maya. Dana looked at the broadsword across Grant's back. Has anything been damaged? Only my ability to find fault, Maya said. He's being annoyingly careful. Grant turned through a rear pose, controlled the scabbard with one hand, and settled it without crossing the safety line. You could revise your report early. I could, Maya said. I won't. The solo loadout supplied the final 4. Grant kept his feet inside the marked positions through a front double biceps pose, a low variation that tested his balance, and a side turn with the blade secured. For the 12th, he drew smoothly, placed the flat along his shoulder, and held the sword on shoulder position without allowing the edge, point, or pommel to drift. Maya inspected the wall, car, light fitting, laundry basket, and Grant's equipment. Dana checked the rack in the laundry room doorway. Nothing, Dana said, not even a scratch. The training system accepted the inspection. No furniture casualties completed for 20 free attribute points. Mirror-worthy loadout completed for 15. Across the 3 days, adaptive daily training had supplied another 60. Two-handed sword handling advanced to 2, and slash advanced to 2. Grant had begun with 10 unspent points and now held 105. The repetitions had shown him exactly where he wanted the 95-point allocation. He placed 10 into his pectoral and pressing chain, 8 into triceps, 10 into biceps and elbow flexors, 8 into his upper back and lat pulling chain, 8 into grip and forearm strength, and 6 into calves and ankle plantar flexors. Posture and alignment, mobility and flexibility, and recovery and metabolic efficiency received 10 each. Whole body coordination and balance and proprioception received 5 each, as did training discipline. Strength increased to 121.40, agility to 74.50, physique to 197.10, and willpower to 42.30. His maximum HP reached 4042. He remained level 9 at 9300 XP with 10 points unspent, while his unchanged maximum MP remained 1719 and mana regeneration 6.72 per second. After the rack purchase, his cash stood at $11,250. Maya fixed a label to the reinforced rack. Dana read it aloud. Evidence storage. It's accurate, Maya said. She pointed to the empty slot. Is that for something pointier? Grant looked at the vacant supports. He hadn't planned another purchase yet. The system had recently demonstrated excellent judgment. 28. Pointy end first. The empty slot in Grant's weapon rack survived until breakfast. A short spear demonstration appeared in his dungeon feed while he ate. The fighter waited for a charging boar, shifted one step off its path, and drove the point through its neck before the animal came within reach. Grant replayed the clip. Humanity had put a point on a long shaft and solved reach, leverage, and hostile wildlife at the same time. Civilization might have peaked earlier than he'd previously believed. His private display opened. Pointy end first. Land 100 technically accepted thrusts against live hostile targets and clear needlewood burrows with an ordinary spear. Reward: 30 free attribute points. Grant stood and collected his jacket. Maya watched him. Why did you make your buying something face? I don't have a buying something face. You looked towards the garage and smiled at the empty slot. 20 minutes later, Grant selected an ashwood boar spear from the guild equipment counter. The white, common, level 8 weapon had a broad steel head, reinforced socket, and plain ash shaft. It possessed no magical ability and offered nothing his priest class could reject. It was simply a sturdy weapon designed to put its point through something unpleasant. Maya arrived beside him as he approved the $650 purchase. Is that another weapon? It's a spear. That wasn't a request for classification. It fits the empty slot. The empty slot isn't a medical condition. Mara approached from the contract desk and examined the spear. You bought that for needlewood burrows, didn't you? Grant rested the shaft against his shoulder. Straight tunnels. Charging monsters. It would be irresponsible not to notice the compatibility. Spine rats stay low enough to run beneath the head. Then I'll move the head. You've never used a spear. I've never used one in a dungeon, Grant said. That problem seems unusually easy to correct. Mara studied his expression, apparently searching for the part where he admitted to joking. Keep your solo safety channel active. If your brilliant idea stops being funny, leave. Grant collected his priest supplies and traveled directly to needlewood burrows. He didn't return home to practice. Targets that stood still, maintained a convenient height, and declined to bite him would teach the wrong lessons. The dungeon entrance opened into a low, root-bound tunnel that forced him to angle the spear immediately. Grant shifted his rear hand closer to the butt and advanced with the point ahead, relying on strength to manage the unfamiliar length. Scratching came from beneath the roots. A spine rat burst from a side hollow, flattened itself under his spearhead, and charged directly for his lead ankle. Grant looked down at the approaching teeth. Apparently the practical demonstration had begun. Grant snapped the spearhead down, but the spine rat was already inside its reach. Its teeth closed around his boot, failed to penetrate, and its momentum carried its bristling body into his shin. He lifted his foot and kicked it into the tunnel wall. The rat struck hard enough to shake dirt from the roots, recovered, and came back lower. Grant thrust from the shoulder. The point scraped across its spines instead of entering cleanly because the tunnel denied him the space to recover the weapon. A second rat emerged behind the first, then a third appeared from a hollow beside his rear foot. Mara's voice came through the solo safety channel. 3 contacts. Are you withdrawing? I'm identifying a design flaw. In the spear? In expecting the tunnel to respect it. The nearest rat lunged. Grant abandoned the long grip, slid his lead hand halfway down the shaft, and drove the butt into its face. Bone cracked. He reversed the weapon, shortened the usable length to little more than his staff, and punched the spearhead through the second rat before it could reach his ankle. The training system accepted the thrust. That was useful. It didn't care whether he used every inch of the weapon. It cared whether the point entered the hostile target under technical control. The third rat sprang from the wall. Grant caught it through the shoulder rather than the chest. Its weight dragged the spearhead aside, and the first rat slipped beneath the shaft and tore through his trouser leg. Teeth opened his calf before he stamped it flat. Pain arrived. Grant looked down at the blood and smiled. Status? Mara asked. The lesson has improved. That isn't a medical answer. Grant braced the spear beneath one arm, pressed his free hand over the wound, and cast Healing Hand. Warm light closed the torn muscle and skin. He tested his ankle, found it fully cooperative, and turned towards the wounded rat. It charged. Grant shifted his hands closer together, kept the point below his waist, and used his rear hand to send it forward in a compact thrust. The spearhead entered beneath the jaw and stopped before the shaft struck the ceiling. He pulled it free, returned the point to line, and met the next pair without giving either room to reach him. The tunnel filled with scratching. Grant shortened his grip whenever roots crowded him, lengthened it across open stretches, and stopped trying to force one correct technique onto every distance. Each mistake cost him cloth, skin, or dignity. The skin he healed, the dignity had sufficient reserves. Farther ahead, heavier hooves struck the packed earth. Grant lowered the spear point as the first tusk runner entered the straight tunnel. At last, something had chosen the correct height. The tusk runner lowered its head and accelerated. Grant widened his stance, set the spear butt beneath his rear arm, and drove through the shaft as the creature entered range. The point struck between its shoulder and chest. Its charge supplied the remaining force, carrying the broad head deep before Grant redirected the body past his hip. The dead runner slid behind him. Two more entered the tunnel in single file. Grant smiled. Civilization knew what it was doing. Mara's voice came through the channel. Did you just compliment civilization for inventing the spear? It deserves recognition. The next runner charged. Grant tried to meet it with the weapon fully extended, but the spearhead dipped as the shaft flexed. The point struck too low, tore through the shoulder, and turned the animal without stopping it. One tusk caught Grant's thigh and opened a deep line before he shoved the creature into the wall and finished it with a shortened thrust. He healed the wound while the third runner approached. Reach had encouraged him to think about the point and ignore everything behind it. That was wrong. The thrust began against the ground, passed through his hips and trunk, then traveled down the shaft. His arms directed the weapon. They didn't have to supply all its force. Grant set his feet, allowed the runner to commit, and moved the point less than 2 feet. The spearhead entered cleanly. His hips absorbed the impact, his rear hand controlled the shaft, and the dying animal stopped outside tusk range. 3 contacts are down, Mara said. How injured are you? Currently? Yes, currently. Not at all. That answer concerns me more every time you use it. The burrows supplied more runners in groups of 2, 3, and 5. Grant stopped trying to defeat them from maximum range. He shortened each thrust to the space available, recovered the point immediately, and changed his hand position whenever roots narrowed the tunnel. Missed angles still cost him bites and cuts. None lasted longer than the time required to free one hand and heal. The system accepted hits rather than kills. Shoulder entries counted when the point remained controlled. Glancing contact didn't. Wild thrusts that succeeded through strength alone earned nothing except dead monsters and Grant's disapproval. By the time the 100th accepted thrust drove through a tusk runner's chest, bodies filled the straight approaches behind him. Grant recovered the spear and watched the private counter settle at 100. No reward followed. Needlewood burrows remained uncleared. Ahead, the tunnel widened into a chamber supported by thick roots. Dirt sifted from the ceiling as something much larger moved beyond them. Mara heard it through the channel. Grant? He lowered the spear and advanced. I believe the dungeon has found me a final practical problem. The burrow matron tore through the roots in a spray of dirt. She was broader than the tusk runners, plated across the shoulders, and heavy enough to make the chamber tremble when she charged. Grant set the spear point at her chest. The matron struck a root with one tusk. The ceiling split. Dirt poured between them, knocking the spearhead aside and forcing Grant to move before the chamber buried him. She rushed through the falling earth and caught him across the ribs. Grant hit the wall, healed the damage, and pulled his spear free of the dirt. Mara's voice sharpened through the channel. Grant, withdraw. The tunnel is collapsing behind her. Then stop sounding pleased. The matron charged again. Grant didn't try to stop her head on. He planted his rear foot, braced through his hips, and held the shaft across her line. When she struck, he guided the spearhead along her shoulder plate, turned the shaft, and used her momentum to redirect her into the wall. She staggered. Grant shortened his grip, stepped inside the tusks, and drove the point beneath her jaw. The matron collapsed. Needlewood Burrows accepted the clear. Pointy end first completed for 30 free attribute points. The hostel and dungeon XP raised his total to 11,800 and advanced him to level 10. Spear handling eye and stab eye formed from the successful use. The level supplied its 5 free attribute points and automatic priest growth. Across the 2 days, adaptive daily training had contributed another 40. Grant directed all 75 available points into the exact weaknesses the dungeon had exposed: strengthening grip, core force transfer, pressing power, footwork, coordination, reaction speed, connective tissue tolerance, hip stability, learning speed, judgment, and concentration under stress. Strength increased to 124.70, agility to 78.10, physique to 200.35, intelligence to 80.95, wisdom to 39.75, spirit to 49.10, and willpower to 44.05. His maximum HP reached 4,107, with maximum MP at 1,755 and mana regeneration at 6.93 per second. He retained 10 unspent points. After the loot sale, Grant's cash stood at $12,300. At home, he placed the cleaned ashwood boar spear into the empty rack slot. Maya examined his torn trousers. Did the spear work? Elegantly uncomplicated. Something ate your leg. It got better. His phone chimed. Talia had sent a contract for Shatterglass Conservatory with one message beneath it. Bring the sword, we need the priest too. Grant looked from the spear to the broadsword. Apparently civilization had room for several excellent ideas. 29. The healer is busy blocking. Shatterglass Conservatory looked like someone had built a greenhouse and then decided ordinary glass wasn't dangerous enough. Tall panes stood throughout the first chamber in irregular rows, some clear, some silvered, all angled toward one another beneath a vaulted iron frame. Light from the dungeon entrance bounced through them in hard white lines. Grant carried his priest supplies, the heavy field broadsword Talia had specifically requested, and the ashwood boar spear because leaving a recently purchased weapon at home seemed wasteful. Priya looked at the collection. Did Talia tell you to bring the entire garage? 2 weapons aren't an entire garage. Yet, Lena said. Talia ignored them and pointed through the nearest standing panes. Reflections matter here. Anything ranged can hit one of those and change direction. Some attacks do it deliberately. I take the front. Lena stays off my right. Priya keeps enough distance that one reflected line can't catch both of you. Grant studied the angles. And me? Where healers belong. Behind the people getting injured. Exactly. Talia tapped the face of her shield. You're not stepping up because you've discovered you enjoy being durable. I already knew that. I know, that's why I'm saying it. His private display opened. Hold the line, heal the line, maintain uninterrupted healing, prevent reflected attacks from causing a down, use physical blocks only after attacks bypass the formation, and clear Shatterglass Conservatory. Reward: 35 free attribute points. Grant read it twice. 35 points was an excellent argument for responsible professional conduct. Priya watched his expression change. You just got that look. What look? The one where something has become financially or statistically interesting. Grant rested the spear against his shoulder. I'm feeling unusually committed to good formation discipline. Talia's eyes narrowed. Whatever private nonsense is happening, the rule stays simple. I block first. You heal. If something genuinely gets around me and somebody is about to eat it, then you solve the immediate problem. And return to healing. Yes. Grant nodded. That was sensible even without 35 points attached. A healer who abandoned position to hunt reflected attacks would merely create a different emergency, probably one involving his own party asking why their priest had wandered away carrying farm equipment. Something clicked deeper inside the conservatory. One silvered pane rotated by itself. Another answered. A thin beam of light struck the first pane, reflected across the chamber, and burned a black line into the stone beside Talia's boot. Priya adjusted her position. I'm beginning to dislike the architecture. Grant lowered the spear from his shoulder and moved into the healer position. Architecture seems to dislike us too. The first glass mite demonstrated why Talia had insisted on formation discipline by attacking from a direction that stopped being meaningful almost immediately. It sprang from behind a silvered pane, struck another at an angle, and ricocheted across the chamber like a fist-sized shard with legs. Lena caught it on her sword, but the impact sent fragments across her forearm. Grant stayed where he belonged. Healing Hand closed the shallow cuts while Talia drove forward and pinned a second mite against the floor with her shield. Priya burned the first before it could rebound again. Small ones bounce, Priya said. I hate things that bounce. Lena cut through another mite as it came off the wall. You throw fire for a living. My fire goes where I send it. A heavy hoof struck stone ahead. Two prism stags emerged between the mirrored panes, translucent antlers gathering white light. Grant immediately understood the more serious problem. The mites used the surfaces for movement. The stags used them as geometry. Talia, Priya warned. I see them. The first beam fired straight. Talia caught it on her shield. Light burst around the rim, but the attack stopped. The second stag aimed past her instead, striking a standing pane to the left. Grant tracked the line. The beam reflected once, crossed behind Talia, struck another pane, and changed direction again toward Lena. Down, he called. Lena dropped beneath it. The beam passed over her shoulder and shattered a brittle glass partition behind the party. Grant healed the burn across Talia's forearm without moving forward. Another mite bounced into Lena's flank. She killed it before Grant finished the cast, but its glass legs opened two narrow cuts along her ribs. Healing Hand again. Priya glanced back. You're being suspiciously well behaved. 35 points in courage maturity. That explains more than I wanted it to. The next stag fired. Talia intercepted the direct beam. The reflected one was harder. It struck two panes in rapid succession, came around the outside edge of her shield, and cut directly toward Priya while she was midway through a spell. Talia couldn't reach it. Lena was engaged with two mites. Grant didn't leave position. He rotated the spear instead. His rear hand drove the shaft across Priya's line, and the ash haft met the reflected strike at an angle. The impact burned a black groove into the wood and shoved the spear sideways, but Grant's grip and stance redirected the beam into an empty pane. Priya's spell completed. The stag disappeared beneath a burst of fire. Grant returned the spear to guard and placed his free hand against the fresh burn on Talia's shoulder. Healing Hand answered immediately. Lena glanced back while decapitating the remaining mite. Did the priest just parry light with a spear? Grant watched the next set of panes begin to rotate. Only because healing was busy. The next chamber answered by providing considerably more work. The glasswing heart stood behind a fan of brittle mirrored panes, larger than the prism stags and translucent from antlers to hooves. Light moved beneath its hide whenever it turned its head. Talia advanced carefully, shield covering the center lane while Lena circled toward a gap and Priya held her spell until the reflection settled. Don't break the cover, Talia said. Make it come to us. The heart broke the cover. It lowered its antlers and sent a pulse through the nearest panes. Glass exploded outward. Lena turned her shoulder, but several splinters buried themselves along her sword arm. Priya caught another spray across one thigh. Then the light came. 3 beams struck separate fragments and divided again. Talia caught the center attack, but 2 reflected lines curved around her position toward opposite sides of the formation. Lena left. Priya called. I have my own. Grant saw the problem before either beam completed its second reflection. Talia couldn't cover both without abandoning the heart. Lena's injured arm had slowed her. Priya was already moving, but the beam following her had the better angle. Grant stepped between the 2 lanes and planted the spear crosswise. The first beam struck near the steel socket. The second hit lower on the shaft. Ashwood flexed violently. Grant dropped his hips, widened his stance, and let the force travel through his hands, shoulders, braced trunk, and legs instead of trying to hold it with his arms. Both impacts shoved him backward half a step. The spear smoked beneath his grip, but neither beam reached its target. Formation, Talia snapped. Grant was already restoring it. He moved behind her again, released the spear with one hand, and caught Lena's wrist. Fine glass protruded from the cuts, and the world system marked the injury with a splinter status that resisted ordinary healing. Cleanse spread through her arm in a cool white pulse. The embedded fragments loosened and vanished as the status cleared. Healing Hand followed, sealing the wounds before Lena finished flexing her fingers. Good, Lena said, raising her sword. I'm functional. Priya had shallower splinters across her thigh. Grant cleared those next and closed the cuts while she kept her eyes on the heart. You blocked both? I occupied the available space. That was 2 available spaces. I'm broad. Talia's shield slammed into the heart as it tried to exploit the interruption. She forced it back toward the shattered mirrors and glanced over her shoulder. Everyone restored? Yes, Grant said. Then keep healing. Grant recovered the spear and returned it to guard as fresh light gathered inside the heart's antlers. Exactly where he belonged. The glasswing heart discovered that destroying its own cover had also removed most of the places it could hide. Talia drove it away from the remaining panes while Lena attacked its exposed flank. Priya waited until the heart committed to another burst, then sent fire through the clear lane the shattered chamber had created. Grant remained behind them. The heart's final light pulse split twice before Talia caught the strongest beam. A weaker reflection escaped around the edge of her shield toward Lena. Grant stepped across its path, turned the spear haft into the line, and felt the impact travel through his hands and braced trunk. The private system acknowledged the movement. Block I. Grant returned immediately to position and cast Healing Hand on Talia as the heart struck her shield hard enough to drive her backward. Lena used the opening to cut through one rear leg. Priya's next spell hit the translucent chest without touching a reflective surface. The heart collapsed. Shatterglass Conservatory accepted the clear. No party member had gone down. Grant's healing had never stopped long enough to leave anyone uncovered, and every physical intervention had happened only after an attack escaped the formation. Hold the line, heal the line complete. Reward: 35 free attribute points. The hostile encounters and clear added 2,700 XP, bringing Grant to 14,500 and level 11. His level package followed, while the repeated healing and status removal pushed Healing Hand to 7 and Cleanse to 2. Talia lowered her shield and looked at the scorched groove running along Grant's spear shaft. I'm revising one opinion. Grant inspected the damage. Only one? A healer who blocks is useful. That seems reasonable. Provided he remembers the important half of that sentence as healer. Grant nodded. Also reasonable. Lena wiped glass dust from her sword. I preferred it when she had to argue with you. She's becoming more efficient, Priya said. Across the 2 days, Grant's established training supplied another 40 points. With the task reward and level package, he spent 80 exactly where the conservatory had exposed pressure: core stability, endurance, recovery, mana capacity and efficiency, awareness, healing affinity, channel stability, pain tolerance, and interruption resistance. 10 points remained in reserve. The clear and salvage brought his cash to $14,400. At the guild, Mara handed him the next contract. Belgrave Catacombs. Reforming skeletons. The notes recommend blunt force. Grant reread that sentence. Then he looked up slowly. Mara sighed. Why are you smiling? Professional guidance has become unusually considerate. 30, going bash. Mara answered Grant's smile by turning her terminal toward him and starting the Belgrave combat clip. A swordsman cut through a skeleton's spine. The upper half hit the catacomb floor, ribs scattering across old stone while the legs collapsed separately. For 2 seconds, the result looked decisive. Then pale light appeared between the bones. Grant leaned closer. Vertebrae scraped together. Ribs rolled across the floor and snapped back into place. The skull bounced once, turned toward the swordsman, and reattached itself while he was still dealing with the next skeleton. Mara paused the recording. That's the problem. Grant looked at the frozen skeleton. He didn't destroy enough of it. He destroyed plenty. Belgrave marrow skeletons reform unless you disrupt the reconstruction before it finishes. Cutting them apart creates more pieces to watch. Grant considered joints, impact area, recovery time, and the obvious alternative. Hammer. His private display opened before he finished enjoying the thought. Going bash. Clear Belgrave catacombs using a long-handled war hammer and prevent every reforming skeleton from completing a second reconstruction. Reward: 30 free attribute points. Grant read it once, then looked at Mara with renewed appreciation. This contract is extremely well designed. Mara folded her arms. You haven't entered the dungeon. I'm praising the concept. You're praising the opportunity to hit skeletons with a hammer. That's part of the concept. Mara resumed the clip. Another skeleton reassembled while its opponent tried to control 3 separate piles of bones. Bellwraiths are also present, and the Bellbone Warden controls the final chamber. Belgrave punishes people who think blunt force means swinging as hard as possible. Grant's interest increased rather than diminished. Maximum impact was easy. Delivering it repeatedly while keeping the weapon under control was the actual skill. At home that evening, Maya found him watching the clip again at the kitchen table. She stopped behind his chair as a skeleton rebuilt itself. "Why are you watching someone fail to kill Bones?" "Research." The swordsman severed an arm. The arm crawled back. Maya frowned. "That's unpleasant." Grant replayed the section where the rib cage reconstructed. "It's educational." "For what?" He paused the clip precisely as the skeleton finished rebuilding and studied the exposed joints, the glowing point beneath the sternum, and the available striking lanes. "I need a hammer." Maya closed her eyes briefly. "Of course you do." Grant smiled. For once, the dungeon mechanic and his preferred solution had reached complete professional agreement. The long-handled quarry hammer cost $950 and immediately justified the name. Its steel head was compact rather than theatrical, with a broad striking face, a reinforced pole, and enough weight that the long haft turned a careless swing into a problem Grant would prefer not to explain to his mother. He paid for it, carried it home, and spent the afternoon learning how little maximum strength mattered if the hammer finished somewhere inconvenient. A sword could recover through relatively small arcs. The spear rewarded alignment and reach. The hammer demanded commitment. Grant started slowly. His hips initiated the turn, his trunk transferred it, and his arms guided rather than dragged the head through the strike. The satisfying part was impact. The useful part was what happened afterward. Maya watched from beyond the safe practice boundary while he stopped another swing before it could over-travel. "That looks less ridiculous than I expected." Grant reset his feet. "Thank you." "I said less. I accepted the useful portion." By the time he entered Belgrave Catacombs the following morning, he could deliver the head where he intended without letting its momentum dictate the next several seconds of his life. The first marrow skeleton proved that wasn't enough. It emerged from a recessed burial niche with tarnished grave iron around one wrist and pale light glowing behind its sternum. Grant gave it exactly the blow he had been hoping to give something since buying the hammer. His hips turned, his rear foot drove, the hammer crossed his body and struck the skeleton squarely through the ribs. Bones exploded across the corridor. Grant experienced a brief, uncomplicated moment of happiness. Then another skeleton stepped from the darkness to his right. The hammer was low and well past center. Its head wanted to continue through the completed arc while Grant needed it back between himself and the new target. Oh. He recovered the haft, but not quickly enough to make the movement elegant. The second skeleton closed while bones from the first began scraping across the floor behind him. Grant shortened his grip and checked the approaching skull with the reinforced shaft, buying room without pretending it had been his preferred solution. Behind it, the first skeleton's ribs were already crawling together. Grant looked from the reforming bones to the hammer that had scattered them so magnificently. Maximum force had produced an excellent first strike. It had also created considerably more work. Grant adjusted his stance as both skeletons came toward him. "Fine," he said. "Less glorious. More repeatable." Grant changed the problem from destruction to control. The next skeleton stepped in with both arms raised. Instead of swinging through its chest, Grant shortened his grip, turned through a compact arc, and drove the hammer into its left knee. The joint collapsed sideways. Before the skeleton finished falling, he reversed the head with his wrists and hips and struck the opposite shoulder. Two broken supports, one body still mostly together. Much better. Pale light gathered beneath its sternum. Grant had seen that part already. He stepped closer and brought the hammer straight down through the glowing reconstruction knot. The light vanished. The skeleton stayed dead. "Excellent." Mara's voice came through the solo safety channel. "You sound happier than most people do in Belgrave." "I've improved the method. I heard fewer bones hit the walls." "That's the improvement." 3 more marrow skeletons emerged farther along the passage. Grant let the first close, broke its hip with a short diagonal strike, recovered immediately, and used the returning head against the second skeleton's elbow. He didn't chase dramatic impacts. Every blow had a destination and a recovery position. The third skeleton swung a rusted cleaver. Grant slipped outside the line, planted, and drove the hammer face through its knee with a compact rotational strike. Bash I. The recognition arrived without mana, light, or class assistance. Pure physical technique. Grant approved. The fallen skeleton began reforming. He crushed its glowing knot, pivoted to the first, and destroyed that one before the ribs had finished drawing together. The second reached for its separated arm. Grant stepped onto the loose forearm, broke the reconstruction knot with one controlled downward blow, then recovered the hammer directly into guard. War hammer handling I. That, Grant said, was worth buying. Mara was quiet for half a second. The hammer? The technique. That isn't what your purchase history suggests. Grant continued deeper. Bell wraiths appeared among the burial recesses, pale figures trembling around cracked bronze handbells. Their ringing accelerated the skeleton's reconstruction, forcing Grant to become even more economical. He broke knees, hips, shoulders, or spines only as much as necessary, then destroyed each exposed knot before the next target could recover. Nothing completed a second reconstruction. At the end of the passage, a much deeper bell sounded. Every loose bone on the floor twitched. Mara's voice sharpened. That's the warden chamber. Grant adjusted his hands on the hammer. Beyond the stone doorway, something large began to ring. The bellbone warden rang the chamber with its rib cage. The sound hit Grant through the floor as much as his ears. Loose bones jerked upright across the crypt, fragments he had already broken dragging themselves together under pale light. Femurs rolled, hands clawed across stone. 3 incomplete skeletons began assembling between Grant and the towering warden. Grant understood the trap. Destroying them all again would give the warden time to ring a second time. He went through instead. A half-formed skeleton reached for him. Grant struck its knee without stopping, shortened his grip as he passed, and crushed the exposed reconstruction knot on the return. Another rose at his left. He drove the hammer through its hip, stepped around the falling frame, and kept moving. The warden raised both arms. Its rib cage opened around a bronze bell-shaped core. Convenient. Grant planted his lead foot. This time he didn't shorten the swing. His hips turned first. His trunk transmitted the force. His shoulders and arms guided the long haft through the largest controlled arc the chamber allowed, and the hammer face struck the bell rib core squarely. The sound stopped halfway through beginning. Bronze folded inward, ribs shattered around it. The warden left the floor, hit the stone bier behind it, and collapsed in a heap that did not move again. Every reforming bone in the chamber fell still. Going bash complete. Reward: 30 free attribute points. Belgrave Catacombs cleared. The hostile encounters and clear added 3000 XP, bringing Grant to 17,500 and level 12. Warhammer handling I and bash I remained the useful lessons of the dungeon. Across the 2 days, his established training added another 40 points, and the new level supplied 5 more alongside the normal priest growth. Grant spent the resulting 75 points through the physical weak links the hammer had exposed, leaving 10 in reserve. The Grave Iron salvage paid $2,400. After the hammer purchase, Grant's cash stood at $15,850. Ray discovered the more immediate consequence that evening. He stood in the garage looking at the staff, broadsword, spear, and newly cleaned long-handled quarry hammer. Then he looked at Grant. How many long weapons does one priest need? Grant considered the rack. Currently? Ray closed his eyes. Grant smiled. 4. That was the answer I was afraid of. 31. A rack is not enough. Ray opened the garage door, stopped, and immediately closed it again. Grant looked up from wiping the last trace of Belgrave dust from the long-handled quarry hammer. Problem? Ray reopened the door more cautiously. The reinforced weapon rack Grant had bought only days earlier held the Ashwood novice staff and heavy field broadsword properly. The Ashwood boar spear leaned beside it because its haft extended beyond the rack's comfortable spacing. Grant's new hammer occupied the remaining safe wall position, where its head couldn't fall into anyone, scrape the car, or turn an innocent search for garden tools into an emergency. Ray studied the arrangement. You bought that rack because the weapons were becoming a problem. Yes. You now have more weapons than the rack holds. Grant glanced across the garage. The rack has failed to scale with operational requirements. The rack didn't buy another weapon. No, that would be unusual. Ray gave him a look. Grant returned the cloth to the workbench and considered the actual problem. Each weapon had a different practical purpose. The staff belonged to his profession and remained his best casting implement. The broadsword gave him controlled cutting power. The spear provided reach, thrusting lanes, and excellent control of narrow approaches. The hammer had just demonstrated why skeletons deserved specialist equipment. Removing one would make the collection neater. It would also make the collection worse. His private display opened. 4-weapon rotation. Complete a safe system verified rotation with staff, broadsword, spear, and warhammer, including 100 clean transitions and no drop weapon. Reward: 25 free attribute points. Grant read it twice. Then he smiled. Ray saw the smile and became noticeably less optimistic. What? The situation has received professional validation. From whom? Grant couldn't answer that honestly, so he gestured toward the weapons instead. Evidence. Ray followed the gesture. That's not evidence. That's 4 long objects taking over my garage. They fill distinct niches. One of the niches is apparently in the way. Grant stepped back and examined the rack, floor clearance, ceiling height, vehicle path, workbench access, and the safe distance required to draw each weapon without striking another. Ray was right about one thing. The present arrangement was no longer acceptable. The correct response, however, was obvious. Grant nodded thoughtfully. I need more storage. Ray stared at him. Grant smiled. The system agrees. He kept that last sentence safely inside his head. $500 bought Grant considerably more wall than dignity. The expanded reinforced storage arrived as 2 heavy steel frames with adjustable brackets, locking retainers, and enough spacing that each weapon could be removed without negotiating with its neighbors. Grant installed them along the garage wall, then spent longer arranging 4 weapons than Ray had spent helping him bolt the frames into studs. Length wasn't the deciding factor. Neither was appearance, although Grant considered appearance a perfectly legitimate secondary concern. The staff needed the cleanest draw because it was his casting weapon. The broadsword required room for both hands to settle before the blade cleared anything fragile. The spear needed a forward extraction path that didn't threaten the car. The hammer's head made a careless sideways removal unacceptable. Grant shifted the spear 1 bracket higher and tested the draw again. Better. He reached for the broadsword, cleared it vertically, settled both hands, returned it, then took the staff without crossing his arms or turning his back on the imaginary threadline. Maya appeared in the doorway carrying 4 adhesive labels. Grant stopped. What are those? Improvements. I already labeled the positions. Yes, badly. She peeled off his neatly printed heavy field broadsword label and replaced it with slashy. Grant stared at her. Maya moved to the spear. Pointy. The hammer became bashy. Grant's expression tightened as she approached the staff. Don't. She removed Ashwood Novice staff. The original stick went up in its place. Grant looked at the 4 labels in silence. Maya stepped back, much clearer. They have names. So you don't put Maya Mercer on my bedroom door because everyone already knows which one I am. That comparison has several structural weaknesses. She pointed at the broadsword. What does that one do? Cuts. Slashy. Her finger moved. That? Primarily thrusts. Pointy. She indicated the hammer. Grant frowned. Blunt force destruction. Bashy. Maya pointed at the staff last. Grant folded his arms. She waited. He looked at the rack again. 4 weapons, 4 functions, instantly identifiable even to someone who had absolutely no respect for professional nomenclature. The classification system is crude. It works. It is offensively efficient. Maya smiled. Thank you. Grant tested the sequence again. Staff out and returned. Broadsword cleared without touching the adjacent brackets. Spear drawn straight forward. Hammer lifted cleanly with enough lateral space for the head. Nothing collided. Nothing snagged. Every grip arrived where it should. Grant reluctantly looked at the labels. Pointy should probably be closer to the door. Maya's smile became unbearable. I knew you'd come around. Grant began the rotation with the staff because it was the weapon he knew best. He returned it to the rack, drew the broadsword, settled both hands, returned the sword, then took the spear. Each time one weapon went safely away and another arrived ready in his hands, the system counted another clean change. The first 10 were easy. On the 11th, Grant tried to make them fast. His right hand crossed over his left while he reached for the broadsword. The pommel clipped his forearm, forcing him to stop before the blade cleared the rack. Maya pointed from the doorway. Slashy got you. It touched me. That sounds like getting you. Grant reset the sword. Strength wasn't helping. He was moving 4 objects with 4 different lengths, balance points, grips, and safe paths as though speed could make those differences disappear. It couldn't. Ray looked over from the workbench. Whatever you're practicing, I prefer the version where you stop before the sword comes out badly. So do I. That's reassuring. Grant started again, deliberately slower. Staff returned under control. His empty hand cleared before he reached for the broadsword. The sword went back before his feet changed position for the spear. With the hammer, he accounted for the heavy head before releasing either hand. By 30 changes, he had stopped tangling his arms. By 50, the movements were becoming shorter without becoming hurried. Maya watched him return pointy and reach for Bashi. You know they're not attacking you from the wall. The wall is providing consistent opposition. The wall is standing there. Exactly, very reliable. Ray shook his head. I'm not reinforcing the wall again if reliable opposition wins. Grant continued. He changed the order repeatedly so familiarity couldn't hide a bad movement. Hammer to staff required him to control the weighted head completely before reaching across. Spear to broadsword demanded a foot adjustment first. Staff to spear was simple until he tried to make it unnecessarily clever, discovered the extra movement, and removed it. The 100th clean weapon change ended with the hammer secured and the staff settling naturally into his hands. Nothing had fallen. Nothing had struck the floor, wall, car, ceiling, rack, or another person. Grant looked across the 4 labeled positions with considerable satisfaction. Maya inspected the garage. Fine, you can apparently own 4 dangerous sticks responsibly. Grant glanced toward the hallway mirror. Owning them responsibly was established. The next question was whether he looked equally good carrying all 4. Grant took the staff to the bathroom mirror first. The garage offered more space, but the bathroom had better lighting, and Grant believed equipment evaluation should be performed under favorable conditions whenever possible. He settled the staff beside one shoulder, checked how his priest gear sat across his chest and arms, then turned enough to examine the line from shoulder through forearm. Maya appeared behind him in the mirror. You're posing. I'm checking a loadout. You're flexing while checking a loadout. Those activities are compatible. Grant returned the staff and brought in the broadsword. The heavier weapon changed his posture naturally. He set it across one shoulder, adjusted his stance until the blade remained completely controlled, then examined the result. Excellent. The spear required more care in the confined space. Grant kept the point high and well clear of every surface, testing the grip and carrying position without sacrificing the important secondary question of whether a very large priest holding a boar spear looked appropriate. He did. The hammer was last. Dana reached the hallway as Grant positioned the long-handled quarry hammer vertically beside him. She looked past him toward the garage, where the new storage frames held the other weapons securely. Everything is finally off the floor? Yes. Nothing is leaning against the washing machine? Correct. Nothing can fall onto the car? I designed against that. Dana nodded. Then the new racks were worth it. Grant appreciated competent judgment. Maya looked from her mother to Grant's reflection. The mirrors are now the most heavily supervised equipment in the house. Grant adjusted the hammer slightly. They're performing an important verification function. His private display appeared. 4 weapon rotation complete. Reward: 25 free attribute points. Across the 3 days, his established physical and priest work had supplied another 60 points. Grant directed the full 85 into the areas the rotation had exposed and the ones he considered aesthetically underfunded, strengthening his pressing chain, arms, upper back, grip, calves, posture, mobility, coordination, and training discipline while keeping 10 points unspent. Then his phone chimed. Grant lowered the hammer and opened the guild message. The sender was Foreman Grick. The attachment showed a crude white flag, 3 badly drawn weapons, a goblin with both hands raised, and beneath them a single heading written in blocky common. Terms. Maya leaned around his arm. Are the goblins sending you instructions now? Grant studied the pictogram. They appeared to be negotiating. His smile slowly widened. That was considerably more interesting. 32. The goblins have terms. The white flag from Foreman Grick's message had looked considerably less ridiculous once Grant found the full-sized version waiting inside Miller's quarry warrens. It stood immediately beyond the entrance chamber, planted in a bucket of gravel beside a wooden board covered in painted pictograms. Grant stopped with the heavy field broadsword across his back, the ashwood boar spear in one hand, and the long-handled quarry hammer secured over his shoulder. 3 goblins watched him from behind a stone barricade. None carried weapons. Grant looked at the flag, then the board. Foreman Grick stepped out from behind the barricade wearing his battered work vest and an expression suggesting negotiations had already taken longer than he preferred. "You read." "I'm reading." The first pictogram showed a goblin lying injured while an enormous stick figure surrounded by golden lines reached toward him. A second picture showed the goblin standing again. A third showed the same goblin being chased. Grant considered it. That feels slightly biased. No heal goblin to fight more. I only did that once. Grick held up 2 fingers. Grant frowned. The second occasion was medically justified. Grick tapped the next picture. A goblin dropped a sword. The large figure stopped instead of hitting him. Grant nodded. Anyone who drops their weapon is out. Yes. That's reasonable. Grick moved to the third picture. This one required no interpretation. A goblin waved a white flag while the large figure pointed irritably toward a training area. Grant recognized the accusation immediately. "I said surrender was an inefficient warm-up once." Grick stared at him. Grant adjusted the spear against his shoulder. "Possibly twice." "No say." "I can agree not to say it." "No think?" Grant looked at the goblin. Grick's mouth twitched. Grant smiled. "I'm not agreeing to thought control." Several heads appeared cautiously above the barricade. The private training system opened. Terms of surrender. Complete 3 weapon drills inside Miller's quarry warrens while honoring every surrender, accepting Foreman Grick's safety terms, and killing no compliant goblin. Reward: 35 free attribute points. Grant read the conditions, then looked from the display to the 3 weapons he had deliberately carried into the dungeon. 35 points for sword, spear, and hammer practice under negotiated rules. That was an extremely attractive contract. He looked back at Grick. "You've clearly put serious work into this." Grick nodded firmly. "Need rules for Grant." Grant decided that sounded unnecessarily personal. Then several goblins emerged carrying timber, weighted frames, and what looked suspiciously like purpose-built training equipment. His objection disappeared. "Show me the rest." Grant followed Grick through the first quarry passage and discovered that goblin risk management involved considerably more carpentry than he had expected. The old fighting chamber had been rebuilt. Thick timber posts supported 3 weighted targets made from layered hide, scrap leather, and tightly bound straw. One hung from chains so it could swing after impact. Another stood on a low-wheeled frame with ropes disappearing through slots in the quarry wall. Beyond them, 2 broad wooden shields traveled along separate overhead tracks. Grant stopped. "This is excellent." Grick looked suspicious. "Excellent means safe?" Usually. "Usually bad word." Grant conceded the point with a nod. "In this case, yes." Grick led him farther in. The next section had been cleared into a narrow lane roughly twice the length of Grant's spear. Painted marks divided the floor into distance bands, while padded targets stood at different heights along both walls. "No goblin in Spear Lane," Grick said. Grant examined the spacing. "You designed this specifically because you don't want me thrusting at volunteers." "Yes." "That's very sensible." "Yes." "You sound surprised I agree." Grick stared at him. Grant decided not to pursue that argument. He unslung the heavy field broadsword and approached the first weighted target. The suspension chains allowed enough movement to punish a lazy recovery. He tested one controlled diagonal cut, stopped the blade cleanly, and watched the target swing away before returning on a slightly altered line. Useful. The second strike came from the opposite side. Grant shifted his feet first, rotated through his hips and trunk, then recovered before the weight returned toward him. Grick watched carefully. No break target. "I'll try not to." "Try bad word." Grant smiled. "I'll control the force." That earned a reluctant nod. He moved to the tracked shields. One goblin somewhere beyond the wall pulled a rope, sending the nearer shield sliding abruptly across his line. Grant adjusted, shortened the planned cut, and struck only after his feet had rebuilt the angle. Much better than a stationary practice dummy. The spear lane was better still. Different target heights forced changes in level, while the narrow walls punished excessive lateral movement. Grant took the Ashwood boar spear in both hands and worked through straight thrusts without letting the point wander beyond the padded zones. When he finished the first sequence, Grick tapped the hammer hanging across Grant's back. Third drill. Grant looked toward the reinforced swinging target at the far end of the chamber. Its central plate was visibly thicker than the others. He smiled. Grick immediately raised one finger. Control. Grant's smile widened. Of course. The hammer target moved before Grant reached it. He had expected the suspended weight to swing after impact. He hadn't expected a stone to strike one side from the protected ledge above, knocking it across his intended line just as he began the downswing. Grant checked the hammer instead of chasing the target. A goblin slinger peered over the wooden barrier. Grant looked up. You did that deliberately. The goblin grinned. Moving target. That's cheating. Training. Grant considered the correction. Fair. The next stone arrived sooner. Grant adjusted his feet, let the hammerhead continue through a shorter safe path, recovered it without fighting its momentum, then struck when the weighted target crossed back through range. The slinger immediately hit it from the opposite side. Grant smiled. The goblins had understood the assignment disturbingly well. He returned to the sword circuit, where two operators now controlled the sliding shields independently. One shield cut across his planned attack while the other appeared from behind it. Grant's first response was too large. He withdrew farther than necessary, surrendered the useful angle, and had to rebuild his stance. Bad, a goblin called from above. I noticed. Again. Grant narrowed the correction. This time the shield crossed, his lead foot shifted only enough to clear it, and the heavy field broadsword traveled directly into the newly opened lane. Two-handed sword handling increased to 3. He barely had time to enjoy the notice before the goblins changed the sequence. The spear lane became worse in an entirely different way. Padded targets slid into view at changing heights while stones struck hanging markers, forcing them across his sightline. Grant couldn't simply thrust quickly. He had to recognize the opening, set the point, adjust his feet, and withdraw before the next obstacle occupied the same space. A clean thrust struck the final moving pad. Spear handling increased to 2. Grant looked toward the ledge. You've practiced operating these. Several goblins became intensely interested in their slings. That explained a great deal. The hammer circuit finished the lesson. Its weight punished every late decision, so Grant stopped trying to correct attacks after they began. He read the target's movement first, positioned his feet, committed only when the path existed, and controlled the recovery before preparing another strike. The final blow landed squarely. Warhammer handling increased to 2. Grant lowered the hammer. 3 completed circuits. No injured goblins. No surrendered opponent dragged back into combat. No furniture casualties either, although the quarry had considerably less furniture to threaten. From the ledge, one goblin cautiously raised a white flag. Grant pointed at it. You weren't even fighting. Practice surrender. Grant nodded. Excellent technique. The goblin looked immensely relieved. Foreman Grick inspected the training chamber after the last flag came down. Grant waited while the goblin checked every target, spoke briefly with the operators, and examined the weapons as though expecting to discover a concealed technicality. Finally, Grick produced a wooden stamp, pressed it into an ink pad, and marked the quarry objective sheet. Complete. Grant's private display appeared immediately. Terms of surrender complete. Reward: 35 free attribute points. No professional XP followed. Grant approved. Weighted targets and cooperative goblins had provided excellent practice, but none of them had been enemies. Training together shouldn't magically become combat experience because everyone involved happened to live in a dungeon. He handed Grick a clean written copy of the agreed rules. For future visits. Grick accepted it carefully. You come again? Absolutely. Several goblins listening nearby exchanged concerned looks. Grant added, under the rules. The concern reduced noticeably. Across the 2 days, his normal physical and priest work had supplied another 40 points. He used the full 75 where the changing targets had exposed the greatest value, improving grip, force transfer, upper back control, footwork, reaction speed, whole body coordination, joint and connective tissue resilience, recovery, concentration, and judgment while leaving his usual 10-point reserve untouched. At the Westhaven Professional Guild, Mara Quinn reviewed the completed objective sheet twice. The goblins made you sign safety terms. They were sensible terms. They built protected operating positions. Very sensible. They prohibited you from healing them so you could continue fighting them. Grant considered the wording. When you say it that way, it sounds unusual. Mara looked at him over the paper. The goblins have better posted gym rules than several human training facilities have inspected. That reflects well on Grick. I'm not convinced it reflects well on you. She processed the quarry salvage and objective payment, adding $500 to his account, then placed another contract on the counter. Grant read the heading. Tumbledown Mint. 4-person recommended party. Physical salvage extraction. Multiple loot containers. Mara tapped the final section. Your usual team is available. This one pays well because getting the valuables out is almost as troublesome as reaching them. Grant's interest sharpened. Heavy? Some of it. How heavy? Mara's expression became wary. That was much too enthusiastic. Grant picked up the contract. A dungeon where carrying the loot was part of the problem sounded extremely practical. It also sounded fun. 33. Carry your own loot. Tumbledown Mint had been designed by people who believed money should remain difficult to steal even after everyone responsible for guarding it was dead. Grant stood with Talia, Lena, and Priya just inside the first vaulted chamber, studying rows of brass floor plates surrounding several waist-high piles of old coins. Narrow channels crossed the stone between them, disappearing beneath walls marked with faded minting seals. At the far end, 3 iron doors waited beneath a warning engraved deeply enough to survive whatever had ruined the original facility. Talia read it aloud. Removal of stored weight alters the counterbalance network. Maintain equal distribution across marked sections. Priya looked across the coin piles. So taking the loot activates the traps. Taking it incorrectly activates the traps, Grant said. That distinction sounds important only to someone planning to take all of it. Grant examined the floor more carefully. Several brass plates sat fractionally higher than their neighbors. The coin stacks weren't decoration. Their weight was physically holding parts of the mechanism down. This is excellent dungeon design. Priya turned toward him. That sentence worries me every time you say it. Talia crouched beside the nearest boundary line without stepping across it. Nobody touches anything until we know the pattern. We clear section by section. Loot stays where I mark it until the next route is safe. Grant nodded immediately. Agreed. His private training system opened. Carry your own loot. Extract every assigned party loot container from Tumbledown Mint without carrying during active pulls, abandoning healing duties, or receiving carrying assistance. Reward. 25 free attribute points. Grant read it twice. Priya noticed his expression. You got a task. I may have received an opportunity. That means yes. Grant looked past her toward the iron-bound coffers positioned among the coin stacks. Even from here, he could tell they were built for security rather than convenient handling. Thick oak, brass reinforcement, heavy locks. Proper weight. Priya followed his gaze and sighed. Your private system understands you much too well. It recognizes practical strengths. It saw heavy boxes and immediately offered you points. Which seems efficient. Talia stood and pointed toward him. One condition beyond whatever ridiculous thing it just offered you. While we're fighting, you're the healer. Nothing gets carried until I call the area clear. Grant closed the private display. The condition matched the task exactly, which he found reassuring. Obviously. Priya looked at Talia. He said that far too happily. Grant studied the nearest coffer again. It really did look heavy. The first coin mimic attacked when Lena lifted 3 silver pieces from the nearest pile. The stack collapsed inward with a metallic hiss. Coins rolled across one another, then rose in a rippling mass around a brass core with too many thin legs. Talia's shield came up before Grant finished identifying it. Leave the rest, Talia said. Priya, right side. Lena, cut the legs. Grant already had healing hand ready. The mimic skittered sideways across the weighted floor. Priya's spell struck first, blasting a section of its outer coin shell away. Lena stepped into the opening and cut through 2 legs before the creature snapped a brass limb toward her knee. Talia intercepted it. Grant watched the floor as much as the fight. The brass plate beneath the disturbed pile had risen perhaps half an inch. Across the chamber, another plate sank. Talia. I see it. A narrow slot opened in the wall and fired a steel dart across the route they had used to enter. Priya glanced after it. That was 3 coins. 3 coins from the wrong pile, Grant said. Talia finished the mimic with a shield-assisted opening for Lena, then pointed at the remaining stacks. Equal reductions. Nobody gets greedy. Grant looked toward the coffer. Talia noticed. Especially you. I haven't touched it. You're looking at it like a deadlift. That's unfair. Deadlifts have better handles. They reduced the next 2 piles together. Each disturbance woke another coin mimic, but the pattern became manageable once they treated every removal as part of the room rather than free loot. Priya counted weight changes. Talia controlled the pulls. Lena killed whatever unfolded from the coins. Grant healed. Only after Talia called the section clear did he approach the first locked coffer. He tested one handle. Heavy. Excellent. Grant braced, lifted through his legs, and brought the reinforced chest against his torso. The weight dragged at his arms and upper back but never threatened his footing. Talia pointed to a marked square behind the cleared line. There, put it down before we touch the next piles. Grant carried it across and lowered it exactly inside the safe zone. Done. Talia checked everyone's bars, then looked at him. Healing check. Grant inspected the party rather than the coffer. Lena needed a minor repair from the brass leg strike. Talia had taken superficial impact damage through her shield arm. Grant corrected both, waited until his casting access and mana margin were comfortable, then nodded. Ready. Only then did Talia point toward the next cleared position. Grant bent and lifted the coffer again. Priya watched him carry it. You're enjoying this. It's loaded movement under practical conditions. It's treasure. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Talia marked the next safe zone. Grant put the chest down before the next pull without being told. The boss chamber solved the problem of careful weight management by dropping more weight into the room. Grant had already placed his coffer inside Talia's marked safe zone when the brass auditor unfolded from behind the minting press. The construct was taller than Grant, plated in tarnished brass and fitted with 4 articulated arms ending in stamping heads. Lena moved left, Priya took the rear angle, and Talia locked the boss in place. Grant stayed behind her and healed. Then the brass auditor slammed 2 arms into the floor. Metal shutters opened overhead. Shoots, Priya called. Coins poured into 3 sections at once. The sudden weight depressed brass plates across the chamber, lifting others beneath Talia's feet. A line of floor slots snapped open behind Lena while another mechanism released an iron-bound chest from above. Grant saw the chest falling before Lena did. Lena, forward. She moved instantly. The chest struck the floor behind her, bounced once, and tipped sideways into the only clear retreat lane just as a brass sentry unfolded from the wall. Lena glanced back. That's inconvenient. The sentry charged. Grant's coffer remained exactly where he had left it. Good. He crossed the 2 steps to the fallen chest and caught one end before it could roll completely across Lena's route. The impact loaded his arms, grip, trunk, and spinal erectors all at once. He redirected rather than trying to stop it dead, turned his hips, and shoved the chest aside far enough to reopen the lane. The sentry reached Lena at the same moment. Grant drove his shoulder into its upper body and changed its line. Contact drive increased to 2. The sentry staggered away from Lena instead of into her. Talia. Got it. Talia peeled away from the brass auditor for 3 steps, hammered her shield into the sentry, and reclaimed the breach. Grant was already backing out. He had no interest in finishing the sentry. Lena had space, Talia had the line, and Priya had just taken a stamping blast hard enough to cut a noticeable section from her health bar. Grant raised both hands. Healing Hand closed the worst of Priya's damage while Slow Heal settled over Talia as she returned to the boss. Slow Heal increased to V. Priya breathed out as her bar stabilized. You caught a treasure chest. It was blocking Lena. You body checked a sentry with it. I moved the chest first. Lena cut through the sentry's exposed joint. He's technically correct. Another set of chutes opened overhead. Grant immediately stepped farther from every loot container. Priya laughed despite herself. Now that is professional growth. Once the brass auditor stopped moving, Talia made Grant wait through a complete chamber check before allowing him anywhere near the treasure. Grant considered this excessive but professionally correct. The first coffer came out under one arm. The second required both hands. By the third, Priya had stopped offering helpful comments and started watching his shoulders with scientific interest. You know we can make 2 trips. I know. You're choosing not to. The task specifies every assigned container. It doesn't specify inefficient extraction. Talia pointed toward the exit. Nothing tears, nothing drops, and if I tell you to put something down, it goes down. Immediately. Lena opened the boss chest while Grant adjusted the load. Inside lay a broad leather and metal harness built around reinforced shoulder straps and a load-bearing waist assembly. Reinforced Delver harness. Green, uncommon. Level 12. Universal physical weight distribution. Grant stared at it. Priya looked at Talia. Give it to him. Yes, Talia said. Lena nodded. Absolutely. Grant accepted the harness. You haven't even discussed party distribution. We have, Priya said. Nobody else wants your system seeing this and deciding you need encouragement. The harness made the final extraction considerably better. It didn't remove the weight, but it spread the load across his hips, torso, and shoulders instead of allowing individual straps and handles to punish whichever piece of him they reached first. The last assigned container crossed the dungeon threshold. Carry your own loot complete. Reward: 25 free attribute points. The clear supplied 3,800 professional XP and carried Grant to level 13, with the normal priest growth and 5 additional free attribute points. Across the 2 days, his regular training had added 40 more. Grant committed the resulting 70 points exactly where the dungeon had demonstrated their value: spinal erectors, core force transfer, grip, muscular endurance, recovery, mana capacity, situational awareness, mana efficiency, healing affinity, and concentration under stress. Then a recovery professional walked past them wearing a polished ring, touched a stack of salvage almost comparable to Grant's entire load, and made it disappear. Grant stopped. What was that? Storage ring, Lena said. I know what it was. I'm asking why I've been carrying half a mint. Priya smiled. Because useful ones cost more than houses. Grant looked at the harness around his shoulders. Then at the ring. That is economically offensive. The tumble-down salvage brought his share to $19,350. During appraisal, the guild also produced an enormous greatsword that required 2 ordinary handlers to move comfortably. Grant's attention shifted. Talia saw it happen. No. I haven't said anything. You don't need to. Grant studied the weapon. The storage ring could wait. Bigger swords were apparently much more affordable. 34. Bigger is a technical term. The greatsword required 2 guild handlers, a reinforced appraisal stand, and enough floor space that everyone else had instinctively moved back. Grant liked it immediately. One handler steadied the blade while the other released the securing straps. The weapon was broad without being decorative, thick through the strong of the blade, and long enough that its proportions only became reasonable when Grant stood beside it. Priya looked from the sword to Grant. No. I haven't done anything. You're smiling. That isn't an offense. Talia folded her arms. Pick it up before you fall in love with it. Grant stepped to the stand and closed both hands around the grip. The weight came alive as soon as he lifted. It was much heavier than his broadsword, but the balance was better than the sheer size suggested. He raised it cleanly, settled the flat across his shoulder, and felt the load distribute through his hands, upper back, trunk, and hips. The world system supplied the identification. Millbreaker Greatsword. Green, uncommon. Level 14. Universal Balance Eye. No class skill appeared beneath it. Grant approved. He didn't need the sword to pretend he was a warrior. He needed it to remain a very large piece of sharpened metal. Talia studied the blade. That's ridiculous. It's proportionate. To what? Grant considered himself. Capability. Priya made a quiet sound of disbelief. You bought the other sword because it was a sensible size. It remains a sensible size. And this? Bigger. That usually means less sensible. Bigger is a technical term. The private training system opened before Priya could dispute that. Big sword, small room. Clear Redfern mill with the Millbreaker Greatsword while striking no wall, gear assembly, or load-bearing support. Reward: 35 free attribute points. Grant read the task once. Then again. His attention returned to the enormous blade resting comfortably against his shoulder. Priya narrowed her eyes. It gave you something. Yes. What? Grant looked at the task name. Professional validation. Talia laughed. That bad? It's actually very complimentary. Priya pointed at the sword. If your system has just encouraged you to take that into a building, I want it recorded that I objected. Grant lowered the millbreaker under control, stopping the edge well clear of the appraisal stand. A large sword in open space was easy. Apparently the system wanted to know whether he could deserve it somewhere that wasn't. Grant smiled. That seemed fair. Redfern Mill appeared determined to punish Grant for owning the millbreaker before he encountered anything capable of biting him. The entry passage narrowed almost immediately into a timber-framed walkway suspended beside rotating wooden gears. Drive shafts turned beneath the floorboards. Heavy belts disappeared through openings barely wider than Grant's shoulders, while load-bearing posts divided the route into spaces designed for workers carrying tools considerably smaller than 6-foot lengths of sharpened optimism. Mara's voice came through the guild channel. Solo safety check. Still happy with your equipment choice? Grant turned sideways to clear the next support without letting the millbreaker's tip drift toward it. Very. You've moved 12 feet. I'm already learning. That wasn't reassurance. A scratching sound came from beyond the nearest gear assembly. Grant shifted the sword into both hands. The sawtooth gremlin came through a gap beneath the machinery at knee height, all gray hide, long fingers, and teeth shaped like badly maintained blades. Grant began the instinctive opening cut, then stopped himself before the greatsword had traveled 6 inches. A proper horizontal swing would hit the support post. An overhead cut risked the turning shaft. The gremlin lunged. Grant slid his left hand from the grip onto the safe section of blade above the guard, shortened the weapon dramatically, and drove the point forward from a half-sword position. The gremlin twisted away quickly enough to avoid the thrust and came inside the shortened line. Grant reversed the weapon and struck it across the jaw with the pommel. The creature bounced off the walkway rail. That sounded expensive, Mara said. Monster. Good. The gremlin recovered and rushed again. Grant kept the half-sword grip, using the enormous blade less like a heroic greatsword and more like a very hostile steel lever. A short cut opened the creature's shoulder. The return movement stopped close to his body rather than continuing through a full arc, leaving the nearby timber untouched. The gremlin tried to duck beneath the blade. Grant stepped forward instead of retreating, drove the pommel into its chest, and followed with a compact downward cut that ended the fight without reaching the floorboards. He held the finishing position for a moment and examined his clearance. Gear assembly untouched. Support untouched. Walkway untouched. Mara said, still happy? Grant adjusted his grip and looked deeper into the mill, where the passages became visibly tighter. Oh, yes. The sword wasn't too large. His movements had simply been too large for the sword. The milljaw foreman announced itself by shouting, unauthorized blade dimensions, and pulling a lever large enough to qualify as a weapon. Grant liked it less immediately. The machinery around the central mill chamber accelerated. Gears that had turned with steady industrial patience began snapping past one another. Timber belts climbed overhead, drive shafts blurred, and the narrow gaps Grant had been using for safe recovery changed faster than he could treat them as fixed terrain. The foreman stepped between 2 rotating assemblies. It resembled a timber husk reinforced with iron straps, except someone had given it a toothed circular jaw and a long hooked tool for dragging material into machinery. Your sword has been criticized, Mara said through the guild channel. By management. The hook came through a gap beside Grant's shoulder. He caught it on the millbreaker. His first instinct was to knock the attack wide. He stopped the motion almost as soon as it began. Wide was exactly what the room wanted. Grant rotated the blade instead, meeting the hook close to the guard with the strong of the sword. Steel struck steel. The millbreaker barely shifted. The foreman yanked. Grant stepped with the pull. The sudden movement carried him inside the boss's preferred distance before it could recover the hooked tool. He kept the sword tight to his body, turned his hips, and drove the flattened shoulder of the blade into the foreman like a weighted bar. The construct slammed backward without the millbreaker touching the gear housing behind it. Unsafe workplace conduct. That seems hypocritical. The foreman released the hook and snapped its toothed jaw toward Grant's forearm. He parried again, this time using only enough movement to redirect the bite past his wrist. The immense sword made the small action feel almost unfair. Once he controlled the line, its mass did the rest. Grant stepped deeper. The boss tried to retreat through another machinery gap. He didn't chase with a swing. He shortened his grip, guided the point through the available opening, then drove forward with legs, trunk, and both arms working together. The thrust punched through the foreman's timber chest. It tore itself free and staggered sideways, still functional. Mara's voice remained dry. "Please tell me you're not disappointed." Grant recovered the millbreaker without clipping the turning shaft beside him. Quite the opposite. The foreman raised its hook again. Grant settled his grip. The room had stopped feeling too small for the sword. It had become precise enough to make every unnecessary inch obvious. The milljaw foreman's final attack came through the same narrow gap it had used twice already. This time Grant was waiting for it. The hook snapped forward. Grant caught it near the millbreaker's guard, turned the strong of the blade through barely enough angle to clear the attack, and stepped inside. The foreman's toothed jaw opened. Grant drove the greatsword through its chest. The construct locked around the blade, shuddered once, and collapsed. Grant withdrew carefully, checked the nearest drive shaft, the timber support behind him, and the gear housing beside his right shoulder. All untouched. The mill slowed around him. Big sword, small room complete. Reward: 35 free attribute points. Two-handed sword handling increased to IV. Parry I acquired. Grant rested the millbreaker against his shoulder. Entirely sensible. Mara answered through the guild channel. "You spent most of that dungeon turning sideways. Spatial awareness is part of weapon handling. That sword has its own spatial requirements." Redfern Mill supplied 3,500 professional XP, carrying Grant to level 14. The normal priest growth arrived with another 5 free attribute points, and his 2 days of regular training had already supplied 40 more. The clear and salvage raised his cash to $21,550. Grant spent the resulting 80 points where controlling the millbreaker had exposed the greatest demands. 10 each went into his upper back pulling chain and core force transfer, 8 each into grip, spinal erectors, footwork, whole body coordination, tendon tolerance, and pain tolerance, with 6 each going into triceps and joint integrity. The sword had not required less strength. It had required strength that stopped exactly where Grant told it to. Maya discovered the millbreaker that evening when Grant carried it into the garage. She stopped in the doorway. "What happened to the sensible-sized sword?" "Nothing. I still own it." "Then why is there a larger one?" Grant settled the millbreaker into the reinforced storage rack. Different tools for different environments. The broadsword remains useful in confined spaces. Maya stared at the new weapon. "You bought this after learning confined spaces are a problem?" His phone chimed. Mara had forwarded a guild route. Skyhook reservoir, suspended maintenance paths, large open drops, minimal surrounding structure. Grant read the description twice. Maya saw his expression. "No." Grant looked toward the spear rack. "The next dungeon has considerably more space." That was not reassurance. Grant picked up the ashwood boar spear. It seemed only responsible to use the correct tool. 35. The floor is optional. Skyhook reservoir delivered exactly what Mara had promised. Space. Grant stood on the entry platform with the ashwood boar spear in one hand and looked across a maintenance chamber large enough to contain several houses. The problem was that most of the useful route through it had been suspended 30 feet above the empty basin below. Steel service walks hung from chains and tension cables, connecting raised pipe housings and valve stations around the chamber. Some were barely wide enough for 2 feet side by side. Others changed height through short hanging ramps. None appeared interested in remaining completely still. Mara's voice came through the guild channel. "You wanted something less confined." Grant looked down at the distant concrete floor. "You've succeeded." That sounded suspiciously positive. "The spear has room. You have less room." Grant stepped from the fixed entry platform onto the first suspended walk. The steel section dipped beneath his weight. His left foot dropped slightly before the chains took the load, and the whole walkway rolled beneath him. Grant let his ankle and knee absorb the movement rather than fighting it. His right hip stabilized against the lateral shift while his trunk kept his shoulders over his base. He took another step. The walkway moved differently. Grant stopped and tested it deliberately, transferring pressure from one foot to the other. The platform answered every change in weight. A normal floor let poor balance hide beneath strength. This one turned each mistake into movement he could feel immediately. His private training system appeared. No floor required. Clear skyhook reservoir without falling from a suspended route and land 50 accepted spear thrusts while both feet remain above the main floor. Reward: 30 free attribute points. Grant read it once, then looked from the spear to the moving walkway. 30 points for fighting on an unstable unilateral platform while maintaining enough control to land technically accepted thrusts. Excellent. Mara's voice returned. You've gone quiet. I'm assessing the route. That answer was almost reassuring. Grant shifted into a spear stance. The longer weapon changed the problem immediately. Extending the point moved mass beyond his base, and driving too enthusiastically through a thrust could carry his hips after it. On solid ground he could recover with a step. Here, the recovery step might be several inches lower, moving sideways, or temporarily somewhere else. He shortened the thrust, brought the spear back, and felt the walkway settle beneath him. Mara said, "Please remember the objective is clearing the dungeon." Of course. Grant advanced toward the first hanging ramp. Clearing it was the objective. Getting free balance training while he did so was merely efficient. The first spray imp solved Grant's question about whether the walkways could become less cooperative. It crouched on a pipe housing 20 feet away, inflated until its gray-blue body became nearly spherical, and spat a jet of water across the gap. Grant saw the stream coming and shifted his weight. The water struck the walkway instead. Steel rolled beneath his boots. Grant bent through his knees and hips, letting the platform move while keeping his torso centered. A second imp fired from farther along the route, forcing him to adjust again before the first section had settled. Then something screamed above him. Grant looked up just as a hook gull folded its wings and dived. He brought the spear point around, but stopped the motion before extending fully. Reaching after the bird would move his shoulders past his hips, and the walkway had already demonstrated what it thought of unnecessary enthusiasm. The gull swept closer. Grant kept the shaft near his body until the last moment, guided the point with his rear hand, and thrust. The spear entered beneath one wing. The training system accepted the strike. 1. Grant recovered the weapon before the dying gull's weight could drag the point sideways. Its body fell into the basin while he remained exactly where he was. Mara said, "That sounded like something went over the edge." Hook gull. You? Still elevated. That is the preferred arrangement. Another water jet crossed the walkway. Grant stepped with the movement rather than against it, allowing his rear foot to settle before committing the spear. The nearest spray imp exposed itself for another shot. He drove the point through its chest, but deliberately stopped his hips before momentum carried his weight after the weapon. Accepted. 2. The lesson became clearer with every attack. On solid ground, a strong thrust could travel through his rear leg, hips, trunk, shoulder, and hands with room for a recovery step afterward. Here, the recovery had to be built into the strike before he launched it. The next hook gull attacked from his left while an imp fired from the right. Grant shortened his grip, slipped the water jet by inches, and let the walkway swing beneath him. He waited until the gull committed, then used his rear hand to correct the spear point without chasing the target with his shoulders. The thrust landed cleanly. 3. Mara heard the impact. "You're enjoying this." Grant withdrew the spear and watched two more gulls circle above the next suspended section. "I'm learning." That wasn't a denial. Grant stepped onto the moving ramp. "No," he agreed, "it wasn't." The valveback drake changed the reservoir from unstable to actively malicious. It clung to the central pressure housing with 4 broad feet, scales dark with water and a row of brass-colored plates running along its back. Grant had barely reached the next suspended junction when the drake slammed one foreclaw onto a valve lever. 3 pressure gates opened at once. Water hammered through pipes beneath the root. The walkways jerked in different directions. Grant's section swung left, the one ahead dropped and rolled right. A third rose between them, chains snapping taut as the pressure surge drove the entire suspended network out of rhythm. Mara said, "That's new." Agreed. "You sound pleased again." Grant planted the spear butt lightly against the steel for reference without leaning on it. "I'm concentrating." The drake lunged from its housing onto the rising walkway. Grant waited. The platform beneath him swung back. The drakes came forward. For half a second the two sections moved toward alignment. He stepped with the motion. Not across it. The distinction mattered. Grant transferred his weight as the walkway carried him, landed with his hips already matching its swing, and drove the spear forward before the platform could reverse. The point struck the Drake's shoulder. Accepted. 47. The boss recoiled and struck another lever. The walkway dropped beneath Grant's rear foot. He bent instead of fighting the fall, shortened the spear, and let the descent load his legs. The Drake snapped at him from the neighboring section. Grant thrust upward from the compressed position. 48. Mara's voice tightened. You've got 3 separate movements now. I noticed. That was concern, not a request for confirmation. The Drake hit the valves again. Grant watched the chains rather than the platforms. Their tension revealed the direction of movement a fraction before the steel followed. One tightened, another slackened. He stepped. The boss attacked into the space he had just left. Grant turned with the swing and drove the spear through the Drake's flank. 49. The wounded creature thrashed, clawing at the suspended root hard enough to send Grant's walkway pitching toward the basin. Grant did not chase the opening. He let the spear retract. Let the walkway swing. Let his feet recover beneath him. Then the 3 sections crossed their rhythms again. Grant moved with them. One step, stable hips, rear hand correcting the point. The spear entered beneath the Drake's front plate. 50. The private counter accepted the thrust. Spear handling increased to 3. The Drake remained very much alive. Grant withdrew the ashwood boar spear as the walkway began another violent swing. Mara said, "Please tell me that expression means you've worked something out." Grant settled his feet. Yes. What? The floor was never the useful part. The valveback Drake tried to make Grant regret understanding the floor. It failed. The boss tore itself from the spear, snapped at him once, and slammed a claw toward the nearest pressure lever. Grant had already seen what that produced. He let the walkway carry him forward, planted as the chains reached the end of their swing, and thrust before the Drake could complete the motion. The spear drove through the side of its neck. The valveback Drake collapsed across the valve housing. Grant stayed where he was until the suspended walk settled. Then the private training system updated. No floor required complete. Reward: 30 free attribute points. Skyhook Reservoir supplied 3,800 professional XP, carrying Grant to level 15. The level brought the normal priest growth and another 5 free attribute points. Combined with 2 days of regular training, Grant had 75 points available to spend. The reservoir had been unusually specific about what needed improvement. 10 went into balance and proprioception, 8 each went into footwork, whole body coordination, hip stability, mobility and flexibility, and concentration under stress. 7 each went into grip and core force transfer, 6 into reaction speed, and 5 into situational awareness. Grant approved of the distribution. A spear did not become less dangerous because the ground moved. He simply needed a body that could keep the point independent from whatever his feet were currently negotiating. The guild bought the valveback Drake's pressure glands and the rest of the useful salvage for $2,900, raising Grant's cash to $24,450. Maya found him cleaning the ashwood boar spear in the garage that evening. She looked at the weapon, then at the rack Grant had very deliberately returned it beside. "Have you finally learned not to leave weapons on the floor?" Grant glanced toward her. The lesson was more ambitious. "That means no. The dungeon barely had a floor." Maya stared at him. His phone chimed before she could decide where to begin. Talia had sent the next route details. Iron root foundry. Heat hazards. Moving machinery. Sustained party pressure. A second message followed. Talia. The floor is hot enough to matter again. Grant read it twice. Maya leaned closer. "Why are you smiling? The floor has returned." That sentence should not sound threatening. Grant looked toward his priest gear. This time, fortunately, he would be bringing people who understood him. Mostly. 36, 4 against the foundry. Ironroot Foundry made Skyhook Reservoir feel cool, quiet, and unnecessarily polite. Grant stepped through the dungeon threshold behind Talia and felt heat press against his face before the entrance sealed. The first production hall stretched ahead beneath iron rafters, divided into 3 broad lanes by channels of orange-lit slag. Heavy press arms rose and fell beside conveyor beds, while furnace doors opened in sequence along the walls. The nearest door opened. Heat rolled across the left lane. Talia immediately moved them right. "Cool lane. Stay together." Grant followed with the ashwood boar spear held upright beside him. The metal head caught the furnace light. Then one of the enormous press arms descended. Grant watched several hundred pounds of articulated steel hammer a glowing billet flat. Talia looked back at him. No. I didn't say anything. You looked interested. It's an impressive mechanism. You looked interested in using it. Grant considered denying that, decided accuracy mattered, and remained silent. His private training system appeared. Party furnace clear. Clear iron root foundry with the original 4-person party, remove every major heat status before its second escalation, and finish with no downs. Reward: 35 free attribute points. That changed the dungeon immediately. Grant had cleanse. The foundry apparently intended to make him use it properly. Ahead, another furnace door opened. This time the heat crossed the center lane while the left began cooling. Talia waited for the flow to weaken, then moved the party across before the next cycle began. Grant, she said. Yes? Repeat the priority. He knew exactly what she meant. Keep everyone alive. The heat priority. Remove every major heat status before it escalates. And? Grant glanced toward a rotating forge assembly fitted with 6 heavy striking heads. Talia followed his eyes. Grant. He sighed. Removing heat status comes before admiring weapon-shaped machinery. Lena laughed from behind Talia. Priya said, that sounded rehearsed remarkably quickly. It was a very simple sentence. Another furnace cycle began, forcing them into the center lane. Grant watched the timing instead of the machinery. The safe route wasn't fixed. It migrated through the chamber as furnaces opened, slag channels brightened, and cooling vents pushed the worst heat elsewhere. That made positioning part of his healing plan. Good. Talia raised her shield as movement appeared beyond the next press station. Contact coming. Priest, protected lane. Grant shifted behind her and lowered the spear into a position that wouldn't interfere with casting. The machinery could wait. Apparently. The first slag hound came through the furnace glow low and fast. Talia caught it on her shield, but a second bounded across the cooling lane before Lena could close the gap. She pivoted after it just as another furnace door opened behind her. Bad timing, Lena said. Move left, Talia ordered. I'd love to. 3 furnace mites dropped from the pipework onto Talia's shoulders and shield rim. Each fist-sized creature flashed orange as it bit, and heat status climbed across Talia's bar almost immediately. Grant cast cleanse. The first layer vanished. The slag hound struck Lena from the side and knocked her off the cool path. Grant changed targets before she landed. Healing hand closed the worst of the torn flesh along her thigh while she rolled through the impact and regained her feet. Still functional, Lena said. That was the goal. That sounded less flattering than I hoped. 2 more mites landed on Talia. Grant cleansed again. The timing mattered more than the mana cost alone. Heat accumulated in stages, and waiting too long meant spending healing on damage that never needed to happen. Talia needed cleanse before escalation. Lena needed immediate repair after the hound attacks. Priya needed enough uninterrupted space to kill the things creating both problems. Grant stayed in the protected lane and worked the sequence. Cleanse. Healing hand. Reposition. Cleanse. Priya's spells began removing mites from Talia faster than they could replace themselves. I could do this more efficiently if the building stopped attacking me. A warning clang sounded overhead. Grant saw the press arm rotate before Priya did. Talia was engaged with both slag hounds. Lena had just committed to a cut and couldn't cross the lane in time. The press mechanism swept sideways through Priya's casting space with enough mass behind it to turn interruption into a medical emergency. Grant moved once. He caught the descending arm with the ashwood boar spear's haft, braced both hands wide, and drove sideways rather than trying to stop the mechanism outright. Wood flexed. His shoulders, trunk, and legs took the load together. The press arm shifted just enough. Priya stumbled clear as several hundred pounds of machinery slammed past her robe. She looked at Grant. Was that part of the healing plan? Yes. You hit industrial equipment with a spear. I prevented an injury. Talia shouted, status. Grant was already casting. Cleanse stripped the fresh heat from her before the second escalation could begin. Then he returned both hands to the business the dungeon actually required. Keeping everyone alive. The furnace jaw automaton arrived by closing every door in the room. Iron shutters dropped across the exits with a sequence of impacts Grant felt through his boots. At the same time, the central forge split open and something enormous pulled itself upright from the machinery. The construct had two piston-driven arms, a chest plated like a furnace door, and a mouth-shaped vent glowing white-orange. Priya looked at it. I dislike the mouth. Talia raised her shield. Formation. Grant, call heat. The furnace jaw opened its vent. The room became hotter. Not gradually enough to ignore. Grant watched status markers appear across the party as Talia intercepted the automaton's first arm. Lena moved around the opposite side, forcing the construct to divide its attention while Priya began testing the chest plating with concentrated spells. Grant cast slow heal across Talia first, then Lena. The boss vented again. Heat climbed. Priya's status reached the first major threshold. Grant cleansed her immediately. Keep casting. I was planning to. Excellent. Talia took the next piston strike on her shield and slid backward across the steel floor. Her slow heal repaired the accumulated damage while Grant stripped away her heat before it could escalate. Lena called, mine's climbing. I see it. Cleanse. The room temperature rose another stage. Now Grant understood the fight. The furnace jaw wasn't trying to overwhelm him with one impossible injury. It was creating too many ordinary problems at once. Persistent damage, escalating heat, heavy impacts, restricted movement, and a healer forced to choose which problem deserved mana first. That was much more interesting. Core cycling, Priya said. I need it open longer. Talia absorbed another blow. How long? 3 seconds. Lena laughed while ducking beneath the other arm. Luxury. Grant refreshed slow heal on both frontliners and watched the party's heat markers. One threshold. Cleanse. Another. Cleanse. The furnace jaw vented again, but nobody crossed into a second escalation. Priya, Grant said, you have your 3 seconds. Talia drove forward behind her shield and locked one piston arm high. Lena attacked the opposite joint, forcing the construct to twist. Its chest furnace opened. Priya stopped conserving power. The spell struck directly into the exposed core. White light burst through the seams in the furnace jaw's armor. The construct staggered. Priya grinned. That was considerably more satisfying. Talia kept her shield raised. It's not dead. Grant renewed slow heal across the formation as the furnace core began building pressure again. No, he said, but now we know where to put the damage. The furnace jaw automaton tried the same solution with considerably more enthusiasm. Its core flared white, both piston arms drew back, and every furnace door in the chamber opened at once. Heat, Talia called. Grant already had the statuses. Priya crossed the first major threshold. Cleanse removed it. Lena followed half a second later. Another cleanse stripped hers away before escalation. Talia took the automaton's returning arm on her shield, and Grant answered the damage with healing hand while slow heal continued working beneath it. The spell settled more cleanly than before. Healing hand increased to 8. Grant barely noticed. Core opening. I see it, Priya said. Talia drove forward. Lena cut into the damaged piston joint, twisting the automaton far enough that its furnace chest exposed itself again. Priya fired. The spell punched through the cracked core. The furnace jaw automaton locked rigid, glowed from inside, then collapsed with a tremendous metallic crash. Nobody went down. Grant's private training system updated. Party furnace clear complete. Reward: 35 free attribute points. Cleanse increased to 3. Ironroot Foundry awarded 4,200 professional XP, carrying Grant to level 16. The normal priest growth and 5 additional free attribute points followed. With 2 days of regular training included, he had 80 points to allocate, and the Foundry had made his priorities obvious. Recovery, cardiovascular capacity, muscular endurance, mana capacity, regeneration, efficiency, healing affinity, channel stability, learning speed, and concentration received the exact planned investment. Then the boss chest opened. Priya stopped talking. Lena leaned closer. Blue. 2 items rested inside. Cinderweave vestments. Group heal codex. Talia looked directly at Grant. Those are both priest drops. I had noticed. You sound unusually calm. Grant picked up the codex first. The world system recognized the class-locked spellbook immediately. He accepted the prompt, and blue light passed through the pages before the book dissolved. Group heal I acquired. Grant opened the spell description. Multiple targets. One cast. His expression changed. Priya pointed at him. There, that's the face. What face? The one you make when something has become useful enough to reorganize your life. Lena was examining the vestments. You also got actual blue priest gear. Grant accepted the cinderweave vestments and held them against himself. The polished furnace panel beside the chest gave a surprisingly good reflection. Talia folded her arms. You have a new area healing spell. Yes. A rare priest set. Yes. And you're checking the shoulders. Grant adjusted the vestments slightly and studied the fit. They're well cut. The remaining foundry salvage sold for $3,200, bringing his cash to $27,650. Priya looked at Lena. We've lost him. No, Grant said, still examining the reflection. The shoulders fit. 37. Symmetry is a moral duty. The cinderweave vestments looked even better under proper lighting. Grant stood in front of the full-length mirror at home and adjusted the blue fabric across his shoulders. The fit was excellent, better than the reflection in Ironroot Foundry had suggested, although the absence of furnace glow made the garment considerably easier to judge. It also made several problems obvious. His shoulders had enough width. His chest filled the upper garment properly. His waist gave the whole set the taper he wanted. Grant turned slightly. Arms could improve. Calves definitely could improve. His upper back wanted more thickness, particularly through the lats. The vestments weren't doing anything wrong. They were simply fitted well enough to reveal exactly where another few months of intelligent work could make them look better. Maya stopped in his doorway. You've been staring at yourself for 5 minutes. I'm assessing new equipment. You're flexing. That improves the assessment. You could just wear the clothes. Grant looked at her through the mirror. That's an extraordinarily passive attitude. They're clothes. They're fitted priest equipment. That you're wearing in your bedroom. Yes. While flexing. Grant raised one arm slightly, checking how the sleeve sat against his triceps. His private training system appeared. Symmetry Week. Complete 3 system-approved accessory sessions targeting visible and functional weak points, finish every mobility block, and document 12 comparison poses. Reward: 25 free attribute points. Grant accepted immediately. Maya hadn't finished speaking. Ordinary people simply put on new clothes and then go do something else. I have something else to do. She narrowed her eyes. Why did you suddenly look pleased? Training opportunity. That explains nothing. It explains almost everything. Grant turned back toward the mirror and considered the task properly. 3 accessory sessions gave him room to address the obvious aesthetic weaknesses without interfering with the larger training structure. Arms, upper back, forearms, calves. Quadriceps deserved some direct attention as well. Posture mattered because symmetry vanished quickly if he stood badly. Then there was the mobility requirement. Grant's enthusiasm reduced by a measurable amount. The system had apparently anticipated his priorities and attached the enjoyable work to the part he might otherwise have treated as maintenance. Maya watched his expression change. What's wrong? It wants me to stretch. She smiled. I like this task. You don't know what the task is. I know enough. Grant started with calves because they had offended him first. He stood on a raised block in the garage with a loaded bar across his shoulders, lowered under control until his heels dropped beneath the platform, then drove through the full range without bouncing out of the stretch. Heavy repetitions came first. Lighter single leg work followed, forcing each side to produce its own movement instead of borrowing stability from the other. Maya appeared during the final set. You know nobody can see your calves in those robes. Vestments. Robes. They're visible when I walk. That is an extraordinary amount of concern about ankles. Calves. Still below the knee. Grant finished the repetition before answering. Symmetry doesn't stop because clothing exists. The upper body work was considerably more satisfying. Across the first 2 sessions he paired controlled curls with triceps extensions, then added rows and pullovers for his upper back. He kept his shoulders depressed during the pulling work and refused to let heavier loads turn elbow flexion into a full body event. Grip received timed holds and thick-handled carries, demanding enough force to matter without ruining the following day's weapon practice. The training system accepted the work. Unfortunately, it also continued displaying the unfinished mobility requirement. Grant looked at it between sets. 5 more minutes of rest remained before his next heavy movement. He could easily fit another exercise into that interval. He knew better. Knowing better did not make standing still more entertaining. Dana entered the garage carrying a laundry basket and found him pacing beside the bench. "Are you finished?" "Recovering." "You don't look like you're recovering." "I'm doing it actively." "You're glaring at the weights." "They're available." Dana set the basket down. "So is the chair." Grant regarded the chair without enthusiasm. Maya appeared behind her. "Sit down, athlete." Grant sat. His third session emphasized upper back, quadriceps, posture, and the smaller pieces that kept the larger ones honest. Front foot elevated split squats forced clean knee travel and controlled hip position. Chest-supported rows removed his ability to turn back training into an exercise in moving the most impressive load possible. Wall slides and controlled thoracic work followed. Then came mobility. Grant worked through hip flexors, calves, shoulders, and thoracic rotation with deliberate patience, holding each position long enough for the system to accept it rather than performing the ceremonial stretching he might once have tolerated. Maya watched from the doorway. "You look miserable." "I'm improving." "You looked happier lifting things." "That was also improvement." "Then why do this?" Grant shifted deeper into the stretch. "Because apparently symmetry has standards." The photographs created a different problem. Grant could perform 12 comparison poses without difficulty. He had spent enough of his previous life under lights, cameras, judges, and mirrors that posing felt less like performance than another form of muscular control. The training system wanted documentation. That required a photographer. Maya listened to the request with immediate suspicion. Why? Because photographs taken by someone else will be more consistent. "You own a phone stand." "Yes." "Use it." Grant considered the angles available from the stand. "Human adjustment would be superior." "That means you want me to walk around you while you flex." "For approximately 15 minutes. No weapons." Grant blinked. "I wasn't planning to use weapons." "You own too many for me to trust that sentence." "They're in the garage. Especially no spear near my wall." Grant folded his arms. "Why would I pose with a spear in your room?" Maya pointed toward him. "That wasn't a no." "Fine. You have veto power over any photograph involving a weapon near your bedroom wall. Or anywhere upstairs." "Accepted." The first photographs took longer than expected because Maya immediately developed opinions. "Move left." Grant moved. "Other left." "I only have 2. You found the wrong one." He corrected his position while she crouched slightly with the phone. Grant set his feet, tightened his quadriceps, controlled his waist, spread his lats, and held the pose without letting the effort distort his posture. Maya lowered the phone. "The lighting's bad." "The symmetry is the subject." "The lighting decides whether anyone can see the symmetry." Grant looked toward the window. She was annoyingly correct. They moved to the better side of the room. Front double biceps, side chest, back double biceps, lat spread, side triceps, abdominal and thigh, then variations that let Grant compare calves, arms, shoulder balance, posture, and upper back width without simply reproducing bodybuilding standards for their own sake. Maya became more demanding with each photograph. "Chin down." Grant adjusted. "Not that far." He corrected again. "Stop smiling like you've already won something." "I'm pleased with the improvement." "You're pleased with yourself." Those statements overlap significantly. By photograph 12, Grant had discovered that having a younger sister operate the camera was substantially harsher than posing for judges. The training system accepted the final image. 12 comparison poses documented. Grant relaxed. Maya inspected the photographs instead. "Your left side is better in this one." Grant leaned over her shoulder. She tapped the screen. "And the lighting is still doing more work than your calves." Grant straightened slowly. Tomorrow's mobility block suddenly felt personal. The final photograph had not completed the task. Grant discovered that the following morning when he opened the private panel and found symmetry weak still waiting. He stared at the unfinished requirement. 3 accessory sessions completed. 12 comparison poses documented. 1 mobility block remained. Maya looked over from the kitchen table. "Did the invisible exercise accountant reject your pictures?" "The photographs were accepted." "Then why do you look betrayed?" "It has priorities." Grant finished breakfast, gave digestion the respect it deserved, and went to the garage. The last mobility block contained nothing dramatic. Hip rotation, ankle dorsiflexion, shoulder flexion, thoracic extension, controlled work through ranges his strength could easily overpower if he stopped paying attention. Grant moved deliberately and refused to substitute force for mobility simply because force was available in unreasonable quantities. His hips opened cleanly through the final drill. The training system updated. Symmetry week complete. Reward: 25 free attribute points. Grant regarded the notice for a moment. So the stretching mattered more than the posing. Maya had followed him into the garage. I'm beginning to respect this system. That seems premature. It made you stretch after taking 12 pictures of yourself. The pictures served a technical purpose. You flexed in all of them. Also technical. The 3 days of normal training had supplied another 60 points. Grant invested the full 85 according to the weaknesses the week had exposed, prioritizing chest, arms, upper back, grip, calves, quadriceps, posture, mobility, and training discipline while leaving his usual reserve intact. Then he put on the cinderweave vestments again. The difference wasn't miraculous. 3 days of targeted work didn't rewrite a body this developed through training alone, and Grant had no interest in pretending otherwise. But the system-funded improvements beneath that work were already visible to someone who knew exactly where to look. His upper body carried more balanced thickness. His arms filled the sleeves better. His posture made the shoulder line cleaner. Even the calves had become slightly less offensive. Grant turned sideways. Maya groaned. You're doing it again. I'm checking the result. You checked it yesterday. It has changed since yesterday. That sentence is the problem. Grant smiled at the mirror, then looked toward the reinforced weapon storage. The next weakness he wanted to address wasn't visible there. He had swords, a spear, a hammer, a staff. What he didn't have was much experience making something hit a shield instead of him. Grant opened the guild dungeon listings and began filtering for solo routes with aggressive melee pressure. Maya saw the expression on his face. What are you buying? Probably a shield. That sounded almost sensible. Grant selected Bastion Cistern. We'll see. 38. The shield goes here. Bastion Cistern had one feature Grant considered particularly persuasive. It threw people into walls. Mara Quinn brought up the dungeon map on the guild counter and tapped the narrow channels cutting through the lower chambers. Floodgates cycle through these sections. If you're standing badly when the surge hits, the water does the moving for you. Grant studied the route, and a shield gives the water something larger to argue with. A shield gives you a way to redirect the force if you know what you're doing. Mara looked at him. You currently don't. That's why I'm interested. I knew that was going to be your answer. The guild equipment shop had several shields suitable for the dungeon band. Grant rejected the smaller round shields almost immediately. Useful, mobile, sensible. None covered enough of him to make the experiment interesting. The bright steel kite shield did. It was white rarity, plain steel with reinforced edges, a solid grip, and enough length to protect most of his torso without becoming cumbersome. Grant slid his forearm into position, settled the weight against his shoulder structure, and rotated through several defensive angles. $1,200, Mara said. Grant shifted his stance and checked how easily he could move behind it. Reasonable. You called a $900 sword reasonable. It was. You called a much larger sword technically necessary. It was also that. Mara watched him square the shield. What's this one? Grant considered the bright steel covering most of his front. Wearable architecture. Mara closed her eyes briefly. The purchase completed, and Grant's private training system appeared. Shielded solo clear. Complete Bastion Cistern solo. Record 20 accepted blocks. Allow no boss strike to contact your torso. Reward: 35 free attribute points. Grant accepted. That changed the outing considerably. His existing durability made simply enduring mistakes a viable strategy in many solo fights. This task refused to reward being difficult to kill. He would have to put the shield where the attack was going before his HP bar became relevant. At home, Maya found him testing the shield's resting position in front of the garage mirror. You bought another weapon. Shield. That's armor. Excellent, my collection is diversifying. She looked from the cinderweave vestments to the broad shield. You realize you're a priest? Grant raised the shield, checked the angle protecting his ribs, then shifted it just enough to preserve vision and movement. Yes. Maya waited. Grant smiled. The shield goes here. The next morning, Bastion's cistern would get the opportunity to disagree. Bastion's cistern taught Grant that owning a shield and knowing where to put one were separate achievements. The first gutter crawler came over the lip of the drainage channel at shoulder height, all hooked legs and wet gray shell. Grant brought the bright steel kite shield across his body and stopped the creature cleanly. The second crawler went around it. Its forelimbs scraped across his upper arm before Grant smashed it away with the shield rim. Mara's voice came through the solo safety channel. "You're holding it like a door." It successfully prevented entry. From one direction. Grant stepped over the dead crawler as two more emerged from the channel. Doors usually have walls assisting them. You don't. That was irritatingly useful. Grant stopped treating the shield as a movable barrier and started treating it as part of his stance. When the next crawler rushed his left side, he didn't swing the shield after it. His lead foot changed position first. His hips followed. The shield arrived already supported by his trunk instead of hanging from his arm. The impact traveled through the steel, into his shoulder structure, through his braced core, and down into the floor. Accepted block. Better. A ram crab charged from the water before he could enjoy the result. It stayed low, broad shell barely above Grant's knees, and struck the bottom third of the shield hard enough to test his grip. Grant's first instinct was to overpower it. His second was smarter. He dropped his center of mass, stepped slightly off the charge line, and turned the shield just enough that the crab's momentum slid past him instead of driving directly through his stance. He recovered before the creature could pivot and crushed it with one downward strike from the shield edge. Mara said, "That one looked intentional." "They're increasingly intentional. Strong recommendation that you continue with that approach." The cistern narrowed ahead, stone walkways running beside dark water while old flood channels cut across the route. Gutter crawlers attacked high and wide. Ram crabs attacked low and straight. Fighting both forced Grant to stop thinking of defense as a position he could simply assume. Every block needed foot placement. Every recovery needed balance. Every angle changed what happened to the force after contact. A crawler leapt from the right. Grant pivoted, caught it near the shield's upper edge, then immediately sank the shield lower as a ram crab burst from beneath the walkway. 2 impacts. 2 clean recoveries. Grant smiled. Mara heard it in his voice. "You're enjoying this. The furniture has become surprisingly interactive." Ahead, something much larger struck metal deep inside the cistern. The floodgates began to open. The first floodgate opened with enough force to make the walkway vibrate beneath Grant's boots. Water exploded through the side channel, struck the opposite wall, and turned the narrow passage into a waist-high current. Grant widened his stance and angled the bright steel kite shield downstream rather than presenting its full face to the surge. The water shoved at him. His boots moved less than an inch. Mara's voice came through the channel. "Better than becoming part of the drainage system. I had no intention of traveling that way." A heavy impact sounded beyond the gate. Grant looked up. The cistern ram came through the opening with the water behind it. The boss was built lower than Grant expected. A massive plated creature with thick forward curving horns and shoulders wide enough to nearly fill the passage. It didn't slow when it saw him. Apparently the dungeon had given it one excellent idea and no reason to seek another. Grant set the shield. The charge hit hard enough to drive his rear foot half a step. He could have absorbed it. That wasn't the exercise. Grant turned his hips, changed the shield angle, and let the ram's momentum slide across the bright steel face instead of meeting his strength directly. The boss struck the channel wall shoulder first. Accepted block. "Much better," Mara said. Grant recovered before the creature did. Then the water reversed. The current ripped back toward the open gate. Grant planted, repositioned the shield, and allowed the returning surge to pass around him instead of catching the broad surface squarely. The ram turned. "Oh," Grant said, "you do this repeatedly. It's a dungeon boss." That wasn't criticism. The next charge came with the following gate cycle. Grant met it earlier. Shield close to his center. Elbow controlled. Shoulder packed. His feet supplied the angle before impact rather than trying to repair it afterward. Horn met steel. Grant redirected the boss into the opposite wall. Accepted block. Again. The ram became faster as its health dropped, but the pattern remained honest. Gate. Surge. Charge. Reverse surge. The danger wasn't surviving any single impact. It was recovering quickly enough that the next force didn't catch him out of position. Grant stopped chasing strength and started chasing timing. 17. 18. The 19th charge nearly slipped around the shield when the ram changed its head angle at the last instant. Grant rotated with it, caught the horn inside the reinforced edge, and drove through his legs until the boss skidded past his torso. 19. The final floodgate opened. Grant smiled behind the shield. The cistern ram charged. This time, Grant was already standing where the boss needed him not to be. He stepped, turned, and sent the entire impact sideways into stone. 20 accepted blocks. Not one boss strike had touched his torso. The ram staggered away from the wall. Grant lowered the shield just enough to see it clearly. Now, he said, we can discuss the rest of your health bar. The rest of the cistern ram's health bar took considerably less finesse. Grant drew the heavy field broadsword and kept the bright steel kite shield forward while the boss recovered. The next charge met the same angled defense, but this time Grant followed the deflection with a cut across the exposed shoulder. He didn't chase the opening. He reset his feet, waited for the next flood cycle, and repeated the sequence until disciplined defense produced enough safe attacks to finish the fight. The ram collapsed beside the channel wall. Bastion cistern cleared. Shielded solo clear complete. Reward: 35 free attribute points. The professional XP from the dungeon carried him to level 17, triggering the normal priest growth and 5 additional free attribute points. 2 days of established training had already supplied another 40. Then the proficiencies updated. Shield handling I acquired. Block 2. Grant looked at the shield. That, he decided, was $1,200 well spent. Mara answered through the channel. You say that about every weapon. This one stopped a boss from hitting me. You could already survive being hit. Grant collected the saleable dungeon materials. That's exactly why this was useful. His durability had been forgiving bad defensive habits before he developed them. A deep HP bar could tell him an impact hadn't killed him. It couldn't tell him the impact should never have landed. The shield could. Bastion Cistern's materials sold for $3,500. Grant applied the full 80 available points to the planned shield supporting weaknesses, strengthening grip, triceps, upper back, force transfer, footwork, reactions, joint integrity, connective tissue, deep core control, pain tolerance, and concentration while preserving his usual reserve. At home, he cleaned and polished the shield before placing it beside the mirror. Maya stopped in the garage doorway. Why is that there? Grant examined the reflection. Cinderweave vestments, improved symmetry, shield at his side. It improves the room. It's a large piece of metal. It makes me look more heroic. You're a priest. A heroic priest. His phone chimed. Priya had sent the party a Hollow Market vault contract. Grant opened the details. Link marks, simultaneous party damage, multiple targets taking damage at once. A second message arrived. Priya, you still haven't properly tested group heal with us. Grant looked from the contract to his reflection. Maya pointed at the shield. Please tell me you're not taking that into another bedroom. No. Good. Grant picked it up. I'm taking it to work. 39, all of you, stand still. Hollow Market Vault marked Grant before the first monster appeared. A thin silver band closed around his left wrist as the core party crossed the second vault threshold. Another appeared around Lena's. Talia received a darker mark that matched Priya's, and all 4 bands tightened once before settling against the skin. Priya stopped walking. Linked pairs. Talia raised her shield and studied the corridor ahead. Brass deposit doors lined both walls, each one stamped with numbers and old merchant seals. Meaning? Meaning this dungeon has found a new way to make Grant busy. Grant adjusted the cinderweave vestments at his shoulders. He had left the bright steel kite shield at home. This was party work, and his job was to keep casting access clear while Talia controlled the formation. The private training system appeared as the blue priest cloth settled into place. Group recovery. Resolve 3 party-wide damage events with group heal while preserving enough mana to complete Hollow Market Vault with no downs. Reward: 35 free attribute points. Grant accepted. Priya noticed his expression. You just thought of something. I'm considering group heal. That spell you've owned for several days and somehow haven't properly tested on us? I tested it. On cooperative targets standing still. They were excellent patients. Lena glanced back. We generally prefer not being patients. That attitude makes healing less efficient. Talia lifted one hand, ending the argument before it could become Grant's preferred kind of discussion. Formation. We learn the marks before we experiment with anything. Grant nodded immediately. Agreed. They advanced. The first attack came without a monster. The silver band around Grant's wrist flashed, and a sharp line of damage appeared across Lena's HP bar at exactly the same instant his own dropped. Grant stopped. He hadn't been struck. Priya checked both of them. Transferred damage. One linked target takes damage, both pay. Her own darker mark pulsed as Talia deliberately pressed one boot onto a suspicious floor plate. A small bolt snapped from the wall and struck Talia's shield arm. Priya's HP fell with hers. Talia stepped off the plate. Confirmed. Priya's eyes narrowed as the possibilities multiplied. So if 4 people get hit separately, we could effectively take 8 instances of damage. Grant looked toward the sealed vault doors ahead. Something scraped behind one of them. Priya continued, and if the marks change pairs during combat, it gets worse. Grant flexed his fingers, already calculating healing timing rather than raw output. 4 individual heals might be safe. 4 badly timed individual heals could also waste mana while transferred damage kept arriving. He smiled. Talia heard it. Why are you pleased? Because, Grant said, I may finally have enough injured people at once. The first deadshade stepped through a sealed vault door as though the brass had forgotten to be solid. A second emerged behind Lena. Talia, left, Lena called. Talia turned her shield toward the first shade while Lena pivoted on the second. Priya shifted to maintain a clear casting lane, and Grant stayed central where he could reach every bar without crossing anyone's attack path. The shades attacked together. One raked dark fingers across Talia's shield edge. The other slipped Lena's first cut and struck her thigh. Both silver and dark marks flashed. Damage moved through the links. Talia's HP dropped with Priya's. Lena's fell with Grant's. Priya swore. They're splitting pressure across both pairs. Grant cast slow heal on Talia, then another on Priya. Their bars steadied beneath the continuing pulses. Lena parried another strike. You're healing Priya for damage she didn't take. She took it, Grant said. She just borrowed it from Talia. I dislike this dungeon's accounting. So does everyone who enters a vault. The shades separated, forcing Talia and Lena farther apart. Grant resisted the instinct to answer every falling bar individually. Healing Hand would restore one target quickly, but 4 separate bursts would spend mana 4 times while the linked damage kept reshuffling the problem. Slow heal continued working on the stable pair. Grant watched. Talia took another hit. Priya's bar fell with hers. Lena cut through one shade, but the dying creature released a final pulse that struck all 4 marks at once. 4 HP bars dropped together. There. Grant raised the gilded reliquary staff. Stand still. Priya looked at him. We're fighting. I know. You're making the patients unnecessarily mobile. Lena blocked another shade. I'll inform it. Grant cast group heal. Warm divine power spread outward from him in one controlled pulse instead of narrowing onto a single target. All 4 bars climbed at once. The effect was immediate enough to change the fight. Talia no longer needed emergency attention. Priya had room to cast instead of watching her own linked damage. Lena could commit to the next exchange without Grant spending another individual burst on her. Grant checked his mana. 1 cast. 4 useful recoveries. Priya's next spell tore through the remaining shade. That was substantially cheaper than 4 separate heals. Yes. You sound pleased. I appreciate efficient machinery. I'm not machinery. You're currently part of a 4-person healing problem. Lena glanced back while wiping her blade clean. Somehow that was worse. Grant looked toward the next vault door as multiple locks began clicking open. The marks on all 4 wrists brightened. He smiled. Good, he said. It appears we're going to get more data. The next chamber solved Grant's shortage of data by trying to separate everyone who could benefit from it. The timekeeper stood behind a brass counting desk at the far end of the vault, thin and robed, with chains of stamped metal tokens hanging from both arms. It struck the desk once. 2 platforms rose from the floor. Talia went up on the left. Priya rose on the right. Of course, Priya said. Lockjaw mimics unfolded from the deposit boxes between them. One snapped at Lena while another launched itself directly at Grant. Talia holds left, Talia called. Lena, clear Grant's lane. Priya, burn the boss. Grant moved exactly far enough to keep the mimic's teeth away from his casting hands. Lena intercepted it with a cut across the hinge while the Tidekeeper raised both arms. Every linked mark flashed. All 4 HP bars fell. Grant waited. Grant? Lena asked. Not yet. The mimic struck her guard. Shared damage pulled at his own bar while Talia took another pulse from the platform beneath her. Still not yet. Priya's mark brightened. Now. Grant cast Group Heal. Divine power spread through the chamber in a broad pulse. 4 bars climbed together, turning several separate injuries into one efficient decision. Second, Grant said. Priya fired into the Tidekeeper. You're counting? I'm budgeting. The boss slammed both hands onto the desk. The platforms reversed their damage pattern. Talia's mark pulsed into Priya while the silver link passed Lena's mimic damage into Grant. The bars staggered downward at different rates. Grant renewed slow heal on Talia rather than panicking into another group cast. Priya glanced at her own falling bar. I would like to register concern. You have plenty. That isn't comforting. It wasn't intended to be. Lena drove her mimic backward. How long are you waiting? Until all of you become economical. The next shared pulse hit. 4 bars entered useful healing range together. Grant cast Group Heal again. The spell landed cleaner this time. The spread felt easier to control, the mana expenditure more proportionate to the health restored. Group Heal 2. The Tidekeeper's platform locks snapped open. Talia dropped immediately, hit the floor behind her shield, and reclaimed the center lane. Formation back on me. Priya stepped off her platform as Lena finished the last mimic. Her next spell cracked across the Tidekeeper's chest and drove it away from the counting desk. Grant checked his remaining mana. Comfortable reserve. 3 party-wide events. 3 group heals. No wasted spectacle. Slow heal settled into a smoother rhythm as he refreshed it across the formation. Slow heal V. Priya looked at him. You actually waited until we were injured enough to be efficient. Grant raised the gilded reliquary staff as Talia advanced on the boss. I prefer to think of it as respecting your contribution. The Tidekeeper lasted another 40 seconds. Once Talia reclaimed the center lane, the fight became considerably less interesting from Grant's perspective, which was exactly what competent party work was supposed to accomplish. Lena cut apart the remaining mimic, Priya kept the boss under continuous pressure, and Talia denied it every attempt to reach the back line. Grant maintained slow heal and watched the linked marks. They pulsed twice more, but the damage never aligned badly enough to justify another group heal. Grant could have cast it. His mana reserve could support the expense. That wasn't the same as needing it. The Tidekeeper raised one final chain of stamped tokens. Priya shattered the spell before it completed, Lena crossed the opening, and her sword struck through the boss's center. The construct collapsed across its counting desk. Hollow Market Vault cleared. The marks around their wrists vanished. Grant checked all 4 health bars before allowing himself to look at the private notices. Group recovery complete. Reward: 35 free attribute points. The dungeon's hostile XP carried him to level 18. The familiar priest growth followed, along with 5 additional free attribute points. Combined with 2 days of established training, his available pool reached 90 before he applied the planned 80 points across recovery, endurance, mana capacity, mana efficiency, regeneration, situational awareness, healing affinity, channel stability, concentration, and interruption resistance. 10 remained in reserve. Talia lowered her shield. You know what I noticed? That nobody went down? That too. She nodded toward his staff. You had enough mana to cast Group Heal more often. Yes. You didn't. Grant looked mildly puzzled. There was no reason to. Priya laughed from beside the ruined counting desk. I think she's complimenting your restraint. That seems appropriate. Talia shook her head. You finally have a spell matching the size of your confidence. Grant considered the accusation carefully. It affects 4 people. Lena groaned. So, Grant continued, there's clearly room for growth. The saleable materials from Hollow Market Vault brought his share to $4,000. More importantly, the dungeon had answered the question Grant actually cared about. Group Heal wasn't a larger version of Healing Hand. It was a different tool, Valuable when damage arrived across the formation faster than individual casting could address efficiently. He liked tools with clear jobs. Outside the vault, Priya stretched both arms overhead. Next time you tell Alvis to stand still during combat, I'm ignoring you. Grant adjusted the gilded reliquary staff against his shoulder. That's fine, he said. I'll simply wait until being healed becomes persuasive. 40. The dungeon came to him. Grant finished the day's priest practice with enough mana left to be satisfied, finished the physical work with enough energy left to be more satisfied, and made the entirely reasonable decision to inspect the results. The garage mirror had originally been installed for training feedback. Grant considered bodybuilding poses a legitimate form of feedback. He turned slightly, tightened his waist, raised one arm, and checked the line from shoulder through lat to oblique. The recent emphasis on recovery and sustained priest work hadn't harmed anything important. His shoulders were broader, his waist remained controlled, and the cinderweave vestments waiting on their stand continued to benefit from having an unusually impressive priest inside them. Maya appeared in the garage doorway. Are you posing again? Checking symmetry. You've been checking symmetry for 5 minutes. Thoroughness is why the symmetry is good. Maya opened her mouth. Every phone in the house screamed. The sound was followed half a second later by the deeper municipal warning sirens outside. Grant's smile vanished before the alert finished expanding across his phone. Dungeon break. Cedar Ridge Response Zone. The listed streets included theirs. Maya stopped looking amused. Grant? He was already moving. The cinderweave vestments came off the stand. Grant pulled them on with practiced speed, secured the gilded reliquary staff, then reached for the bright steel kite shield. Dungeon gear in the garage had always felt slightly ridiculous beside lawn tools and storage shelves. It no longer did. His phone rang while he fastened the last piece of gear. Mara Quinn's name filled the screen. Grant answered. I saw it. Good. Cedar Ridge Underpass breached. Your block is inside the active response area. Talia, Lena, and Priya are converging on you now. I'm assigning your party the residential section between the underpass and Hawthorne. Civilians? Evacuation orders are active. Responders are moving them, but monsters are already through. Grant headed for the garage door. The private training system appeared across his vision. First break response. Join the Cedar Ridge Dungeon break response, defeat assigned breach monsters, protect the marked residential block, and preserve all responding teammates. Reward. 40 free attribute points. Grant read the reward while opening the door. Maya stared at him. You didn't even check what it was paying before you got dressed. No. That seemed to surprise her more than the armor. Grant stepped into the street as distant shouting carried from the direction of the underpass. For once, the dungeon hadn't waited for him to arrive. The first breach hound reached Grant's street before the rest of his party did. It came around the corner low and fast, gray hide stretched over a frame built more like a hyena than a dog, with black crystal ridges running along its shoulders. Another followed it between 2 parked cars. 3 more spilled from the underpass approach behind them. Grant planted the gilded reliquary staff beside his foot and watched their movement rather than advancing. He was the healer. 5 monsters running toward him didn't alter the job description. Talia's 30 seconds out, Priya said through the party channel. Lena's closer. I can see her. Lena came over a garden wall rather than waste time with the gate. She landed in a crouch, sword already drawn, and intercepted the first hound before it reached the nearest driveway. Your neighborhood has terrible visitors, she called. We usually discourage this. A hound lunged past her. Grant shifted backward, preserving his casting lane while Lena turned and cut across its flank. He didn't chase the opening. Slow heel settled over her instead, divine power beginning its steady work before the next pair reached her. Talia arrived at a run with Priya behind her. One glance at the street was enough. On me. Grant center rear. Priya right. Lena, stop ranging ahead. I was preventing house calls. Do it closer. Lena retreated without argument. The next pack came straight from the underpass, spreading around parked vehicles and low garden walls rather than presenting the tidy approach a dungeon corridor would have forced on them. Priya pointed toward the pavement. 2 unstable openings, one beside the storm drain, one behind the blue sedan. They're using both. Mark them, Talia said. We hold here. Priya sent pale indicators onto the road, giving everyone a reference before another hound pushed through the nearer distortion. Talia caught it on her shield. Lena killed the second. A third struck around Talia's edge and clipped Lena before she could recover her sword. Grant's healing hand closed the injury immediately, then he returned slow heal to Talia as another impact shook her guard. This wasn't a dungeon pull. There were no prepared lanes, no cleared rooms behind them, and no guarantee the next monster would arrive from the direction everyone was watching. Grant found that considerably less entertaining than usual. Another hound emerged beside the blue sedan. Priya destroyed it before its feet properly touched the street. Opening destabilized, she said. The drain is still active. Talia advanced one measured step, keeping herself between the breach and the houses. Then we close this end first. Grant moved with the formation, staff ready and every health bar comfortably above danger. His streak could wait until they were finished. The drain opening failed first. Priya's marker collapsed inward, taking the distortion with it, and for 3 seconds the street became almost ordinary again. Then 6 breach hounds came around the opposite corner. Talia, Priya warned. I see them. Talia shifted to meet the pack, but the hounds didn't converge on her. 3 committed to the shield. The other split wide between 2 parked vehicles, following a line Grant hadn't noticed until a front door opened farther down the block. An older man stepped onto the porch with one arm around a woman who was favoring her left leg. Stay inside, Lena shouted. Too late. The hounds changed direction immediately. Talia had 3 monsters on her shield. Lena was fighting another near the far curb. Priya could hit the runners, but the angle put the residents directly beyond them. Grant saw the empty space between the formation and the porch. He moved. Talia, breach right. Grant, go. Permission arrived after his first step and before the second. The lead hound accelerated toward the injured woman. Grant drove across its line instead of meeting it head-on. His shoulder struck behind the crystal ridge while his hips stayed beneath him and his legs continued through the contact. Contact drive. The hound left its intended path sideways, claws scraping uselessly across the pavement as Grant redirected its momentum past the porch steps. The second hound lunged. Grant brought the bright steel kite shield across his body. Teeth struck metal hard enough to jar his elbow, but his stance held and the hound rebounded into Priya's clear line. Her spell hit it immediately. Move, Grant called to the residents. Behind Talia. Don't stop. The man half carried the woman into the street. The first hound recovered and turned back. Grant met it once more, this time with a shorter drive that prevented the animal from crossing behind him. Contact drive 3. He barely registered the rank change. Lena's health bar had dropped sharply on the far side. Talia, they're through. I have them, fall back. Grant obeyed at once. He retreated behind Talia as she widened her position to cover the residents, lowered the shield, and raised the gilded reliquary staff instead. Healing hand closed Lena's latest wound before she finished disengaging. She glanced across the street at him. You know most healers don't tackle things away from civilians. Most healers have correctly specialized. And you? Grant refreshed slow heal as Talia caught another breach hound on her shield. I've specialized extensively. The rescued residents disappeared behind the response line. Grant stayed where his party needed its priest. The last unstable opening died under Priya's spell, but the monsters already through it remained everyone else's problem. 3 breach hounds rushed Talia together. She caught the center animal on her shield and turned its charge sideways, giving Lena the flank without surrendering the road. Priya struck the second before it could circle. The third made 2 steps toward Grant before Talia hooked its shoulder with the shield rim and dragged its attention back where it belonged. Stay behind me, she said. Grant raised the gilded reliquary staff. I was planning to. Lena cut through the wounded hound and glanced over. He sounds disappointed. I'm a professional. That wasn't a denial. Grant gave her healing hand instead of an answer. The remaining pack died quickly once there were no more openings feeding replacements into the street. Talia controlled their movement, Lena punished every exposed side, and Priya used the parked cars as boundaries rather than obstacles. Grant kept slow heal running across the formation and spent his mana where damage actually landed. When the final hound collapsed beside the storm drain, nobody immediately celebrated. Talia checked both directions. Priya? No active distortions inside our marked block. Lena? Nothing moving except responders. Talia finally lowered her shield. Grant? All 4 of us are standing. Good enough. The private notice appeared. First break response complete. Reward: 40 free attribute points. The hostile XP from the breach pushed Grant through 2 levels to level 20, bringing the expected priest growth and another 10 free attribute points with it. His earlier training reward, the task payment, and the level gains left 70 available before he applied the planned 60 across recovery, cardiovascular capacity, muscular endurance, mana capacity, situational awareness, mana regeneration, healing affinity, divine channel stability, concentration, and pain tolerance. 10 remained. Grant had barely finished the allocation when Mara came through the party channel. Mercer team, don't stand down. Residential sector is secure, but we've got a larger group moving east from the underpass. Evacuation corridor is active and buses are already loading. Talia's shield came back up. Route? Hawthorne toward the garden center. Get there now. Priya exhaled. So clearing your street wasn't the dungeon break. Grant looked toward the sirens farther east. No, he said. Apparently that was the front porch. Lena started running. Your neighborhood is terrible. Grant followed with the staff ready. The dungeon was still coming. 41. The street is a dungeon now. The run east ended at a school bus parked sideways across Hawthorne Avenue. Grant slowed beside Talia and took in the rest of Mara's evacuation corridor. The garden center occupied one side of the road, its entrance blocked with overturned shopping carts and bags of soil. On the other stood a line of responder vehicles, leaving a narrow lane between them for civilian buses moving away from the underpass. A driver leaned from the open bus door. You're the adventurers? Talia raised her shield. We're your cover. That wasn't quite the question. Grant looked toward the underpass. Nothing had reached them yet, which made the empty road considerably less reassuring than it should have been. I'm the priest. The driver stared at the cinderweave vestments, then at the bright steel kite shield on Grant's arm. Of course you are. Mara's voice came through the party channel before Grant could defend perfectly reasonable equipment choices. Mercer team, listen carefully. First convoy enters in 90 seconds. Once a bus commits to Hawthorne, it does not stop. If monsters hit the lane, you move the monsters. You do not move the convoy. Talia pointed to positions. Lena left. Priya behind the carts. Grant with me until we know what's coming. Grant moved immediately. The private training system opened across his vision. Civilian corridor. Hold the marked evacuation route until the last civilian convoy clears. Allow no breach monster across the shelter line. Reward: 40 free attribute points. Grant dismissed the notice and examined the street instead. A licensed dungeon supplied walls, doors, cleared rooms, and the comforting assumption that civilians wouldn't drive through the middle of the encounter. Hawthorne supplied hanging baskets, parked cars, shopping carts, a bus full of frightened people, and 3 separate approaches from the underpass. Lena tested the gap between 2 carts with her boot. I'm beginning to miss corridors. They're very efficient, Grant said. Priya looked over the improvised barricade. You said that about your own street 5 minutes ago. My street didn't have scheduled traffic. The driver called from behind them. 30 seconds. Talia lowered her stance. Then everyone gets one job. Nothing reaches the bus. A dark shape rose above the garden center fence. Then another. Grant raised the gilded reliquary staff as wings began beating beyond the barricade. Apparently the next part of the dungeon could fly. The first rift gnat cleared the garden center fence high enough that Grant initially mistook it for something larger. Then it folded translucent wings and dropped straight at Priya's face. She stepped aside and burned it out of the air. Small, fast, irritating. 5 more rose behind the fence. At street level, breach hounds hit the shopping carts. The improvised barricade jumped backward across the pavement. Talia caught the first hound on her shield, but the second drove between 2 carts and forced them apart. Grant, close that gap. He moved without leaving healing range. The bright steel kite shield fitted between the cart frames with surprising efficiency. Grant drove its lower edge against the pavement, braced his shoulder behind it, and turned several hundred pounds of priest into temporary street furniture. A breach hound slammed into the other side. The shield shifted perhaps an inch. Grant approved. Your barricade is improving, Lena called as she cut another hound away from Talia. It has better structural support now. A gnat struck Talia across the shoulder. Another hound hit her shield before she could turn. Grant's healing hand landed immediately. Slow heal followed, covering the next exchange while Talia drove the hound backward and Lena finished it. Bus moving in 20, the driver shouted. Priya destroyed another gnat above the road. More coming. Grant glanced toward the bus and saw the driver rubbing one forearm. A gray mark spread beneath his skin. Stop. The driver looked at him. I was specifically told not to. Your bus can wait 10 seconds before entering the corridor. Your nervous system cannot. Talia checked the underpass, then the road. Grant? Slow effect. Fix it. Grant stepped close enough to cast. Cleanse stripped the hostile mark away in a wash of divine power. The driver flexed his fingers twice, surprise replacing the stiffness in his expression. That was going numb. Yes. You could have led with that. I said stop. Behind Grant, the barricade rattled as another hound tested his wedged shield. The driver looked past him. You need that. I'm aware. He returned to position before the next impact landed. Talia pointed down the evacuation lane. Convoy moves now. Lena, left side. Priya, air. Grant stays center and keeps us functional. The bus engine rose. Grant settled behind the shield, staff ready in his other hand as gnats gathered above the fence and breach hounds crowded the road beneath them. Licensed dungeons had never required him to heal the tank, reinforce the wall, watch the ceiling, and keep public transport on schedule. He was beginning to appreciate architecture. The bus entered Hawthorne as the Rift Cleric stepped into view. Grant recognized the difference immediately. The breach hounds charged because that was what hounds did. The thin, robed creature behind them watched the formation first. Its staff struck the pavement. Gray light rolled down the street. Talia. She turned her shield into the wave. It passed through metal anyway. Grant felt resistance scrape across his own divine channel, but Talia's health bar acquired a dark status marker and her next step slowed badly. The bus driver jerked both hands against the wheel. Grant cast cleanse on Talia first. Driver next, she said immediately. I can hold. Grant already had the spell moving. The driver's shoulders loosened as the status vanished. Behind him, frightened faces filled the bus windows while two breach hounds rushed the lane. Priya's spell struck the nearer one. Lena caught the other. The Rift Cleric raised its staff again. Priya, Talia called. I see it. A bolt crossed the street and hit the staff midway through the cast. Gray light burst harmlessly above the cleric's head. Cleanse IV. Grant registered the advancement and kept his attention on the party. Lena, go, Talia ordered. Lena broke from the barricade. Talia moved with her for 3 steps, forcing the nearest hound away from Lena's route before stopping short of abandoning the convoy. Priya destroyed a rift gnat diving toward Lena's exposed side. Grant maintained slow heel on Talia and watched every bar. Lena reached the cleric before it recovered its spell rhythm. The first sword strike knocked its staff aside. The second opened its guard. The third ended the fight. Something blue dropped beside the body. Spellbook, Lena said. Grant saw the identification. Barrier Codex. Blue. Rare. Priest. That justified approximately half a second of professional excitement. Bring it. Lena snatched it up while retreating. Grant accepted the book one-handed, opened it behind Talia's shield, and let the world system consume the item. Barrier I acquired. Oh, Grant said. Priya glanced back. Good-o? Grant lifted the gilded reliquary staff. A translucent field appeared across the evacuation lane just as 3 rift gnats dived toward the passing bus. They struck divine force instead of glass, skittered away from the moving vehicle, and dropped directly into Priya's firing line. Her spell erased 2. Lena took the 3rd. The bus continued without slowing. Talia looked once at the glowing protection stretched across the road. Useful. Grant watched the final bus turn onto Hawthorne behind it. Extremely. The last bus reached the center of Hawthorne with the remaining breach monsters close enough to make Grant resent every window. Gnats high, Priya called. 2 hounds left, Lena added. Talia shifted with the moving vehicle rather than advancing on either threat. Nothing crosses us. Grant kept barrier between the bus and the diving gnats. The new spell felt different from healing. Healing gave him a body and a problem. Barrier demanded placement, timing, and the unpleasant realization that every extra yard of protection cost mana. 3 gnats struck the field together. The translucent surface flashed. Grant felt the drain immediately. That's expensive. Priya destroyed one as it rebounded. You learned it 30 seconds ago. I can recognize expensive quickly. A hound broke left around Talia. Lena intercepted it before Grant needed to move. Talia caught the second squarely, turned its charge away from the convoy, and drove it into Priya's line. Grant let barrier fall the instant the last gnat cleared the bus roof. Priya's spell finished the hound. Lena killed the final gnat near the garden center sign. For several seconds, Grant heard only the departing bus, distant sirens, and 4 people breathing harder than they had at the start. Talia looked along the shelter line. Anything across? Priya checked both approaches. Nothing. The private training system answered too. Civilian corridor complete. Reward: 40 free attribute points. The hostile XP brought Grant to 53,800 and level 21. The familiar priest growth followed, along with another 5 free attribute points. Cleanse had reached IV during the fighting, while barrier remained newly acquired at I. Grant spent the authorized 45 points without ceremony. 6 each into recovery, mana capacity, and situational awareness. 5 each into muscular endurance and mana efficiency. 8 into divine channel stability. 4 into spell potency. 3 into spell interruption resistance. And 2 into pain tolerance. 10 remained in reserve. His response share and salvage would add another $3,500 through the guild, bringing his cash to $40,450. Mara cut into the channel before Grant could enjoy any of it. All Cedar Ridge teams, roaming boss confirmed at North Canal. Multiple response groups are already engaged. Talia raised her shield again. Name? Gravelma, the Canalback. Priya grimaced. That sounds large. Grant looked at the newly available barrier spell, then toward the sirens beyond the rooftops. Lena started running. Please don't say anything about architecture. Grant followed. I was going to say I'm beginning to appreciate buses. 42, the boss came outside. North Canal announced Gravelma before Grant reached the water. A parked utility truck rocked on its suspension as something struck the road ahead. 2 adventurers came backward around the corner at speed, one under his own power and the other sliding across wet pavement behind a shield. Clear the charge lane, a man shouted. Move left. Grant followed Talia around the corner with Lena and Priya close behind. Gravelma, the Canalback, climbed out of North Canal. Layered plates covered the amphibious boss from its broad skull to the thick base of its tail. Canal water streamed between them as it hauled itself over the concrete embankment. 3 response teams surrounded it at uneven distances, already trying to rebuild formations damaged by whatever had just moved the utility truck. Mara's voice cut across the response channel. Mercer team, report to the East group. You're reinforcing healing coverage. A second voice answered immediately. East has 2 injured and our priest is below half mana. Talia raised her bright steel shield. We're coming in from Hawthorne. Give me a safe approach. Wait for the tail. Grant saw why a moment later. Gravelma planted its forelimbs and twisted. Its tail swept across the road with enough reach to make distance briefly theoretical. One tank caught it on a heavy shield and still left the ground. A swordsman threw himself behind a concrete barrier. The remaining formation scattered before the returning tail could collect them as well. Grant tightened his grip on the Ashwood novice staff. The private training system opened. Roaming boss contribution. Sustain healing across the assigned teams. Protect one broken team through recovery. Finish with no deaths among Grant's assigned patients. Reward: 50 free attribute points. Grant dismissed the notice. Mara spoke again. You are not responsible for everyone on the field. East Group and your own party are your patients unless another lead transfers someone to you. Understood, Grant said. The East response lead pointed from behind a battered shield. Our priest needs 30 seconds without pressure. If Gravelma charges us again, we don't have 30 seconds. Grant examined the boss, the damaged formation, and the health bars now formally inside his responsibility. Gravelma turned toward them. Talia lowered her stance. Grant? He moved into healing range behind her. 30 seconds sounds manageable. Gravelma lowered its plated head. The East lead swore. Charge lane. Grant raised the Ashwood novice staff and began shaping divine power. Gravelma charged before the East group finished rebuilding its line. Left, Talia shouted. Grant moved with her. The boss crossed the road with its head low, plates shuddering over its shoulders as 3 separate teams cleared the lane. Talia caught only the edge of the charge on her shield and still lost several feet. Lena rolled away from one forelimb, while Priya abandoned a spell rather than remain inside the boss's path. Grant's healing hand restored Talia before Gravelmaw completed its turn. Group heal followed, catching Lena and Priya together while everyone repositioned. Again, the East lead warned. Grant saw the second lane forming. He raised the Ashwood novice staff and placed barrier across the approach rather than directly against Gravelmaw. The boss struck the divine field at an angle. Barrier flashed hard enough to make Grant's monobar object, but the deflection altered the charge just enough for Talia to guide the plated head past the formation instead of absorbing it squarely. The injured priest behind the East group dropped onto one knee. "Need time," he said. "Mana's recovering, but my channel's shaking." "How much?" 20 seconds. Talia planted herself between him and Gravelmaw. "Grant, cover both." Grant shifted until both teams sat inside his casting reach. "Understood." The next exchange became an unpleasant exercise in refusing interesting opportunities. Group heal restored damage across the East line. Healing hand corrected Talia after a tail strike clipped her guard. Barrier interrupted another charge lane long enough for two injured fighters to retreat behind their tank. Then Gravelmaw twisted against a hammer strike. One of the overlapping plates along its flank lifted. Beneath it, the armor was cracked. Grant stared for half a second. That was an excellent hammer target. His long-handled quarry hammer was not currently in his hands, which was probably fortunate. "Cracked plate, right flank," Grant called. "Two plates behind the foreleg." A hammer fighter from the north team turned immediately. "Seen." He and another heavy weapon user drove toward the opening while Talia glanced back at Grant. "You're staying here." "I know. You sounded disappointed." "I can be professional and disappointed simultaneously." The other priest laughed despite still breathing hard. Grant cast group heal again as Gravelmaw's tail swept toward the hammer team. The priest beside him flexed his casting hand. "Channels steady." "Good." Grant watched the health bar spread across the road and kept the Ashwood staff raised. The cracked plate was somebody else's problem. Apparently being the responsible priest involved giving away perfectly good hammer opportunities. Gravelmaw solved the problem of the cracked flank by backing into the canal. Water surged over the embankment before anyone could celebrate. The boss twisted in the shallows and drove its plated body against the concrete edge. A sheet of canal water rolled across the road, carrying loose debris with it and turning the pavement beneath Grant's boots slick. "Tail!" Lena shouted. Grant saw it coming. Gravelmaw's tail swept low across the flooded road like a moving wall. Talia planted her shield, caught the first part of the strike, and disappeared sideways as the force lifted her feet from beneath her. Talia. She hit the pavement hard and slid beyond Grant's immediate left. The East group had worse timing. Their recovered priest was standing again, but two wounded fighters were still behind their tank when the tail forced him backward. The formation opened for perhaps 3 seconds. Priya looked from Talia to the exposed group. "Grant, they're open." "I see them." Grant could not heal through Gravelmaw's tail. He shifted the Ashwood staff into his casting hand and brought the bright steel kite shield forward. The returning sweep clipped the shield instead of reaching the wounded fighters. Grant turned with it rather than trying to stop several tons of boss by argument. The impact drove through his arm and shoulder, forced one boot through standing water, and took a visible piece from his health bar. That was acceptable. "Tank, lane." The East tank recovered his footing and drove back into position beside Grant. "Got it." Grant immediately gave him the space. Lena reached Talia first and hauled her upright by the shield arm. "She's moving." "I'm fine," Talia said, which was technically inaccurate but operationally useful. Grant lowered his own shield and raised the Ashwood staff. Barrier spread across both formations. The divine field caught the next wash of debris and forced Gravelmaw's returning tail to spend its reach against magic instead of injured people. Barrier 2. Grant registered the advancement only long enough to adjust the spell's placement. Priya, inside the field. "I'm already there." "Good." Group heal followed. Divine light passed through both groups at once. Talia's lost health recovered. The East tank's bar climbed with it, followed by the two wounded fighters Grant had just shielded. One remained below the margin Grant wanted. Healing hand closed the difference. Healing hand X. Talia regained her place beside him and raised her shield. You used yours once. Yes. And now? Grant settled behind the restored formation with the ashwood staff ready. Now I'm the priest again. Lena glanced toward Gravelmaw as the hammer teams attacked the cracked plates. You were always the priest. Grant watched every assigned health bar remain standing. That is becoming difficult to argue with. The hammer teams finally gave Gravelmaw nowhere comfortable to turn. One cracked plate became 3. The boss tried to retreat toward the canal, but Talia's group held the eastern lane while the north team drove it away from the embankment. Every attempted charge ended against a shield line or a barrier placed far enough ahead to spoil the angle without wasting mana on stopping the entire creature. Grant stayed where the health bars were. Right flank opening, he called. A hammer fighter answered with a strike that folded one plate inward. Lena laughed. You've spent this entire fight finding things you'd like to hit. I've been extremely generous. Priya's spell struck beneath the damaged armor. Gravelmaw lurched, exposed its underside for half a second, and received 3 attacks from professionals whose actual job was exploiting openings. Grant healed them afterward. The final collapse came without ceremony. Gravelmaw tried one last turn, found its rear leg no longer supporting the movement, and crashed sideways across the flooded road. Talia kept her shield raised until the world system confirmed the kill. Gravelmaw defeated. Professional XP gained, 6,500. Grant reached level 22. Priest growth added 1 point each to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower, along with 5 free attribute points. His private training system followed. Roaming boss contribution complete. Reward, 50 free attribute points. No assigned patient had died. Grant smiled. Mara arrived while guild recovery crews were still measuring the corpse and arguing about how many reinforced haulers several tons of plated amphibian required. You know, she said, I watched you identify at least 6 perfect hammer targets. 7. And you didn't take one. My patients were inconveniently alive. Talia lowered her shield. He complained about it professionally. Professional restraint, Grant said. His response share and sold material allocation came to $5,500, raising his cash to $45,950. The boss itself stayed exactly where it was while recovery crews began the considerably less glamorous task of moving it. Grant spent the 55 authorized points privately, strengthening grip and forearms, core force transfer, upper back pulling power, triceps, muscular endurance, recovery, joint integrity, mana regeneration, situational awareness, healing affinity, spell potency, concentration under stress, and pain tolerance. 10 points remained reserved. His closing state settled at level 22 with 60,300 XP, 5,061 HP, and 2,319 megapixels. Mara watched another recovery truck arrive. Several tons, she said. Grant looked at Gravelmaw. I'm beginning to understand why rich adventurers buy storage rings. 43. Every tool in its place. The day after Gravelmaw, Grant discovered that $45,950 made the Mercer garage look inadequate. Not small, the garage had been large enough for the original gym equipment, then the reinforced storage he'd added as his collection grew. The problem was that his definition of equipment now included an ashwood novice staff, heavy field broadsword, millbreaker greatsword, ashwood boar spear, long-handled quarry hammer, and bright steel kite shield. Grant stood among them and considered the available wall space. Ray stopped in the doorway. Why'd I have the feeling you're measuring something expensive? I'm improving weapon storage. You already improved weapon storage. That was before I acquired enough weapons to require improvement. Ray stepped inside and examined the current racks. The millbreaker greatsword occupied enough vertical space to complicate everything beside it. The spear and staff leaned in separate secured positions, while the hammer's head made ordinary hooks an optimistic suggestion. The kite shield had acquired floor space Grant would rather use for training. Ray pressed one hand against the wall beside the rack. If you want all of that mounted properly, we reinforce behind the drywall. Especially the sword and hammer. Grant nodded. Exactly. You sound pleased that the wall needs structural work. Professional equipment deserves professional storage. That's a suburban garage. Currently. Ray looked at him. Grant smiled. Professionally improved suburban garage. The private training system appeared before Ray could answer. Every tool in its place. Build a safe complete loadout station. Perform 100 clean weapon transitions. Maintain every item. Finish without a dropped weapon or household casualty. Reward: 20 free attribute points. Grant read the requirements twice. His attention moved across the weapons again, but the problem had changed. Storage alone wasn't enough. Each position needed clearance for a safe draw, return, and transition. The hammer couldn't force him to reach across the spear. The greatsword needed enough room to come free without threatening a light fixture. The shield had to be reachable without trapping whichever weapon he was putting away. Ray noticed his expression. You just made the project bigger. Yes. How much bigger? Grant picked up the tape measure. We need wall bracing, proper retainers, enough spacing to switch between every weapon safely, and a maintenance area. Ray stared at the collection. Grant, are we building storage or an armory? Grant considered correcting him. Then he looked at the weapons. Armory sounds accurate. Ray's first requirement was considerably less glamorous than Grant's. Everything comes off this wall. Grant looked at the existing racks. Some of those are correctly positioned. They're correctly positioned on drywall. Ray held up the stud finder. You want the greatsword, hammer, spear, shield, and everything else hanging here permanently. We open it up and brace the whole section. Grant considered the weapons arranged safely on the floor behind them. That does sound better. I knew structural reinforcement would appeal to you eventually. They spent the morning removing the old fittings and opening enough of the wall to install proper timber bracing between the studs. Grant held sections in place while Ray fixed them, enjoying the strange experience of using his strength for something that required him not to move. Dana entered halfway through the work and stopped. No. Ray lowered the drill. We haven't asked anything yet. I know this family. Dana pointed to the doorway connecting the garage to the utility room. Whatever armory is happening here does not cross that line. I need access to the washing machine, dryer, shelves, and laundry baskets without walking around a sword. Grant examined the boundary. The spear's safest position might extend slightly into that area. No. Only the shaft. No. The non-pointed end. Dana folded her arms. Grant reconsidered the floor plan. The laundry corridor will remain weapon-free. Thank you. Maya arrived 10 minutes later carrying printed labels. Grant looked at them. Why have you made labels? Because an armory should be organized. Ray glanced over. I thought you said it wasn't an armory. I never said that. Maya began placing temporary labels beneath Grant's planned positions. Ashwood Novice Staff. Heavy Field Broadsword. Millbreaker Greatsword. Ashwood Boar Spear. Brightstel Kite Shield. Grant reached the final one and stopped. Bashi. He looked at Maya. No. It's the hammer. The long-handled quarry hammer. Bashi. That isn't its name. Maya pressed the label more firmly beneath the reinforced mounting point. It describes its professional function. It crushes, breaks, drives, and delivers concentrated blunt force impact. So you agree? I very specifically don't. Ray resumed drilling before his expression could betray him. Grant peeled the label away. Maya replaced it from an identical spare. He stared at her. You printed more than one? I anticipated resistance. Dana passed the doorway carrying a laundry basket. Keep the weapons on your side of the line and she can call them whatever she wants. Grant looked from his mother to the label beneath the hammer mount. Apparently the armory had acquired both zoning regulations and hostile signage before it had acquired weapons. By late afternoon, the reinforced wall held every weapon without complaint. Grant tested each mount before trusting it. The Millbreaker Greatsword came free without clipping the spear. The Brightstel Kite Shield cleared its brackets without forcing him to turn sideways. The long-handled quarry hammer had enough space around its head to avoid introducing Bashi to the wall. Maya sat on the workbench with a marker. You're thinking its name now. I'm thinking about safe clearance. For Bashi. Grant ignored her and opened the training system task. Every tool in its place still required 100 clean weapon transitions and maintenance of every item. Storage had solved only the first part of the problem. He started with the Ashwood Novice Staff. Staff to shield, shield returned, broadsword drawn. Broadsword secured, spear acquired. Spear back to its rack, hammer into both hands. Every transition had to happen without crossing his own limbs, striking another weapon, losing control of an edge, or allowing the heavier pieces to drag him out of position. The counter advanced slowly. Ray watched Grant return the Millbreaker greatsword after the 19th sequence. You're faster taking it down than putting it back. Drawing only needs to succeed once. Returning it safely requires precision. That sounded almost responsible. I'm consistently responsible. Maya looked at the collection. You own a monster hammer. That doesn't alter the statement. Grant changed the order. Shield to spear exposed a poor turn angle. Spear to greatsword forced his right hand too close to the neighboring mount. He stopped, shifted one bracket several inches, then repeated the sequence until the motion became clean. The private counter resumed. At 43 transitions, his movements stopped feeling like separate storage decisions. Each weapon had a place his hands could find without searching. At 68, he began transitioning from whichever stance the previous weapon naturally produced instead of resetting square to the wall. Ray noticed. That looks more like training now. It always was. No, before, you were organizing. Organization can be training. Maya raised the marker. I can make you a sign. No. Organizational combat. Absolutely not. Grant completed the 100th transition with the kite shield returning to its brackets and the Ashwood novice staff settling into his hand. The system accepted it. 100 clean weapon transitions complete. No weapon had fallen. No wall, appliance, family member, or piece of furniture had been struck. Grant looked toward Maya. She was already writing something. What now? No furniture casualties. Grant considered confiscating the marker. Unfortunately, the maintenance portion of the task still remained, and some battles weren't worth delaying useful work. Grant refused to photograph an unfinished armory. That meant Maya had to wait while he laid every weapon across the padded workbench and completed the maintenance he'd postponed during transition practice. He inspected the Ashwood novice staff for cracks, cleaned both swords, checked the spear shaft and head, worked oil into the quarry hammer where steel met haft, and examined every strap and fastening on the bright steel kite shield. Only after each piece returned to its assigned position did the private task update. Every tool in its place complete. Reward: 20 free attribute points. Weapon switching. I now sat properly among his recognized physical skills, earned through the 100 clean transitions rather than any class ability. Grant approved considerably. Across the 3 days spent rebuilding the garage, he'd also completed 3 adaptive daily training requirements for another 60 points. The reinforced station, fittings, hardware, workbench additions, and full-length mirror had cost $2,500. Maya caught him looking at the mirror. That wasn't required for weapon safety. Posture assessment. It's directly opposite the weapons. Excellent positioning for posture assessment. You can see yourself and the entire armory at once. Grant considered the reflection. Staff, swords, spear, hammer, and shield stood arranged behind him with enough spacing to be practical and enough symmetry to be magnificent. That is efficient. Maya pulled out her phone. Stand there. Why? Insurance documentation. Grant looked at her. For when one of these things eventually goes through a wall. That won't happen. Excellent. Then this photograph will preserve evidence of your confidence. Grant should have objected. Instead, he picked up the Millbreaker greatsword, settled it comfortably against one shoulder, and stood before the completed station. Maya lowered the phone slightly. You posed. I stood correctly. You turned toward your better side. Both sides are good. She took the photograph anyway. Grant spent the 80 new points afterward. Pectoral and pressing chain, biceps, triceps, and upper back pulling power received 10 each. Grip and forearms and calf strength took 8 each. Whole body coordination, footwork, posture, and mobility received 6 each, leaving his customary 10-point reserve. Then he took the guild notice he'd collected earlier and pinned it beside the loadout station. Emberkiln depths. Solo authorization available. Maya read over his shoulder. You built all this and immediately found somewhere dangerous to test it? Grant looked from the posting to the long-handled quarry hammer. The hammer appeared particularly appropriate. Not all of it. Maya followed his gaze. Oh no. Grant smiled. Bashi's going on a field trip. 44, Heatproof Barbarian. Emberkiln Depths had placed its warning in red beneath the dungeon name. Sustained heat environment. Solo entry not recommended without heat-resistant equipment. Grant read it while fastening the reinforced Delver harness over his cinderweave vestments. The long-handled quarry hammer rested against the staging room bench beside his Ashwood novice staff. Mara Quinn looked from the warning to the hammer. I know that expression. I'm checking my equipment. You're admiring the hammer. Those activities overlap. The cinderweave helps with heat exposure. It doesn't make you immune to bad decisions. Mara tapped the dungeon brief. Emberkiln gets hotter as you go deeper. If your heat status starts climbing faster than you can control it, you leave. Grant lifted the hammer and settled the haft comfortably in his hands. After 3 days of transition practice, the movement felt cleaner than it had before the garage rebuild. Agreed. Enthusiasm is not resistance. The private training system opened before she finished. Heatproof Barbarian. Clear Emberkiln Depths Solo. Break all 3 armor plates on Kilnheart Sentinel with physical impacts. Maintain safe heat status throughout. Reward: 40 free attribute points. Grant read the requirements once. Then again. Mara narrowed her eyes. Why did you just become more pleased? I've identified several compatible objectives. That sentence has never improved my day. Grant secured the Ashwood novice staff to the harness where he could reach it without interfering with the hammer. Healing remained his safety margin, and Emberkiln's warning made resource discipline more important rather than less. Cinderweave would reduce the environmental pressure. It wouldn't remove it. If the dungeon forced him to spend mana repairing heat damage because he'd ignored rising status, he'd already made the wrong decision. The hammer, however, had received unusually clear instructions. 3 armor plates. Physical impacts. Grant approved thoroughly. Mara pointed toward the entrance gate. Heat reserve first. Hammer fantasies second. I don't have hammer fantasies. She looked at the weapon. Grant considered the statement under reasonable evidentiary standards. I have professional expectations. That's worse. The Emberkiln gate opened onto a stone passage glowing dull orange from cracks beneath the floor. Heat rolled through before Grant crossed the threshold. He adjusted his grip on the hammer and smiled. Bashi had found an appropriate field trip. The first cinder ape attacked before Grant had decided whether Emberkiln smelled more like a forge or an industrial accident. It appeared on a ledge above the passage, scooped something orange from a trough beside it, and threw. Grant moved. A lump of half-molten slag struck the stone where he'd been standing and burst into glowing fragments. Several bounced from his cinderweave vestments before dropping away. The clothing dulled the heat, but his exposed cheek still tightened beneath the sudden wash. Mara, Grant said into the solo safety channel. The wildlife has discovered artillery. I'm watching your feed, don't admire it. I wasn't. You stopped moving. I was identifying the projectile. Identify while walking. Grant considered that unnecessarily restrictive but obeyed. 2 more cinder apes appeared ahead. Furnace beetles crawled between them, broad shells glowing through narrow seams. Grant initially treated the smaller creatures as the obvious first targets. The hammer crushed one beetle cleanly. Heat rolled outward. Grant stopped. The ambient heat indicator climbed sharply enough to answer the tactical question before the second beetle reached him. Interesting. Mara's voice arrived immediately. That word usually costs me paperwork. The beetles vent heat when killed. Then stop killing them first. Grant stepped around another slag throw, closed on the nearest ape, and drove Bash into its ribs. The hammer's shorter controlled arc mattered more than maximum force in the confined passage. The creature folded sideways, and Grant recovered the head before the second ape's slag arrived. A fragment caught his forearm. The damage was minor. Grant healed it immediately. Not because his health bar required cosmetic perfection. Heat damage accumulated differently from an ordinary cut or impact. Small injuries left unattended would become another resource demand if his temperature climbed later. The remaining furnace beetles closed. Grant backed toward the cooler section of corridor rather than meeting them beside the vents. I'm drawing the beetles away from the heated zone. Good, Mara said. In your heat status? Safe. Keep it that way. Grant waited until the creatures were separated from the cinder apes, then crushed them one at a time, allowing each pulse of heat to fade before taking the next. Cleanse remained ready. That mattered. Using it now would make him more comfortable. Saving it meant he still possessed an answer if Emberkiln changed uncomfortable into dangerous. The last beetle broke beneath the hammer. Grant checked his heat status, his mana, and the deeper orange glow ahead. Then he smiled. The dungeon had established its first rule. He couldn't simply bash everything as quickly as possible. He would have to bash things responsibly. The Kilnheart Sentinel waited in a circular chamber built around an open furnace. Grant decided immediately that this was excessive even by dungeon standards. The construct stood nearly 10 feet tall, its blackened metal body wrapped around an orange furnace core. 3 overlapping armor plates covered the glow across its chest. Heat rolled from vents along its shoulders strongly enough that Grant's cinderweave vestments warmed against his skin before the sentinel moved. Mara's voice came through the channel. Heat status? Safe. Keep answering that question before you answer the hammer question. Grant raised Bashi. The hammer question has 3 clearly marked answers. The sentinel charge. Grant stepped outside the first downward strike and drove the hammer into the upper armor plate. Metal rang through the chamber. The plate dented but held. More importantly, the sentinel's shoulder vents opened. Grant retreated immediately. A wave of furnace heat rolled across the chamber, turning the air painful to breathe. His heat status climbed, then steadied as he widened the distance instead of remaining beside the boss for another satisfying impact. Good retreat, Mara said. I wanted the second swing. I know. That makes your approval less useful. The vents closed. Grant went back in. He stopped trying to overpower the armor. The first impact had shown him where the plate flexed. On the next opening, he shortened the hammer arc, planted cleanly, and struck the weakened edge. The plate broke free. 1 of 3. The sentinel's furnace core brightened. Its next attack came faster, forcing Grant to give ground before another vent cycle began. A glancing hit removed part of his health. Healing Hand would have restored it easily. Grant left it alone. His health remained comfortably inside margin. Spending mana merely because the bar looked untidy would reduce the reserve available if Emberkiln produced a real problem. Mara noticed. You're not healing? I'm injured, not endangered. That sounded almost sensible. Grant waded through the vent, entered as the heat fell, and attacked the second plate from below. The hammer landed once, recovered, then landed again before the sentinel could close the angle. Metal split. 2 of 3. The final plate sat directly over the hottest section of the core. Grant smiled. Mara sighed audibly. Whatever expression you're wearing, stop. You can't see my face. I know you. The sentinel vented again. Grant backed away, let the furnace spend its heat into empty space, and waited until his status returned safely downward. Then he advanced. The sentinel swung. Grant slipped outside the strike, turned through his hips, and drove Bashi squarely into the final plate. The armor burst from the furnace core. 3 of 3. Grant recovered the hammer before the exposed core could answer. Now he was allowed to kill it. The exposed furnace core changed the fight from difficult to brief. Grant waded through one final vent cycle, watching his heat status climb without crossing the safe threshold. When the vents closed, he advanced before the sentinel could rotate another defense into place. Its arm came across horizontally. Grant ducked beneath it, planted, and drove the quarry hammer straight into the exposed core. The impact crushed something important. Fire burst through the sentinel's back. Grant released the hammer and retreated instead of remaining inside the sudden heat bloom. The construct took 2 uneven steps, orange light leaking through every joint, then collapsed across the stone. His heat status remained safe. Heatproof Barbarian complete. Reward: 40 free attribute points. Warhammer handling increased to IV. Bash increased to 3. The dungeon clear followed. Emberkiln depths cleared. Professional XP gained 7,000. Level increased to 23. The standard priest growth increased physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower by 1 and added 5 free attribute points. Only then did the reward chest form beside the dead sentinel. Grant opened it. Purple light illuminated the chamber. Forgeheart Gorget. Purple, Epic. Level 22. Universal Heat Resistance 3. Vanguard Stability IV. Class requirement not met. Vanguard Stability IV inactive. Grant read the final line, considered being offended, then returned to the useful part. Universal Heat Resistance worked perfectly well for a priest. Excellent. The remaining materials were less portable. Grant secured what the reinforced Delver harness could carry and marked the heavier salvage for guild extraction rather than attempting to shoulder an entire furnace home. The eventual sale brought $5,200, raising his cash to $48,650. Across the 2 days, his adaptive daily training had contributed another 40 points. Grant spent the full 85-point chapter gain where Emberkiln had exposed useful demands: pulling strength, grip, force transfer, spinal support, recovery, connective tissue, bone robustness, mana regeneration and efficiency, spell potency, channel stability, and pain tolerance. 10 points remained in reserve. Maya saw the Gorget that evening. She stopped in the garage doorway. "Why is your neck glowing purple?" Grant adjusted the Forgeheart Gorget before the mirror. The restrained violet sheen worked remarkably well above the cinderweave. "It's epic." "That wasn't my question. It has universal heat resistance 3. And the other property? Vanguard stability IV. Inactive because I'm a priest." Maya stared at him. "So you brought home expensive warrior jewelry that only partly works?" Grant examined the purple reflection. "Partly is misleading. Grant." He turned slightly toward his better angle. "The glow is tasteful." 45, requested by name. Grant knew the expedition was different when Mara Quinn didn't hand him a choice of dungeon briefs. She pointed across the Westhaven Professional Guild toward a woman standing beside 3 packed equipment cases. "Grant Mercer." Iris called her. Iris looked to be in her 40s, wore practical expedition armor, and carried herself with the relaxed economy of someone who'd spent enough time in dungeons to stop performing competence for spectators. Her eyes moved over Grant once, taking in the cinderweave vestments, Forgeheart Gorget, Ashwood Novice Staff, and bright steel kite shield secured for travel. Then she looked at Mara. "Good, that's the one I requested." Grant paused. "By name?" Mara's mouth shifted. "Try not to enjoy it excessively." "I haven't decided what amount is excessive." Iris held out her hand. "Your hollow market report convinced me. The break confirmed it. I need a main healer who can track multiple damage patterns without emptying himself every time 3 health bars become untidy." Grant shook her hand. "That sounds like an accurate use of my profession." "No trial?" he asked. Iris released his hand. "I read the dungeon records. If I wanted to test whether you could heal under pressure, asking you to repeat work you've already documented would waste both our time." Grant approved immediately. The private training system appeared. Requested main healer. Main heal the Harrowdeep Abbey expedition through the Chorless Deacon. Resolve every curse escalation. Finish with no deaths. Reward: 40 free attribute points. 40 points improved his opinion of professional recognition considerably. By the time they reached Harrowdeep Abbey's staging area, Talia, Lena, and Priya had joined the larger expedition group. The ruined stone structure rose beyond the gate, its upper windows blackened and its entrance marked with guild curse warnings. Iris inspected Grant's equipment again. "Your reports suggested more weapons." "They're at home. I was expecting the mobile armory." "You requested a healer." Grant tapped the shield. "This is emergency protection. The staff is professional equipment. The Gorget provides useful universal resistance." "And the sword?" "Staged." "Spear?" "Staged." "Hammer?" Grant hesitated slightly. "Also staged." Mara, standing beside the expedition register, looked almost disappointed. Iris smiled. "So you can travel without bringing everything you own?" "Of course." Grant adjusted the purple Gorget above the cinderweave. "Comprehensive preparation includes knowing what not to carry." Talia glanced at Priya. "Write that down. We may never hear it again." Grant ignored the slander and looked toward Harrowdeep Abbey. Someone had requested Grant Mercer because they needed a priest. That was worth enjoying. Harrowdeep Abbey waited until the expedition reached its second nave before explaining why main healer experience mattered. The first Ash acolytes looked unimpressive. Gray-robed figures moved between broken pews with sensors hanging from blackened chains, their bodies leaving powdery footprints across the stone. Talia caught the first pair behind her shield while Lena worked the opening beside her and Priya burned one down from range. Then the surviving acolyte rang its sensor. A dark mark appeared across Talia's health bar. Grant felt the curse before he saw the second pulse. The first had barely affected her. The second tightened the mark and added a steady drain beneath the ordinary combat damage. "Curse stacking," Priya said. "I see it." A second acolyte rang from farther back. The mark deepened. Grant cast Cleanse immediately. Talia's curse vanished before the third pulse could land. Iris fought several yards to their left with the expedition's second front line. Good. Third stack is where Herodeep stops being polite. Grant refreshed slow heal across Talia and Lena rather than waiting for each health bar to demand individual attention. Then 2 seems like an excellent number to remove it. Priya glanced at him. You're cleansing before it becomes dangerous. I prefer preventing the dangerous part. The abbey answered by cracking the floor. Stone split through the center of the nave with a violent grinding noise. Talia, Lena, and Grant remained on the forward section while Priya and 2 expedition casters dropped several feet with the rear platform. The gap wasn't wide, but broken masonry blocked their clean retreat and 3 ash acolytes turned immediately toward the separated group. Rear formation exposed, Talia called. I have them. Grant planted the Ashwood novice staff against the stone and cast barrier across the lower section before the first curse pulse landed. Pale force caught an acolyte's strike, buying Priya enough time to reposition behind fallen masonry. Barrier holding, Priya called. 2 curses on us. Grant tracked both formations at once. Talia's slow heal continued working against the front pressure. The rear barrier absorbed another hit. 2 separate curse marks darkened. Cleanse went rearward. The marks disappeared. Lena drove her sword through the nearest acolyte and looked across the broken nave. Still enjoying being requested? Grant watched Talia's health, Priya's position, his mana reserve, and the next sensor rising behind the enemy line. Yes. The third pulse never arrived. The chorless deacon had no choir. It compensated with everyone else's voices. The expedition entered the ruined sanctuary beneath a ceiling webbed with black roots. Broken statues lined both walls, their stone mouths open toward the raised altar. The deacon stood before it in scorched ceremonial robes, thin hands folded around a silver bell. Iris stopped the formation before the center aisle. Nobody follows a voice unless you can see the person speaking. That specific? Grant asked. The bell rang. Talia, left. Priya's voice came from Grant's right. Talia didn't move. The real Priya stood behind him and said, "That wasn't me." Grant approved of the rule considerably more. The deacon rang again. This time Mara's voice came from somewhere behind the altar. Grant, cleanse Talia now. Talia carried no curse. Grant kept his spell. Rude, he said. Then the fight began properly. Ash wardens rose from behind the pews while the deacon layered curse marks across the expedition. Talia took the front pair. Iris's group caught another wave from the opposite aisle. Grant maintained slow heal where damage remained predictable and held healing hand for the injuries that actually threatened function. The false voices kept coming. Out. Barrier rear. Grant, I need healing. Each sounded correct. None received an automatic response. Grant stopped listening for familiarity and started checking evidence. Position, health loss, curse marks. Who could physically see what they were supposedly calling? A genuine shout came from Iris. Second team, 3 stacks. Grant saw them. Cleanse crossed the sanctuary and stripped the escalation before the curse could deepen. The deacon's bell rang harder. Every statue answered. Dark marks appeared across 5 expedition members at once. Priya swore. That's new. Grant's mana reserve was healthy, but 5 separate reactive casts would make it considerably less so. He tracked the curse timing, saw the marks advancing together, and waited until their progression synchronized. Hold formation, he said. Talia glanced back. You have it? Yes. The next escalation began. Grant cast. Cleanse spread through the clustered curse pattern at the moment the marks intensified, breaking the escalation before it separated into 5 different problems. The sanctuary brightened with released black light. Iris laughed from the other flank. That's why I requested you. The deacon stopped ringing. For the first time since the fight began, it looked directly at Grant. Then it lifted the bell with both hands. Priya tightened her grip on her focus. I think you've offended it. Grant watched the boss prepare whatever came after 5 simultaneous curses. Good. It's finally prioritizing the healer. The chorless deacon discovered that prioritizing the healer didn't help once the healer had already organized everyone else. Its bell came down. Talia drove forward at the same moment, shield striking the deacon's arm before the final curse could spread cleanly. Lena entered behind her and cut across the exposed side. Priya's spell struck the bell itself, snapping the silver handle and sending it across the sanctuary floor. Iris's group finished the remaining reliquary guard. Grant watched every health bar. Nobody fell. The deacon did. The sanctuary's black roots loosened from the ceiling as the dungeon accepted the result. Harrowdeep Abbey cleared. Professional XP gained, 7,500. Level increased to 24. Requested main healer complete. Reward, 40 free attribute points. The level supplied the standard priest growth to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower, plus 5 free attribute points. Grant's spell records settled with the work that had earned them. Group heal increased to 3. Barrier increased to 3. Slow heal increased to 7. Across the expedition's 2 days, adaptive daily training had supplied another 40 points. Grant spent the full 85-point gain across muscular endurance, recovery and metabolic efficiency, cardiovascular capacity, mana capacity, learning speed, mana regeneration, mana efficiency, situational awareness, healing affinity, divine channel stability, and concentration under stress. 10 points remained in reserve. His closing values settled at physique 258.75, intelligence 105.15, wisdom 75.95, spirit 82.15, and willpower 78.00. Strength remained 184.25 and agility 95.50. Maximum HP reached 5,275, maximum MP 2,449, and mana regeneration 12.20 per second. Back at the guild, Iris transferred Grant's contracted expedition share and loot payment. The $4,500 raised his cash to $53,150. Then she looked at the Ashwood novice staff, bright steel kite shield, cinderweave vestments, and purple forgeheart gorget. I understand Mara's description now, she said. Your equipment list is flexible. Grant considered the wording. I prefer comprehensively prepared. You left 4 weapons at home. Because they weren't required. Iris smiled. That may be the most alarming thing you've said today. The private training system opened before Grant could defend himself. His weapon development showed one conspicuous unfinished condition. A complete 5-weapon solo rotation. Grant stared at it. Broadsword, spear, hammer, greatsword, shield. He smiled. Iris noticed. What? Apparently, Grant said, comprehensive preparation still has a gap. 46. The Barbarian Route. Grant discovered the practical weakness in comprehensive preparation when he tried to walk through the garage carrying all of it. The reinforced Delver harness distributed weight extremely well. It did nothing about width. The Ashwood novice staff rode along his back beside the Ashwood boar spear. The long-handled quarry hammer sat secured across the opposite side, while the Millbreaker greatsword occupied the strongest mounting points. Grant had spent several minutes adjusting every strap until he could reach each weapon without tangling himself in another one. Maya stood in the doorway watching. You look like someone robbed a weapons shop and forgot the bag. I have a bag. You have 4 weapons attached to your body. 5 options, Grant corrected. My hands are already installed. Maya looked at his fists. Of course they count. The Sunken Keep route brief had provided the reason. Its marked encounters used different physical defenses, with the solo certification specifically warning against relying on one damage type or one comfortable engagement distance. Grant had been collecting physical answers to exactly that problem since buying his first sword. His private training system apparently agreed. Barbarian rotation. Clear Sunken Keep solo. Defeat the marked encounters using boxing, staff, sword, spear, and war hammer as the encounter mechanics require. Remain a pure priest. Reward, 50 free attribute points. Grant smiled. Maya noticed. That expression means something has become a terrible idea. Quite the opposite. My weapon purchases have achieved organizational approval. They've achieved straps. Grant tested the greatsword release again, returned it securely, and picked up the remaining equipment case. Rich adventurers solve this with storage rings. So buy one. A useful one costs more than a house. Maya stared at him. For a ring? For the privilege of carrying enormous quantities without carrying them. She looked at the harness. I suddenly support the straps. Mara Quinn was considerably less amused when Grant reached Sunken Keep's staging gate. She walked around him once, inspecting every fastening. You actually brought the entire rotation. The dungeon specifically rewards correct weapon selection. It also rewards being able to fit through doors. Grant turned sideways experimentally. Nothing struck the gatepost. Excellent. Mara closed her eyes briefly. Solo channel stays open. If one of those catches on terrain, you drop the weapon before you let it trap you. Agreed. And Mercer? Yes? You're still a priest. Grant looked toward the drowned stone entrance. That's why I brought the staff. Sunken Keep's first chain crab made the staff useless within 6 seconds. The creature came sideways through ankle-deep water, shell plates overlapping from front to rear while 2 heavy claws swept anything entering their reach. Grant tested one staff strike against the shell, felt the ashwood rebound without useful penetration, and stepped inside before the crab could open its claws again. Mara's voice came through the solo safety channel. You've put the staff away. It has excellent reach. The crab object's to reach. Grant secured it against the harness, slipped past the next claw, and drove a short right hand into the softer joint beneath the creature's forward plate. The crab twisted toward him. Grant stayed close enough that the claws couldn't build momentum, struck the same joint twice more, then changed levels and punched upward where the shell opened around the underside. The crab collapsed into the water. Boxing, Mara said. Correct tool. The drowned guards farther into the keep proved the opposite problem. Their swollen bodies carried rusted blades and waterlogged armor that absorbed cuts poorly but made close-range grappling unnecessarily unpleasant. Grant drew the ashwood novice staff instead. The first guard swung. Grant redirected the wrist rather than blocking the full force, stepped outside the weapon line, and drove the staff across its knee. The second end snapped upward into its jaw before he recovered to guard. He never needed an edge. Control, leverage, and repeated impacts broke the creature's structure until it dropped. A blade still opened Grant's upper arm during the next pair. He backed clear, cast Healing Hand, and watched the wound close while his mana bar gave up a manageable portion. Mara said, still comfortable? Yes. That answer becomes less reassuring every time you say it while bleeding. I'm no longer bleeding. The flooded gallery beyond the guards finally justified the spear. 2 drowned sentries waded across channels too wide to cross safely while they thrust hooked poles from raised stone platforms. Grant secured the staff, released the ashwood boar spear, and felt the harness shift as several pounds moved from storage position into his hands. The transition wasn't fast enough. A hook caught his shoulder before the spear settled. Grant planted, absorbed the pull, and cast slow heal while recovering his stance. Mara sighed over the channel. Elegant. Improving. The second switch was cleaner. Grant let one sentry commit across the water, stepped outside the hook, and drove the spear point through the exposed gap beneath its arm. The creature fell into the channel. Grant looked toward the deeper keep. 3 weapons had now solved 3 different problems. The hammer remained strapped behind him. So did the greatsword. The hammer became necessary when Grant met something that objected to being cut. 2 Bastion Knights waited beyond the flooded gallery, sealed inside overlapping plate darkened by centuries of water. Grant's first sword strike landed cleanly across one breastplate and achieved almost nothing beyond producing a satisfying noise. He stepped away from the returning mace. Mara's voice came through the channel. Wrong weapon? Correct test. Grant sheathed the sword, reached over his shoulder, and released the long-handled quarry hammer. The harness resisted for half a second before the head cleared the other weapons. The knight advanced. Grant led it. He shifted outside the mace, planted both feet, and drove the hammer into the breastplate through his hips and trunk rather than trying to swing with his arms. Metal folded inward. The second strike broke the damaged plate. That seems conclusive, Mara said. Blades separate material. Hammers make armor regret existing. Professional terminology remains available whenever you want it. Grant broke the second knight's shoulder plate, changed angle, and finished the encounter without wasting another sword edge. The tidebound Castellan waited in the keep's inner court. Unlike the knights, it wore layered armor only across its torso and limbs. A narrow dark line ran beneath one arm where the plates separated during movement. The creature raised a long blade and water surged around its boots. Priest, it rasped. Grant paused. Mara spoke immediately. It talks? Apparently. The Castellan pointed its sword toward the hammer. Crude weapon. Grant looked at the narrow opening beneath its arm. Then he smiled. No, wrong weapon. He secured the hammer and drew the Millbreaker greatsword. Mara sighed. There's the smile. It has presented a mechanically appropriate greatsword problem. That sentence is somehow worse. The Castellan attacked before Grant could defend it. Grant caught the first blade on the greatsword's strong section, yielded rather than contesting the full impact, and stepped around the follow-up. The opening beneath the arm appeared for less than a second. Too short. Grant reset instead of forcing the strike. The Castellan attacked again. Grant redirected, watched the armor separate, and waited. Third exchange. The line opened. Grant turned through his hips and drove the greatsword across the exposed gap with both hands. The Castellan staggered. Grant felt an unreasonable amount of satisfaction. 5 weapon problems. 5 different answers. He raised the greatsword again as the Castellan recovered. Mara's voice came through the channel. You're enjoying this far too much. Grant settled into guard. I've been training for this chapter my entire professional career. The tidebound Castellan lasted another 4 exchanges. Grant stopped trying to force the opening and let the greatsword do what its reach and mass allowed. He controlled the center line, made the Castellan commit to wider defenses, then cut through the exposed seam when the armor separated again. The boss fell across the flooded stone. Sunken Keep cleared. Professional XP gained, 8,500. Grant's total professional XP reached 83,300, carrying him through 2 level increases to level 26. The standard priest growth added 2 points each to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower, along with 10 free attribute points. Then the private training system delivered the result Grant had wanted considerably longer. Barbarian rotation complete. Reward: 50 free attribute points. Boxing increased to IV. Two-handed sword handling increased to V. Spear handling increased to IV. Warhammer handling increased to V. Weapon switching increased to 3. Grant read the list twice. Mara's voice came through the channel. You've gone quiet. I've achieved professional diversification. You're still a priest. Yes, an extensively equipped one. The dungeon's opinion of extensive equipment became apparent when Grant tried to leave with the loot. Weapons already occupied most of his harness. Saleable armor plates, monster materials, and the Castellan's recovered pieces occupied his arms. The remaining bulk required a guild recovery marker because carrying everything personally would have meant abandoning either loot or the ability to turn around. Grant chose neither. By the time the recovered haul sold, Sunken Keep had added $6,500 to his cash, raising it to $59,650. Maya received a photograph of the weapon harness beside the sale receipt. Her reply arrived almost immediately. You carried all that? Grant typed back. Professional diversification. Her answer followed. Professional hoarding with straps. Across the 2-day run, adaptive daily training had added 40 more points. Together with barbarian rotation in the 2-level packages, Grant spent the full 100-point gain across his pressing chain, arms, upper back, grip, core force transfer, footwork, whole body coordination, reaction speed, connective tissue tolerance, joint integrity, recovery, concentration under stress, and pain tolerance. 10 points remained in reserve. His closing values settled at strength 191.00, agility 98.80, physique 264.20, intelligence 107.15, wisdom 77.95, spirit 84.15, and willpower 81.50. Maximum HP reached 5,384, maximum MP 2,499, and mana regeneration 12.50 per second. Grant was still admiring weapon switching 3 when another message appeared. Iris Calder. Gilded Bastion Raid, main healer requested. Grant looked at the harness. Then at the invitation. Apparently professional diversification had attracted more priest work. 47. The raid needed a priest. Gilded Bastion had enough armed professionals outside its entrance to make Grant feel unusually under-equipped. He approved of the experience. The day between Iris Calder's invitation and the raid had been spent completing his established training, recovering properly, and deciding what not to carry. Grant left the spear, hammer, and most of his increasingly unreasonable collection at home. On raid morning, after completing the second daily requirement, he arrived in Cinderweave vestments with the Forgeheart Gorget at his throat, the Ashwood Novice staff in hand, and the Brightsteel Kite shield secured for emergency use. The Millbreaker Greatsword had traveled with the raid logistics. Grant had no intention of touching it unless something went badly wrong. Talia inspected him beside Lena and Priya. You brought one weapon. I brought a staff. Lena smiled. Maeve would be proud. She'd be more proud if you stopped calling it a weapon, Priya said. Grant considered the polished ashwood. It has struck enough monsters to qualify. Iris called the assembled raid forward before the argument could develop. Two formations took shape around separate tanks, with ranged professionals and support arranged to maintain crossing lines through the bastion's broad gold-veined halls. Grant's private training system opened as the entrance gates began to move. Raid formation, no deaths. Keep both raid formations alive through the Gilded Bastion first stage. Reward: 50 free attribute points. Grant's attention sharpened. Two formations meant twice the health bars, twice the positioning problems, and considerably more opportunity for damage to arrive somewhere inconvenient. Excellent. A shield specialist from the forward group pointed toward the space beside his tank. Mercer, front line. You're big enough to reinforce the right. Grant looked at the indicated position. Then at his priest vestments. Before he could answer, Iris stepped between them. No, Mercer stays central. The shield specialist frowned. He's carrying a kite shield. He's also the main healer I requested. The man looked Grant over again, more slowly this time. That's the priest? Grant smiled pleasantly. Apparently the vestments remain insufficient evidence. Talia adjusted her own shield. You get used to it. Iris pointed into the opening bastion. Don't. You'll need him where he can see both groups. Grant settled the Ashwood novice staff into his hand and moved to the assigned central lane. Beyond the first gold archway, polished figures were already turning toward them. Their armor reflected the raid back in broken pieces. Grant opened both formations' health bars in his field of attention. Now the job became interesting. The first mirror soldier taught Grant why Gilded Bastion required two formations. Talia caught its sword on her shield while Lena attacked from the side. Her blade struck the polished breastplate cleanly. Across the hall, someone in the second formation lost health. Grant's attention snapped between the bars. Reflected damage, he said. The second formation lead heard him. Confirmed. Direct hits on Rs are transferring across. Another mirror soldier engaged the opposite group. Their swordswoman landed twice, and Talia's health dropped despite nothing touching her. Talia adjusted immediately. So we're hurting each other. Only when damage lands, Grant said. Keep your attacks controlled. I need the timing. The next exchange gave it to him. Lena cut. A health bar across the room moved. Priya's spell struck a second target, and two more bars fell together. The reflections weren't random. Each successful burst created a matching healing problem in the other formation. Grant cast barrier over the second group before Lena's next committed attack. Her sword struck. The reflected damage hit the barrier first. The second formation lead looked toward Grant. You predicted that. I watched Lena's hips. Lena didn't turn. I'm choosing to take that professionally. You telegraph heavy commitment beautifully. Less professionally. The pressure increased when both groups engaged multiple mirror soldiers. Grant stopped treating the raid as two parties. 8 health bars became one problem distributed across the hall. Slow damage could wait. Isolated losses received healing hand when necessary. Barrier went where the next reflected burst would land, not where damage had already happened. Then 4 bars dropped together. Grant used group heal. Warm light spread through the central lane and reached the wounded professionals before any individual cast could have done the same work. Grant felt the larger mana cost, watched the bars recover, and immediately returned to prediction rather than admiring the result. Again in 5, Talia called. The opposite formation lead raised his weapon. Our caster is committing in 3. Grant saw both attack windows converging. Hold the second strike, he said. The other lead hesitated, then lifted one hand. Hold. Talia's group attacked first. Barrier absorbed part of the reflection. Grant let the remaining losses settle, waited until the second formation committed, then used group heal when the next 4 bars moved together. Both formations stayed standing. The last mirror soldier shattered across the gold-veined floor. Iris looked toward the deeper hall. Something heavy moved beyond the next doors. Grant's mana was no longer full. His understanding of the bastion was considerably better. The heavy movement beyond the doors resolved into the Auric Warden. It entered behind a rising sheet of gold. The wall came out of the floor between Grant and Talia's formation so quickly that he had time to recognize the mechanism before the gap narrowed past useful casting width. Talia, Priya shouted from the far side. We're intact, Talia called back. Warden's with us. Grant saw enough through the shrinking opening to understand the worst problem. Talia's group had the boss. Grant's side had the exposed rear of the formation and the reflected damage mechanic still active. Then the wall cut across his casting line. Grant released the staff, caught the bright steel kite shield from its emergency carry position, and drove its edge into the narrowing mechanism. Metal struck gold. The descending section stopped. Not comfortably. Grant braced both hands against the shield as the mechanism tried to force it downward. Iris. I see it, Iris said. This is equipment abuse. Mercer, through the gap. Now. That made the decision simple. Grant held long enough for the mechanism to recoil against the obstruction, ripped the shield free, and crossed before the wall could close again. Talia had lost a substantial section of health. Lena was worse. Priya had taken a reflected strike while trying to maintain pressure on the warden. Glad you could join us, Talia said. I encountered architecture. The warden struck her shield hard enough to move her backward. Grant cast healing hand before her second foot settled. Priya, reflection timing? 3 seconds after every major hit. Next one? Priya checked the warden. 2. Grant turned toward the narrowing opening. Iris's formation remained visible through the last section of the gap, several bars already damaged. He placed barrier across them. The warden took a heavy strike. Reflected damage hit the other formation and broke against Grant's protection. Again, Iris called. Grant used group heal on Talia's side, restoring the accumulated losses before the next exchange began. The gold wall finally slammed shut behind him. For several seconds, half the raid vanished from sight. Grant didn't need sight to understand what would happen next. Iris, call your attacks. 3. Grant tracked Talia, Lena, and Priya while listening. 2. The warden raised its weapon. 1. Grant prepared the next cast. 2 formations, 1 wall, and a boss determined to make healing inconvenient. Grant smiled. This was considerably more interesting than being assigned to the front line. The Auric Warden finally lost control of the hall when both formations stopped fighting its mechanics separately. Iris, commit on Talia's third impact, Grant called. Confirmed. Talia caught the first hammer blow, yielded under the second, then planted behind the third while Lena and Priya attacked the exposed flank. Grant placed barrier over Iris's formation before their answering strike landed. Reflected damage broke against the protection. Now, Iris said. The second formation attacked together. Grant waited for the reflected losses to appear across Talia's group, then released group heal through all 3 damaged bars at once. The timing left enough health for Talia to keep her stance instead of retreating. The warden raised its hammer again. It never brought it down. Priya's spell struck through the opening Lena had created. The opposite formation followed a heartbeat later, and the Auric Warden folded onto one knee before collapsing across the gold-veined floor. For several seconds, Grant watched the health bars instead of the body. Everyone remained above 0. Gilded Bastion first stage cleared. Professional XP gained, 9,500. Grant's total professional XP reached 92,800, raising him to level 27. The standard priest package added 1 point each to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower, along with 5 free attribute points. His private training system followed. Raid formation no deaths complete. Reward, 50 free attribute points. Group heal increased to IV. Barrier increased to IV. Healing hand increased to X. Grant smiled. Iris noticed while the raid gathered itself. Good result? Extremely. The warden? That too. The first stage payout and saleable raid share would add $6,000 to Grant's cash, bringing it to $65,650. With both daily completions, the task reward, and the level package, he applied the authorized 95-point spend across recovery, muscular endurance, cardiovascular capacity, mana capacity, learning speed, mana efficiency, mana regeneration, situational awareness, healing affinity, divine channel stability, concentration under stress, and spell interruption resistance. His closing values settled at Physique 268.80, Intelligence 110.70, Wisdom 82.85, Spirit 87.85, and Willpower 84.00. Strength remained 191.00 and Agility 98.80. Maximum HP reached 5,476, maximum MP 2,589, and mana regeneration 13.18 per second. 10 points remained in reserve. Iris approached the sealed doors beyond the fallen warden. The next section ends with the Argent Castellan. Grant looked at the doors. What does it do? Iris glanced back at him. Everything the Bastion has shown us so far. Grant rested the Ashwood novice staff against his shoulder. Good. Iris raised an eyebrow. Grant smiled. I was worried the raid might become simpler. 48. Warrior Spec Priest. The sealed doors opened before Iris could answer Grant's concern about simplicity. Argent Castellan walked through them. It was taller than the Auric Warden and considerably less interested in looking impressive while standing still. Silver gold armor covered the figure from throat to boots, every plate polished brightly enough to return distorted pieces of the waiting raid. A narrow curse blade rested in one hand. Around its body, a translucent ward rotated through distinct sections, each briefly revealing a different vulnerable point before sealing it again. Priya studied the shifting protection. That's unpleasant. Lena raised her sword. Specific unpleasant or general unpleasant? Physical resistance is changing with the ward. Iris had already started repositioning both formations. Which means nobody commits until we know what each phase accepts. Talia takes center. Second tank controls left. Mercer stays between formations. Grant approved of that arrangement more than the Castellan's blade. His private training system opened. Warrior Spec Priest. Defeat Argent Castellan while registered as main healer. Use the full priest toolkit. Recover a broken formation. Record no raid deaths. Survive one necessary body interception without abandoning healing responsibility. Reward: 60 free attribute points. Grant read the conditions twice. The fifth requirement received considerably more suspicion than the others. Talia glanced back as he settled behind her. Something wrong? No. You're smiling at the boss. I've been given a very specific professional objective. That sentence has caused problems before, Priya said. Grant adjusted the Ashwood novice staff in his right hand and checked the bright steel kite shield where it remained ready for emergency use. The objective strongly favors responsible healing. Lena looked over her shoulder. Strongly? There's one clause I'm reserving judgment on. Iris pointed toward the rotating ward. Reserve it while watching that. First opening is changing now. The pale section over the Castellan's chest darkened. A new band of light formed around its left side, and the mirrored armor shifted with it. Blades, Lena said. Looks like it, Iris replied. Nobody freelances. We learn the rotation, then exploit it. Grant opened the raid's health bars across his attention. 10 professionals, 2 formations. Reflected damage remained possible. The curse blade introduced a new problem, and the boss itself apparently expected them to change tactics every few seconds. The Argent Castellan lowered its weapon. Grant smiled. The raid had not become simpler. The Argent Castellan disappeared on its second ward rotation. Grant saw the empty space before he understood the movement. Rear, Iris shouted. Silver light flashed behind Priya. Grant's staff was in his right hand. The bright steel kite shield came free with his left as the Castellan's curse blades swept toward Priya's exposed side. Grant stepped between them, planted behind the shield, and caught the strike before it reached her. The impact drove through his arm and shoulder. His feet held. Priya stared at the blade scraping across the shield's face. You're supposed to be behind me. I was. Grant shoved the weapon aside without chasing the boss. Priya moved immediately, creating space while Talia turned the formation and intercepted the Castellan's next attack. The curse blade touched her shield. Black gold light spread across Talia's arm. Curse, she called. Grant cast Cleanse. White light stripped the effect away before it could settle into her health bar. Lena took a glancing strike during the rotation, and Grant layered slow heal over her rather than spending a stronger cast on damage that wasn't worsening. Ward changing, Iris called. The Argent Castellan's protection rotated again. The section vulnerable to Lena's blade sealed while another opened toward the second formation. Second team, commit. Grant watched their attackers move. He remembered the Bastion's first stage. Barrier on Talia's group. The protection formed a heartbeat before the second formation struck the exposed ward. Reflected damage crossed the hall. It hit Barrier instead. Talia glanced back, still reflecting. Yes. And teleporting. Yes. And cursing. Grant watched the Castellan vanish again. Iris did warn us. This time the raid responded before it reappeared. Both formations tightened without collapsing inward, leaving Grant a clear central lane while Priya moved away from the obvious rear approach. The Castellan emerged beside the second formation instead. Their tank caught it. Physical opening right side, Iris called. Lena held. Priya held. The assigned attackers on the opposite side committed together, exploiting the weakness without adding uncontrolled damage from everyone else. Grant tracked the strike. Barrier first. Reflection followed. Slow heal continued working on Lena while Talia absorbed the Castellan's returning pressure. Grant kept healing hand available, group heal unused, and his mana above the margin he wanted for whatever the boss tried next. Priya finished repositioning beside him. You blocked a boss blade with a healer's shield. Emergency equipment. You looked practiced. Grant watched the ward begin another rotation. I dislike owning equipment I can't use. The ward rotation accelerated when the Argent Castellan reached its final phase. Grant recognized the change because everyone's available space disappeared at once. Silver barriers rose across the chamber, cutting Iris's formation in half and trapping Talia, Lena, and 2 damage specialists beyond a rotating section of ward. The Castellan vanished before anyone could correct. Rear line, Iris shouted. It reappeared beside Grant. Not attacking him. The curse blade was already descending toward the exposed caster behind his left shoulder, and every actual defender was separated by silver light. Grant moved. He released the shield rather than wasting time drawing it across his body. The Ashwood novice staff turned in both hands as he stepped into the attack line. Grant, Iris called. He caught the blade against the staff at an angle. The Ashwood bent. Grant didn't attempt to stop the strike. His hands redirected it while his hips turned beneath the load, carrying the descending edge past his ribs instead of opposing the Castellan's full strength. The blade scraped along the staff, bit into his shoulder, and removed a meaningful section of health before continuing harmlessly past the caster. Pain arrived. So did satisfaction. Necessary body interception survived. Grant stepped away immediately. He didn't counterattack. Iris, take it. Her formation collapsed onto the Castellan before it could recover. Grant turned back toward the health bars. Talia was losing ground behind the ward. Grant, she called. I see you. 3 raid members were damaged on his side. 4 more were injured beyond the barrier, and Talia's health was dropping fastest. Grant cast group heal. Warm light spread across the broken formation, reaching wounded professionals on both sides of the divide. Health bars rose together, converting a collapse into something manageable. The Castellan tried to disengage from Iris. Don't let it teleport, Grant said. We're trying. Grant cast healing hand through the narrowing ward opening. Talia's bar climbed just before another strike landed against her shield. Again, she said. Grant healed her again. The rotating protection shifted. Priya saw it first. Core. The Argent Castellan's chest opened beneath the ward, exposing a bright silver center. Iris, Grant called. Everyone who has the angle, commit. Talia drove forward from the opposite side. Lena struck beside her. Priya's spell crossed the chamber while Iris's damage line attacked from the rear. Grant held his position. He had already performed the one physical intervention the raid required from him. Now he kept Talia standing while everyone else killed the boss. The Argent Castellan died without giving Grant another excuse to hit it. Talia and Lena broke the exposed core from one side while Iris's formation struck from the other. Silver light fractured through the armor, the rotating ward collapsed, and the Castellan fell across the floor. Grant checked the raid first. Every health bar remained above 0. Gilded Bastion cleared. Professional XP gained, 12,000. Grant's total professional XP reached 104,800, carrying him through levels 28 and 29. 2 priest-level packages added 2 points each to physique, intelligence, wisdom, spirit, and willpower, along with 10 free attribute points. His private training system followed. Warrior Spec Priest complete. Reward: 60 free attribute points. Cleanse increased to V. Group Heal increased to V. Staff Handling increased to IV. Iris approached while Grant inspected the cut across his shoulder. You're checking yourself after everyone else. I was the main healer. You also intercepted the Castellan. Once. With a staff. Grant looked at the Ashwood novice staff. A fresh groove crossed the wood where the curse blade had traveled along it. It performed admirably. The final chest opened behind the fallen boss. Grant's opinion of staves improved considerably. The gilded reliquary staff was purple rarity, level 28, and clearly designed by someone who believed priests deserved equipment visible from another county. Gold traced the heavy shaft. An ornate head enclosed a pale crystal large enough to make the Ashwood staff look apologetic beside it. Priest healing properties activated when Grant took possession. No melee class property appeared. Grant smiled anyway. That's more like it. The raid share added $9,000, bringing his cash to $74,650. He applied the authorized 70-point allocation across grip and forearm strength, core force transfer, upper back pulling strength, triceps, footwork, reaction speed, whole body coordination, recovery, muscular endurance, connective tissue tolerance, mana capacity, regeneration and efficiency, healing affinity, spell potency, concentration, and interruption resistance. 10 points remained reserved. His closing values settled at strength 193.85, agility 101.05, physique 272.90, intelligence 113.45, wisdom 86.20, spirit 90.75, and willpower 86.30. Maximum HP reached 5,558, maximum MP 2,659, and mana regeneration 13.66 per second. That evening, Maya replayed the raid footage while Grant stood nearby holding his new staff. The broadcast label beneath his image read Warrior Spec Priest. Maya looked from the screen to Grant's reflection in the dark television glass. Well, she said, the title finally caught up with the mirror. Grant examined the reflection, the enormous ornate staff, and the priest vestments stretched across considerably more muscle than they'd been designed to celebrate. He smiled. About time. End of Book 1.